Welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me, as always, we have Reese2753. Oh, and Greenline743.
How goes it?
And Dan.
Hello.
We're, of course, all filling in for Oscar, Charlie, and Andrew, the original hosts of the OCA podcast. So original, they've never made an appearance. All right, so,
I get it. OCA. Got it.
Yeah, that was a terrible joke. I'm glad that somebody laughed at it. Thanks. All right, so we should be live on. It looks like it's working. Facebook page, Facebook group, YouTube, Periscope on Twitter, and Twitch. I'm just going to go ahead and remember to click on the YouTube one for me. So how's everybody been?
Happy.
Terrible.
That's good to hear, except for the terrible part. So you guys know how I've been dealing with the wonderful shitty ass keyboard.
The one that has, do you still need ends and B's in the private chat?
Well, here's the thing. I'm just gonna get this ready for a second. The command key.
It's
the Mac version of the control. It's one of the most important keys in the world. And I've got mine right here.
Uh-oh.
So here's the thing. These butterfly keyboards suck ass. But once this fell off and I was able to see how it looks underneath, I noticed there's a very specific point at which you're supposed to push things. So I'm just going to show you guys a little demonstration here. I can type B's and N's. The secret is to be extremely deliberate to the very center of the key. So all it took was one key breaking off. And by the way, this key is basically dead. Like, the butterfly portion of the keyboard, there's like a white clip on the inside underneath the thing that I was showing you. A peg broke off of that part, so I have to go to the Apple store tomorrow. And I don't think they're going to be able to repair it overnight. I think they're going to have to ship it out, especially because this jackass here bought the Japanese keyboard, which means that this isn't a standard size command key because it has to make way for a button next to it to turn the Japanese button off, and on the other side to turn the Japanese button on. So that was a great move on my part that totally paid off.
Do you have like any sort of Amazon wish list? Like, dear Lord, we need to buy you a new keyboard.
No, see, the thing is that the saga with the keyboard has to do with the fact that because it's a laptop. And the way that Apple designed these, I swear, Apple designed these keyboards for the express purpose of making sure that no Apple user ever forgoes buying Apple Care ever again. Which, for the record, I buy Apple Care, okay? So no problems there. But they sabotaged these keyboards so significantly that they had to recall them. Right, but I use my laptop every single day for some form of work. Back when this happened, so I couldn't, just go to the Apple store and let them take my laptop and ship it out of state for months, or whatever. So then COVID happened, and all the Apple stores were closed. So because they're all fucking located in a damn mall, which I don't even know where to go for one tomorrow, but I'll figure something out. Yes, I can. The talking says AC lost command of the key. Hardy har. Can't you plug in a USB keyboard? Yes, I can. But for the ease of let me get back to my story. The thing about the laptop keyboard is that Mac or Apple decided that normally on a laptop, when you replace a keyboard, you literally take out two screws, swap out the keyboard, bing, bang, boom, you're done, right? But on Apple keyboards, for these butterfly keyboards, it's 50 rivets. to hold that sucker in. So no repair shop will take them other than the Mac store. And of course, again, issues with that due to COVID and everything. So yeah, I'm going to have to finally get this done. But I will say this. The new MacBooks are like 8 times better than this MacBook. And if I can...
So it's basically cheaper just to buy a brand new computer?
No, it's definitely not cheaper. But if I have any trade-in value greater than $1,000 on this sucker, he's gone, right? Because see, this is the thing. Old man knows where it's at. Back up everything on the laptop before you send it in. I work on everything through Dropbox, so all of my stuff is backed up to the cloud anyway. But yes, I have been warned to do that. Now, here's the thing: the new MacBooks, souped up all the way, are only $6,600. But yeah, if I can trade this sucker in, I absolutely will, and get a new one because the processing power of the new MacBooks. I watched a Linus Tech Tips comparison video, and basically the MacBooks were so powerful they had to put a high-end gaming laptop into the comparison because otherwise the MacBooks beat literally every single laptop by such a huge margin that every single test they did was just, yep, the Mac's won, and it's like just an enormous margin. So they had to give it something to compete with, which is a high-end, expensive gaming laptop. I like how there's a fucking vacuum cleaner. I definitely wasn't cleaning up in here. Anyway, all right. So
I thought that was a mannequin to tape a picture of your wife's face to.
All right. So anyway, now that people have filtered in, I just want to let you guys know, if you are one of the few people who actually finds the podcast through the podcast group, in order for you to comment, you're going to need to find the post in the podcast group. I mean, you can comment, but it's gonna show up here as Facebook user and all that. So if you want us to actually know who you are, go ahead and allow StreamYard to have access to your name.
Yep.
Anyway, all right. So we got some interesting things to talk about tonight.
Only some. I thought all of the things we talk about are interesting.
Well, first of all, if you'd like to support the OCA podcast, this is the wrong one. Damn it! I opened it twice. Fuck.
No, that's the right one.
That's the wrong one. I opened it twice. Okay. Well, whatever. Okay, if you want to support the OCA podcast, you can do so by fuck it, whatever. It's in the description. The OCA podcast Patreon. Now, while I was procrastinating, I noticed something about the podcast Patreon that I would like to address, which is, son of a bitch, go back here, which is that apparently I owe a lot of things because I never even log into Patreon and see this. So guest on podcast, I owe this to 3 people. You're probably not in the chat yet, but you will be. Weaburger, I'm marking this complete, although you're welcome to come back. Augie owes me $25 for every podcast he's ever been on so that I can mark that complete. And Sebastian, bruh, I'm pretty sure this is Seb. Anytime, just give me a shout out. Anyway, also we had suggest shows for Watch Club. So,
yikes.
R11. You
Random
get
11.
1, 2. Oh, that's got to be that, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. You get 18 votes, which means you get to win whatever the Watch Club is going to be after sales at work. You get to pick. All right. How about that? And Jalen Harris, you get 2 votes. So if you're watching, appreciate your patronage, everybody. And you guys get to all vote on whatever you want. Jalen, buddy, if I were you, I would wait until after random 11 picks so that you have more voting power.
If random 11 wants to be a gentleman, I'll let Jalen Harris have one pick real quick.
All right. Yeah. Well, however you want to do it, buddies. Once again, I appreciate your patronage. Now, there's also the OC. Damn it. I'm going to fuck this up all night. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon, which is for videos which require editing, except for the OCA podcast clips, which I really wish I had been charging you guys for because they would become a spectacular waste of my time.
Especially the one you've been working on for the last 3 weeks.
Speaking of which, the Lamar Roast Franklin meme compilation supercut video got age restricted by YouTube, which completely stopped it in its tracks and its virality opportunity. But I appealed it, and then I didn't get an email from YouTube telling me the results of that appeal, but it's not age restricted anymore. So I don't know. I guess taking out every reference to the N-word in the title, description, and tags helped. Anyway, and when I say N-word, I mean quote unquote N-WORD end quote, right? Not actually the N-word. just for the record.
I don't think it'll save you.
Bullet there. Yeah. All right. Anyway, if you guys want to support us, well, actually, if you want to support me. There's the Stealth Weeb, which, by the way, I did notice that this shirt and this shirt, the original color. Don't make a liar out of me. Come on. Is thinking.
It's thinking.
Right, this isn't a waste of their time. Out of stock. There we go. Yeah, so that's because these shirts are discontinued. The colors, so you can still get the white. You can pretty much get every color except for the original color. Right. So same thing with Galapagos Blue for the Naruto Spiral Drop shirt. So that is also no longer available.
That's kind of a shame because I thought that was a pretty cool design.
Right? Yeah. Well, okay, look. So at some point in my extremely busy schedule, I will find another provider that I can hopefully hook into the site with the current provider so that I have access to twice as many types of shirts, right? And perhaps even some lower costs. I don't know. We'll just have to see. But yeah, that's the current status of that. So it's good to know that it's gone. Have closure on that. But yeah, we'll just have to see. Now, in Vic Mignogna court case news, I looked up because I was pretty sure the last time we talked about it, which I found out was podcast 116, I believe. When we talked about specifically, that was when on September 22nd, the appeals court was getting the filings, and we talked about how they could theoretically rule on it that day if they wanted to, but they technically had a big chunk of time. I don't know where I got this memory from, but I for some reason thought they had up to 6 months. I think they actually have longer than that. If it is 6 months, then it's going to be like March 22nd because it was September 22nd. So September to October, November, December to January, February to March. Yeah. So it'll be March 22nd ish. If it is 6 months, but I'm pretty sure it's something else. Oh, look, we have a Facebook user acknowledging my tabs. Yes, they are glorious. So anyway, this Kick Vic shit is still going on. Yes, it is. In fact, let me tell you, since it's, I got nothing else to talk about regarding it. Apparently, Ron's kid, Ron Toye IV, has been posting to the subreddit r/insaneparents about how his mom is a bad guy because she supports Trump. I mean, quote, treason, due to the, I'm assuming, Capitol. I have no idea. Anyway, so this is just a little breakdown about the fact that there's been problems over the fact that, for instance, Ron had to block his dad last summer because they couldn't agree on whether Trump was a great president or the greatest president, which is a joke. Obviously, Ron hates Trump. But the thing is that one of Ron's realtor partners posted last week about how much she loves Trump. So will he stop doing business with her? And the entire reason I'm showing this to you at all is so that I can show you a clip of this video. Allow me to stop screen sharing for a minute. I mean, you don't really need to hear it. It probably would be better if you didn't hear it so you don't have to listen to the weasel voice. But just for shits and gigs, allow me to play this video real quick for you. I want you to, I'm going to full screen it. I'm going to full screen it so you can see it in all its glory. I don't know. I'm assuming, if I'm being generous, I'm assuming that it's his partner or whatever, Valerie's house. Because I don't know that even Ron Toye has this furniture behind him.
Hey guys, it's Val again.
What the fuck?
What is the background? What the hell is that Drexel?
Is that Drexel?
This is the look of someone who's
That's
second.
bad, right?
This is the look of somebody who knows their second place.
Oh yeah.
Hey, we got a Twitch comment from the Pen and Paper podcast. God, that pillow looks so sweet. Yes, it does.
Is it what? Are we sure it's what?
All right. Anyway, what does this say? It says why. What does this say? Why something in when you were born to something out? What does that say?
Oh. I can't read.
Oh, why fit in when you were born to something out? Stand out. Okay. No, that's terrible.
That explains the pillow.
Yeah. All right. You know what? I wasn't planning on it, but I got to find a way to work that into the thumbnail. Okay. All right. So.
Random 11. There you are.
Hey. Oh my God. I just joined the stream and that's fucking scary. Here you go. Yep. Scary for all sorts of reasons.
Random 11. We need you to pick out the podcast watch club for the next 6 months.
Yes, I realized that you have 20 votes that I haven't honored on your patronage. So you get to choose the next watch club after Cells at Work. Pen and Paper Podcast says you can taste the salt from here. Yeah. I think you could also taste the soy. Anyway, all right. So moving on from that, that's all I got there. I thought I couldn't let the opportunity go by without sharing it with everybody. So the real important thing I want to talk to you guys about is the GameStop situation. So I guess I'll screen share it. Even though I'm not really going to read the article. I've got some articles in here for proof, I guess, that I'm not making all this up. So the situation going on is, oh God, there's so much to talk about. Okay, so are you guys familiar with what it means to short a stock?
No.
Okay. All right. So typically when you buy a stock, you're buying it because you expect the value of that stock to increase. And then you're going to have a stock that is worth more than you bought it for. So you're going to buy low and sell high, right?
Right.
Now, hedge funds hedge their bets on all sorts of stocks, and they can do something called shorting a stock or having put options on a stock. Or actually, that's not entirely accurate. An option is a share of like it's 100 block share of stock. So anyway, it's a different thing, but a put on a stock is the same as shorting it, right? Now, what a short is, basically you borrow a stock and then you sell it immediately because you're hoping that the stock drops in value, right? So basically a bunch of hedge funds had GameStop stock that they borrowed, sold immediately when it was worth like $20, and expected it to go down. And then they have to buy back the stock once it's dropped and give the stock back to whoever they borrowed it from. Okay. And in this situation, if you buy the stock, or you borrow it rather, at $20, then you sell it at $20. And again, that's for one stock. So you're going to borrow like 20,000, right? For example, you're going to sell it at $20 per 20,000. And then when the stock goes down in value to, let's say, $10, then you buy 20,000 of them back at $10, and you made the difference, right? That's your profit on a short sale, right? Now, this is something that Wall Street does all the time, right? And they do it in sometimes in nefarious ways. For example, on was it like August? I think it was August 16th, 2001. The put options on American Airlines was like 12 times higher than usual. And then on like September 6th or 7th, they sold 474,000 shares to short the stock for the parent company of American Airlines. And on September 10th, they sold something like over 450,000 shares put options against American Air. Hold on, I have notes here. Oh, sorry, it was United Airlines. 474,000 is United Airlines parent company, and then they sold over 450,000 shares for as a put option against American Airlines on September 10th, the day before 9/11. So these are sort of more nefarious put options, right? But even more so than that, companies that are what you would consider a whale in the market, meaning that they own, like, let's just say that you own 70% of all the shares that are out there. If you wanted to, you could cause a bear market on the, in the market by selling all your shares at once, causing it to crash, causing people to sell off like crazy because the value of their stock has just dropped so significantly that they think it's going to go to zero and that they're going to lose all of their investment, right? And it's better to sell when you've lost $3,000 of your investment versus 20, 30, 40, right? So what they'll do is they'll go on TV. They'll say that the stock is going to crash as they're already planning to sell it for a short. And then they cause it to crash by doing that, by going on TV and doing these things. Then the stock crashes and then they buy it back up when it's low, right? Especially when it's a stock that should be valued higher. Now, the thing about the GameStop stock, what's going on here is that GameStop is going to fail no matter how much the stock is worth right now. It is not going to succeed, especially with the lockdowns going on. So what they've done is they had a very safe bet that GameStop was going to fail. So they shorted that stock. And then a subreddit called Wall Street Bets with a couple million users decided, fuck them, let's buy that stock. And they drove the price of GameStop stock from $20 to over $320. Now, when you're a hedge fund and you're not just owning like 8 GameStop stock, you're owning more like, 80,000 or more, that really bites, because if you're shorting the stock, you have to buy it back at the higher rate. And they have cost hedge funds hedge fund loses $70 billion So they've driven the they drove the stock up, and it's not just GameStop. It's also AMC Theaters, American Airlines, and a couple of other Bed Bath and Beyond. A couple of other places that are obviously going to go out of business due to the pandemic, right? And they have driven up these stocks because, quite frankly, fuck the guys who sit on Wall Street and are profiting off of the fact that the lockdowns are going on and they're going to put all these companies out of business. Fuck those guys. So this is what they're doing instead. They're taking on Wall Street by simply betting against the things they're betting on. And somebody that I know claims to have made $132,000 off of his GameStop stock. So that's amazing. Some people have made millions, right? Some guy sold a bunch of Bitcoin and bought GameStop stock with $50,000 and has become a millionaire overnight, right? So bravo to you. Now, I want to be clear. We are not giving financial advice, right? But I just want to say, if I were you, I would not get into this game. Because GameStop stock is not going to stay where it's at. It may go up. Don't get me wrong. It may go up. But eventually what's going to happen is a bunch of people are going to see an opportunity to sell and make a ton of money.
And everybody's going to sell at once.
Well, they're going to start selling, and then it's all going to come crashing down. So if you're going to invest in GameStop or any other market, don't invest money you couldn't just say goodbye to, okay? That's my advice to you. I'm not supposed to give financial advice, but I'm going to give you what I would do, and that's what I would do. I would not invest any money that you're not willing to just lose, okay? Because this is a very, very volatile market, the way that things are being handled right now. And the thing about GameStop especially, so there's an app called Robinhood. Robinhood is designed, the sort of mission statement behind it was that they wanted the average Joe to be able to invest in stocks. Okay. Now, part of what they were doing is they gave you the option to own a partial stock, which is sort of like how cryptocurrency works. Like, for instance, I own like 0.01 Dogecoin or whatever. Not Dogecoin. I don't actually own Dogecoin, just to be clear. I'm trying to pick one I don't own, and I go for the one that's worth like 80 million % what it was. But the point is that when you buy cryptocurrency, you can own a portion of it, right? So that's kind of what Robinhood did. But the problem that occurred is that once the hedge funds were on the hook for $70 billion plus, all of a sudden Robinhood decided to lock the ability to buy the GameStop stock and make it so you can only sell it. Now, I don't know who you're selling it to, number one.
Yeah, nobody can buy it. Who's you selling it to?
So it's not the only stock trading avenue, obviously. If you have a broker, you can have them buy it, their own way. This was just a way for you to do it at your fingertips, to day trade, right? Mm-hmm. Now, they've blocked your ability to buy, so you could only sell. And that is horrifying, because literally that means that they're controlling the value of that stock so that it can only go down, right? And they're basically trying to force people, for the sake of not losing their money, to sell the stock. And what that'll do is make it cheaper for the people who shorted out the stock to buy it back at lower than, so that they can still make a profit or at least come up even, right? Because $70 billion fucking dollars is a lot, So anyway, in fact, a couple of the hedge funds are going to have to file bankruptcy, and that's going to be interesting. Now, we've had some congressional chatter going on regarding looking into this. In fact, I'll show you this. I take it with a grain of salt. I saw that. Hold on, I saw Breaking 911 said allegation: man who claims to be a Robin Hood employee says that the White House pressured a halt of the GameStop trading. Again, who knows? Could be true, could not be true. Who knows? But that's something worth noting. I'll show you the GameStop, actually. The GameStop stock. Boy, literally every person who's talked about this has made that flub. Currently trading at $313. Let me see if I can show you. Here's 5 days. Let's see, where was it? Right here. This was 140. Let's go a month. Yeah. So earlier it was $20 a share.
Oh, dear
and then
Lord.
Now it's highest I think was here $347 per share, right? So some people have been talking about this. It's going to be quite interesting when that stimulus money comes in, the rest of it, because I can't wait to see which stock goes through the roof. Some people are hedging their bets on Nokia, which is probably a good stock for it. But I'm not doing that. Just saying. I'm going to continue to invest in Bitcoin. I think that's where people will end up. And I probably should have gotten my Coinbase affiliate code. I could have sent it to you guys. We could have both gotten $10 in Bitcoin. Anyway, so do you guys have anything? Have you been following this at all? You have anything you want to say?
Not really.
Did you know about this before I brought it up?
I heard of it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Through all the memes.
Okay. I would like to welcome the Pen and Paper podcast. Said they finally found where all the peeps are. Glad to have you here. Make sure you like and subscribe and ring the bell or whatever. Also, Mike Glad says he found out Ron Toye loves Tupac. Is that Tupac in the pillow? It probably is. Yes, the game stonks.
No, don't you know? That's Drexel in the back when he was younger.
Ryan alone says he's buying in tomorrow when his money clears. To the moon. You know what? It will probably go up. But the problem with this is that it's just good. Look, when this hits $1,000 per share, forget it. It's gone. You know, the people who bought in when it was $20, they're going to just say, yeah, I'm cashing out, you know? So I support what they're doing, sticking it to the hedge funds. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, right? But it is going to hurt the average person eventually. And of course they're going to use that as they're going to get some sob story who took out a mortgage on their house and lost it all because GameStop went to zero or something of that effect. And they're going to parade that person around for like freaking 3 months on the media. And they're going to use it as some, scare tactic. But everybody who originally jumped in through Wall Street bets, the purpose is to tank the stock market, is to destroy them, right? Which is something I am absolutely on board with. like fuck them, right? But eventually it's going to come crashing down, and I don't want anybody to be left holding the bag that didn't have money to lose, right? That they could comfortably lose, right? So anyway, Mike Ladd says, so that's why you're telling me Michael Jordan, majority owner of Charlotte Hornets.
It's fucked right now.
What? Oh, it's okay. I'm not following. Oh, is there something on this screen that I'm missing regarding the stocks? Oh, because of this trading stocks and hedge fund crap. Yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know what the Charlotte Hornets has anything to do with. I don't know. I haven't been following it too closely there, but
no.
GameStop will still, and GameStop will still only give 25 cents per game. Boy, I'm glad that Otakusa said that, because I almost forgot that I have something very special for you guys. I found this. The year is 2022. GameStop market cap is now valued at $50 billion. Visit my local GameStop. The smell of urine, body odor, and energy drink burps no longer present in the air. Instead, replaced by a trail of petunias and daffodils leading to the revolving door entrance.
Ooh.
Leave my coat with the doorman and check myself in before walking into the air-conditioned 2,000 square foot 3-story building with valet service. Immediately greeted by the sounds of Vivaldi's Spring, performed by the shop's string quartet on the way in. Walk past the marble water fountains and Roman pillars to the used Blu-ray aisle. Pick up a $3 copy of the classic Nicolas Cage film, Drive Angry. Guy in tuxedo at the checkout puts on his white gloves and bags it for me while I enjoy a spoonful of complimentary caviar. Sign up for the pre-order list of Kerbal Space Program 2 and leave my signature in the guest book. Bellboy carries my bag for me to the entrance and wishes me a good evening. Yes, wonderful. So,
was that Drive Angry on DVD or Blu-ray?
Blu-ray, $3. It's a great film. I wish it was anime so we could do it for a watch club.
I myself got gone 60 seconds today.
Oh yeah? Let me ask you, Angelina Jolie blonde hair or brunette hair?
Brunette. Why? You think she's better blonde?
No, I'm actually not. I don't actually find her very attractive, to be honest. But
I think Tomb Raider was her peak, and now is it.
I'll say this about Angelina Jolie, and I don't know. This is one of the few things in life I don't have the proper words to articulate. She has her skin in Tomb Raider reminds me of Mila Jovovich's skin in literally everything Mila Jovovich is in. And I don't know how to describe it. It's as if it's too thin or too tight or too moist. I don't know what it is, but something about it is remarkably unappealing. Anyway.
And I don't think she's done. I'm not too thrilled on her that much. I mean, just per se.
Well, so the reason I asked is,
but as an active male in the male audience, yes, she has some appeal, but that's it.
Well, so she to me, she feels like she's got. How do I phrase this properly? Let me ask you this question: Pam Anderson.
Yeah.
Yay or nay?
What year?
Yeah, I was gonna say like
in her prime. I guess it doesn't matter. Like
maybe.
Does the idea of Pam Anderson repulse you as it does me?
Like the Pamela Anderson from Barbed Wire? Like no.
See, because the reason I ask is because to me, Pam Anderson is like I'll say no thank you, right? And then Angelina Jolie feels like Pam Anderson. Let me phrase that. It's like Pam Anderson is like Angelina Jolie on steroids, right? So it's like you're halfway to the thing I already don't want. That's kind of how I feel about it. Anyway, all right. So I don't know. The reason I ask about the blonde hair thing is because it always throws me off whenever I see that movie on TV or whatever. And I don't recognize her for a second, but I still kind of hate her, right? So I don't understand. Anyway, all right. So, all right, let me go through the chats here. So, Random 11 was mentioning they also have to pay interest on the stock they borrowed. That's true. That's where most of the losses have come from. Yes. Otakuso, talk to someone else because I've got not a whole Bitcoin. RIP people that get hit with those short-term capital gains taxes. Yeah, see, not a financial advisor here, but yes. See, the way I see it, one of the reasons I invest in crypto is because, yes, you will have to pay capital gains, but the value of holding that long-term is going to be so much higher that when you take that money out, it's not going to matter that you have to pay capital gains on it as much. Whereas if you made, I made $10,000 this week, and then the government took, 3 to 5,000 of it, right? Versus, oh, I made $100,000 over a long time, and then the government's still going to take a bunch, but at least I still ended up with a fuck ton, right? Anyway, got to find the stonks early. Yes, true. Oh wait, I skip this one. This is the same thing as collecting anything sports memorabilia, anime, limited edition, etc. Eventually, it goes up, and everything we collect is like gambling. It goes up and down. Yeah, and the thing about value in the anime collecting field is that you have to sell at the right moment, or you're not going to make a profit. And even when you do make a profit, like it's usually so minuscule that it doesn't matter. And if you can sell, let me rephrase it. The value that you think it has, because that's what people are asking for on eBay, is not indicative of its value, because most people aren't actually buying for that price. And you might find, oh wow, somebody spent $3,000 on Sword Art Online Collection 1 or whatever. I'm going to get on selling mine. Well, good luck finding another sap willing to spend $3,000 on it. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Like, finding the right person.
And then, of course, it gets a re-release, and then the value of your thing is like, well, you're not getting that out of your hands for $3,000. Maybe, maybe double the price of the re-release if you're lucky, because somebody actually wanted to have the original, like me. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends. You got to find the exact right person, and it's a pain in the ass. It's not like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh or any
deep pockets. Yeah, apparently, I need to go through my storage unit and find out how much money I have in Pokemon cards, because apparently that's where it's all at right now. The only reason I said a majority owner of the Charlotte Hornets, Michael Jordan, is because that's what he is doing right now. Oh, okay, so you were just trying to make sure I knew it was that Michael Jordan, not some other Michael Jordan, not some has-been, right? He's the owner of something. Use an anime filter, and then you can call it anime. Oh, for Drive Angry? Well, shit. I'll just have to make a scene for the next podcast. Get that movie. Use the anime Snapchat filter. I always wondered what William Fichtner was going to look like as an anime.
I don't think I've ever actually seen Drive Angry. Is it actually any good?
It's so good. It is probably my favorite Nick Cage movie.
Really?
I mean,
yes.
I mean, it depends on your definition of good.
Yes. Well, let me rephrase that. I would say it's my favorite Nick Cage movie, but it's actually just my favorite William Fichtner movie. And William Fichtner's in it, and he's great. So that's pretty much, those are all the things you need to know about it. Hunter says he's trying to do accounting homework and he sees the title and had to click yes. That was my goal. eCastro says I think it's more sharp jaw lines and cheekbones that are a common denominator. You know what? I'll have to find like the clips that churn my stomach when I see. I don't know what it is. I have this thing about skin. This is how I knew that my wife and I couldn't get together with somebody else, is that my whole life I've had this weird tactile issue with skin, right? Like I don't want to be touched by another person's skin, right? Like my brother's skin always felt weird. Like if we were stuck sitting real close in the back seat of a car that was only supposed to have 2 seats, but we had a third person back there kind of thing. And I'm like rubbing too close to the other people back there. I always detested that. And the only person I've ever met that I didn't have that issue with was my wife. So it was pretty much like
it'd be kind of a weird relationship.
Yes,
if you did.
It would be, wouldn't it? Yes, it would be. I'd be like Trump. Yeah. So anyway, I'll say that, and it's that with the skin. Like it looks something about it. I can't come up with the proper term. Swamp is the closest. I feel like a lot of the movies, especially, I don't know. Look, I can understand where they're coming from. Ooh, wet girls are hot. But there's also the I look like I just came out of a swamp look that isn't appealing at all. You know, like there's the there's the commercial with the hair flying in the water. I get the mermaid hair, I get it, but when so few people look good with wet hair, that there's something about it that Angelina Jolie and Mila Jovovich just both have that really is off-putting.
Yeah. I never saw the appeal for Mila Jovovich whatsoever.
Well, shit, we're just now found out the truth. AC has a fetish. What's my fetish? You mean aversion to skin?
Well, anyway. You can line that up with your shoes.
My shoes?
Your foot fetish. The foot fetish. God of Arts. Meme.
Oh.
Joke.
Yeah. That's the takeaway of
I just read the synopsis for Drive Angry, and why have I not seen this movie yet?
All right. Okay, so are we done with?
I'm gonna add this to my Netflix queue right now.
All right. Are we done with? Is it on Netflix or do you have to get you get?
I can actually look to see if it is on Netflix streaming.
Because I'm watching that shit tonight.
I still have we still have the disc.
Yeah, you still have the disc send out
service
thing.
Yeah.
Well, Netflix still does that.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just have to pay more for it.
Really?
So, and I bet
not everything is on streaming.
Yeah, well, actually, I'll say this. Actually, that's another good point about the GameStop stuff, is that GameStop, the issue that they're doing with GameStop is going to have a whiplash effect that very well may put GameStop out of business, right? Not that they don't deserve it, let's be real, but the problem with that is that GameStop is the only really big dedicated physical media game store left, right? They took out all their competition. Funko Land, EB Games, and all them are gone, right? So if they go out of business, where are you going to get your games? Target, Walmart, and Best Buy, so it's going to have a very negative effect. Yeah, but it's going to on brick and mortar physical media. It's going to have a negative effect, right? It's going to have a very serious negative effect. Which luckily, I stopped gaming a long time ago. I don't buy games, so it's not really an issue for me. But I do worry if this had just happened to happen to a different, to the anime, industry, this could have been horrifying. In fact, I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want to own stock in Funimation, but I'd love to own stock in Media Blasters. I'd love to go down with that ship.
What's the stock on Discotech right now? Do they?
I don't think Discotech is publicly traded.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, I don't think they are. I think I looked into that at one point.
That definitely
because I want to have stock in that company just because I legitimately see my personal belief on stocks is that you should only buy stocks in companies that you believe in, that you want to do well. And because you're willing to invest a more targeted portfolio. And then if your company, I think Discotech, if they had been publicly traded and I had 300 shares in them, 2 years ago, I mean, I'd be filthy rich right now, even though they haven't gone up that much, but they're going places and I think they have been for quite some time. So if they were publicly traded, I mean, I would recommend people invest in them just for the sake of giving them liquidity that they can use to grow,
even just one share.
Mm-hmm. These taste worse every time I get them. Okay. Random Moment says that they don't do it in Canada anymore. The disc send out service. Yeah. So I hope you guys have your data handy. How many times a day do Japanese men adjust their junk? New survey investigates. So I read the article, and I'm just going to give you let me ask you before we go into it. If you had a ballpark, your ball handling, where would you put it?
Once a day, maybe twice.
Every time I put my pants back up.
That's fair. I didn't consider that. It's probably more 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, I was gonna say realistically, I'm thinking of a number like 3, right? But it's probably, but because I was thinking about it so much, I think it threw off the calculation because I just felt like my hand was there more often than it should have been, just because it was on the brain. But so they said here that underwear maker
himself again.
Underwear maker Wakol conducted a survey to find out how many times a day Japanese men adjust their junk. The internet survey of 2,121 men ranged from ages of 10 to 69. I like the idea that there's a 10-year-old on the internet. Mom, it says I need a dog so that I can access the website to do the survey. They want to know who buys my underwear and if I touch myself. Anyway, so they asked them a lot of questions, including how many times do men reposition their replicator. So the numbers came out to this: 25% said they do it 3 times a day, 18% said 2 times a day, 19% lied, 14% said 5 times a day, 11% said 1 time a day, 5% said 10 times or more. Somebody's calling me.
I think we got some serial masturbators on the strip.
Hello. If you were watching the podcast, it contextually would make sense. My wife's like, the door's shut, and I just heard, Mom! Okay, babe. Good night. Love you too. All right, bye. That's not awkward at all. All right. So anyway, yeah. So 10 times or more, 5%, 4% for 4 times, 2% for 6 times, 1% for 7 times, and 1% for 8 times. Here's how the numbers. To quote Short News 24. Let's take another look at the data. Arrange as a pie graph, because a bar graph would just be encouraging Japan to keep cracking dick jokes. So yeah, there you go. So it said here, while 3 adjustments a day seems to be the most common lifestyle, let's take a moment to admire the restraint, all-accepting attitude, or precision initial settings of the roughly 1 in 5 guys who slips on a pair of underwear in the morning and is set for the next 24 hours. Never once needing to move.
I mean, does taking it out to do your business, does that count?
No, I think that the pinch and roll and the shaft maneuvering through the outside of your pants is what they're discussing. Anyway, never once needing to move his manliest part. And at the same time, let's also appreciate the psychology of the 1 in 20 respondents who daily adjustments climb into the double digits. Out of respect for their dedication to pursuing their ideals and never settling for anything less than perfection, we salute them. Not just figuratively, but literally too, since we'd rather not shake their hands.
Cue that one Budweiser. Here's to you, self-adjusting guy.
All right, so the Love Hina creator weighs in on the cosplay regulation debate. So this is Ken Nakamatsu. So his wife is a cosplayer. So they're saying here he's able to see both sides of the debate or whatever. So Ken Nakamatsu, the creator of Love Hina and UQ Holder, has weighed in on the topic of the new cosplay regulations that we previously reported on late January, blah, blah, blah. We covered it last podcast. The regulations are being looked at by the Japanese government to protect both the cosplayer and the copyright holder, as there are no laws currently in place for both parties in the age of social media. Right, I'll just correct this statement. This would be like saying the government is currently looking for ways to protect both the hedge funds and the millions of people who fucked them over. Right? Yeah. Right, that's pretty much what it is, right? They're not looking for ways to protect the cosplayer. How many cosplayers actually got sued for cosplaying? I think you could count on one hand the number, and it's probably 0.
Yeah.
was like, oh, you want to try to sue me for dressing up as that character from that show? It's like, yeah, prove that people only, took my picture and gave me money because
prove it's
me. Prove it's me underneath all that makeup. Yeah. Says the girl on her OnlyFans.
Yeah.
Japan's Minister of State, Shinji Inoue, has stated that these new laws are for everyone's benefit and is discussing plans with IP holders and cosplayers, including Inako. Name drop. Akamatsu appeared on Abema News to talk about the new regulations, looking at both sides of the situation. As a manga creator, who is also the managing director of the Japan Cartoonists Association, that's not a weird phrase, he can see the issue from the creator's perspective, but can also see it from a cosplayer's perspective through his wife, Kana Nakamatsu, who is a professional cosplayer and ex-idol. The Negima creator said that the media coverage surrounding the matter has caused confusion and that, quote, unlike merchandise, cosplay doesn't interfere too much with a manga artist's profits, and I haven't seen any rights holders against it. Akamatsu's solution for the matter is for companies to post online their own guidelines for cosplayers. Right. Like fucking Ava posting like, remember, don't loot our characters.
Yeah. Despite the fact
good luck with that.
Their advertising is freaking, oh man, I need to watch Evangelion again.
25 years of fan art just get redacted all at once.
Yes.
Yeah.
Out of existence.
It's like you got that one guy who's in who still has dial-up, and it's like, come on, I've been waiting 20 years for this image to finish loading.
I got 3 pixels in the last 10 minutes. I can do this. Come on.
Yeah, and then they pass the law, and the loading image for the 90s porn site starts loading backwards and erasing it. Let's see. Guidelines for cosplayers, much like game companies do for live streaming video games, saying, quote, we writers, publishers, and animation studios should be proactive in setting guidelines and creating a common sense so cosplay can be protected and grow. So there's a question here. What's the OCA podcast position on Dojin?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
We're pro yaoi dojins?
Well, it's got to be all for it or not for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how do we get Augie on board?
We can't have our full package Ray Fudas. We can't. If we can't have that, we can't have anything else.
Yeah, we can't have Reese on the podcast. I mean, come on now.
Otakuso says yes. Yeah, when you tell the internet to do something, the internet is going to do the opposite. I can't believe they haven't figured this out yet, right?
Oh, maybe they have, and that was the idea. They wanted to spread more fan art and more advertising for.
That's actually an interesting idea. That might be how you get, that might be a viral marketing strategy for the Ava movie. Hey, don't post any porn. Well, if I have to,
Oh no!
If you really want me to.
Oh God, my finger.
You guys seen Chimonetta? You know that chick who's the artist that's voiced by Brittany Karbowski, who has to draw with her mouth these dirty things.
I haven't, but you've piqued my curiosity.
That was one of the options for the Watch Club Professors or something.
Fuck, it was shit.
Okay. Or maybe next time. Anyways.
No. We'll get there at some point during this podcast, and I'll explain my reasoning for why I picked a different show. But I'm okay with. We'll discuss it when we get there. Anyway, continue with your point.
Yes, is good.
Green line. Did you want
sorry.
to say more?
Just getting back to the point of the article and whatnot.
Yeah.
Getting back to what we were talking
about.
Shimonetta
girl who draws with her mouth. What about it?
Oh yeah, no, sorry. That point was just she's just drawing super crazy and stuff. So if you haven't seen it, well then the point kind of ends there because she's drawing lewd pictures with her mouth and acting all crazy. That was just the point. Was just to point out that character.
Okay. Yes. I haven't seen it, but I probably know the character, just I don't know them by name or whatever because I haven't actually watched it. But I do want to address E. Castro tried to help me articulate. I think I get the image you're trying to get across. Let me know if this is accurate. Will Turner's dad and Davy Jones in Pirates of the Caribbean. Not quite, but referring to the moist swamp skin or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, also, Random Moment said they never did it in Canada, referring to the Netflix thing. And apparently, if I manspread, it's not a problem. That's cool. I'm doing it right now. Oh, okay. This is in reference to the
technically you aren't touching yourself.
Jumping jacks. What about jumping jacks?
Wanting to reproduce with women, they much rather jerk to digital anime characters. I mean, who wouldn't? The IP holders. Thank you, Reese, for commenting as me. By the way, make sure. Oh no, I don't have to give that disclaimer because we aren't streaming to our 6th option yet. Never mind. I was going to tell people not to post links, but it's all right. Okay. Anyway, all right, cool. We're here. All right. So yeah. So I'll just say this about game companies. Any game company who wants to give me limitations to what I can do with their property is a game company I don't want to support and stream their content. Shout out to Minecraft, who lets me do whatever I want and use their music.
Yeah.
So we writers, publishers, and animation studios should be proactive in setting guidelines and creating a common sense so cosplay can be protected and grow. So are you saying that we need to limit people's ability to crossplay, have weight limitations on who can cosplay certain characters, which some people would be in favor of?
Right.
Yeah.
Skin color limitations.
Oh, fuck that. Oh.
Right.
Can't
yeah.
wait till
You gotta stay in your lane, right? Don't you know?
Yeah, I can't wait till the first for the first company to virtue signal with this, and I'm gonna have to make a shitty ass cosplay just to fuck them on the next podcast.
I'm gonna be heavily entertained if that happens, or when it does happen. I'm just gonna sit back.
Be that afro wielding black girl in Cowboy Bebop.
Right.
No, we gotta have AC cosplay as the Dusty Dark Elf.
I think I can
just
pull
to
it off.
really fuck with people. Like, wrong gender, wrong skin color.
The whole point is to like advertise and shit. That's why Minecraft lets a bunch of people stream it, play it. Mm-hmm. Hey, that's how I got into Minecraft. That's why I went to the store and bought it, and Mojang got my money.
Yeah, Minecraft. Wait, you bought it from a store?
Yeah, I bought the physical disc version of it.
They have a physical disc for the PC version, or did you buy it for like Xbox?
I bought it for Xbox.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
I've
bought like 7 accounts so far because I need different camera accounts and whatnot.
Right.
Anyway, so Akamatsu believes that the Japanese government, who sent Prime Minister Shinzo Abe to the 2016 Rio Olympics cosplaying as Mario, doesn't want to set harsh restrictions on cosplay and see the industry disappear, but wants to get ahead of the law in case the issue does come up in court between cosplayers and copyright holders. This echoes what Inako has said in her discussions with Inoue. Mainichi, the Shimbun, the newspaper, is reporting that the government will review commercial copyright rules regarding fair use to see what might need to be changed or updated. So they haven't explicitly said this yet, but I just want to say you can thank Joe Biden, I'm sure, for putting us back into the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which only works if everybody agrees to it. So that's fucking fantastic. In more news, pay animation director after non-payment. IG Port says, we will take appropriate measures to deal with the parties concerned, whatever that means. So Anime Studio and Signal MD was forced by the Japan Fair Trade Commission to fulfill a contract with animation director Shiro Kudaka after a producer at the company wouldn't pay Kudaka the full amount he was owed and was found to be violating the Subcontract Act. Japanese website JCast released a report about the incident with an interview from Kudaka, a statement from Signal MD's parent company, IG Port, confirming the report, and a statement from a representative from the Japan Fair Trade Commission. Well, I guess we get to read all that. That's great. Okay. Kudaka, in an interview with the Japanese website JK, God damn it.
We're back.
If you haven't noticed yet, I have the hiccups. Sorry. I'm trying real hard to get through
I will
these.
also be right back.
All right, man. Kudaka, in an interview with Japanese website JCast, explained that he's been contracted by Signal.md as an animation director for an upcoming TV anime series to air in 2021 and was to be paid 360,000 yen or 3,438 US dollars. How many episodes? How many days do you think the director has to work on an episode?
Who knows? Probably depends on the contract or the show or whatever their time
Ballpark.
limitations.
Do you think it's 7 days, 5 days, 20 days?
I don't know. I couldn't even begin. Probably a week, I would say, on average, maybe.
Okay.
If I had to guess.
So I'm going to say this is roughly what I would make with a week's worth of work in the industry. So it seems very low. And I'm hoping he's only being paid for one episode, right? Because that's a really low rate for a director. Because I'm not director like level, right? Like I don't want to control people, so I don't like to be in that position. But that's a horrible way to phrase it, technically. But you get what I mean. Like I'm not at that level. I choose not to be at that level, so I don't make more than I currently ask for. But I would get more than this in 7 days is at what I do. So that's kind of alarming for Japan to be paying their directors this.
Yeah.
Anyway,
doesn't Japan kind of like tend to lock people into like like
shitty contracts?
Yeah, well, kind of, where it's, they give them like a flat rate and that's it or something like that. I seem to recall remembering hearing something about like it's the studios really like screw over all the people that work for them, basically.
Well, specifically, what I remember is that anyway, what I remember is that the directors get paid more than the animators, right? So what they try to do is that they try to get the directors to do all of their work as quickly as possible by rushing the episode out, right? And that's why the broadcast version of shows often looks like ass compared to the Blu-ray version, because once they're done with getting it out to broadcast, they can go back later after the directorial stuff has been done to clean it up. And the hourly rate that they pay the animators is so much lower. They're not paying the hourly rate of the director for the time it takes for the director to also be there for the episode production, right? So I don't know if that's what you're referring to, but there's probably a lot of shady shit going on with the industry.
It might have been the animators I was thinking of. I remember reading an article or hearing something about it. It might have been on one of your shows from a while ago.
It probably was.
That I guess like it's like predatory practices that locks a lot of those people into like really crappy wages.
Yeah, in general, the animation industry in Japan, the animation industry in general all over the world is predatory. It is. So anyway, just to get through this real quick, it says, as an upfront fee, Signal MD paid Kudaka 180,000 yen or $1,719 US and was set to pay the animator at the completion of work on his end. So was he a director or an animator?
Maybe
he's both. As an animation director. Okay, well, I don't know if I can trust Crunchyroll's reporting. Shiro Kudaka has worked as the animation director on episode 44 of Black Clover, episode 18 of Loop on the Third, part 5, and The Blade of the Phantom Master. Well, there's your problem. Kudaka has also been a key animator on the original Sailor Moon series, Pokemon anime series, and Neon Genesis Evangelion. Kudaka stated that he was, quote, careless at some points in the negotiation process because he never got the contract in writing, and explained it was because, quote, in the animation industry, there are many oral agreements.
No, that'll what gets you.
Yeah, well, yeah. And, quote, money was tight at the time and was okay with it when it was agreed I'd be paid twice, right? So he has since asked for contracts to be in writing rather than set orally. In Japan, an oral contract is a legal one, but hard to enforce if it ever goes to court. Well, duh. That's why you don't do them. That's why you do them in writing. The issues between Kudaka and Signal MD started in December 2019 when a producer at Signal. Wait, hold up. Real quick. Addressing. Well, two things here. I predict the studios that allow cosplay and fan art will get a huge boost compared to studios that do not. Yes. Also, Randall said, South Park turns around a whole episode in a week. Anime would be much longer. Yes, South Park not only does that, they do it in Maya. So they actually are doing it in a 3D program where you can undo and change timing on stuff real easily. And he said months, probably months, referring to each episode. I don't know that if they're working on multiple episodes at once, yeah, I don't know. I assume that they are to some degree working on 2 or 3 episodes at a time, maybe. But I don't know. Anyway, but where was I? Oh yeah. So anyway, what I'm getting at here is the issue started in December 2019, and I don't know if this is going to circle back to this, but it says the TV anime series was set to air in 2021. So that's probably towards December 20. That's the end of 2019. So perhaps a whole year of production before a series airing in 2021, but we'll see. So starting in December 2019, when a producer at Signal MD claimed that Kudaka had not done much work and was going to pay the rest of the contract when Kudaka had actually shown some progress. Boy, that's some shitty ass bossing there. Kudaka responded to that by claiming at the time not many animation cuts had come in to be checked, and it was Signal MD's job to send the animation cuts drawn by animators to Kudaka. Negotiations reportedly got heated when Kudaka explained this to a producer. Boy, have I been in these exact conversations before. Due to the anime not releasing until 2021, in January 2020, Kudaka went back to his hometown for a Buddhist memorial service and was contacted by the Signal MD producer. Kudaka says the unnamed producer was displeased with the amount of work that had been done so far and said if the work wasn't completed by the end of February, the producer will take back the work already completed and not pay a yen in return. Well, shit, man. This is when Kudaka went to the Japan Fair Trade Commission to launch an investigation on the issue. It wasn't until January 25th, 2021, when Kudaka heard back from the JFTC that the matter had been settled and Signal MD had been instructed to pay the full amount owed to Kudaka. Kudaka says he, quote, was so shocked. It's really hard for me to make a living from this line of work, but was very happy at the outcome and hopes that his fellow animators won't have to go through this. A representative from the JFTC who works in the subcontracting department said to JCast that while they can't discuss individual cases, Article 3 is the heart of the Subcontract Act. The article states that when someone places an order to a subcontractor, you must submit an order form with the specified items on it. The fact that the company has failed to comply with this provision means that it has been found to be in breach of Article 3, Section 1 of the Act. JCast contacted Signal MD's parent company, IG Port, for a comment, who replied with, quote, it is a fact that our subsidiary Signal MD received written guidance from the Japan Fair Trade Commission on January 19, 2021. After confirming the facts, we will take appropriate measures to deal with the parties concerned, and at the same time, the entire group, including Signal MD, will strive to ensure thorough compliance and sound management in compliance with the law. Damn, sounds like they got fucked by the long arm of the law.
Well, yeah, because they were probably doing some shady illegal crap, and I guess whatever Japanese government case manager got this case probably was like, okay, yeah, no, this isn't gonna work. Sorry, guys, and came down on them.
Oh no, trust me.
Personally,
I'll tell you,
it sounds like this guy lucked out, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this much: the company that I worked for straight out of college were extremely predatory in the sense that they consider me an exempt employee from overtime and double time pay, which in California, you receive overtime for any minute past 8 hours of work during the day. And you get double time. So overtime is time and a half. That's your hourly rate plus 50% more.
Yeah.
Double time is twice your hourly rate. You're supposed to get double time for every minute worked after 12 hours worth of work. And there were at least 2 or 3 occasions at this company where I clocked in at 9 a.m. and I clocked out at 5 p.m. the following day. So you would expect quite a big, amount of money coming in for those horrible, all-nighters and whatnot. But no, I didn't get any overtime at all or double time because they consider me an exempt employee. What is an exempt employee, you might ask? Well, it's an employee whose job is so easy that you could literally just grab some guy off the street to fulfill that position same day. A position that I went to school for 3 straight years to gain a degree and thousands of hours of practice, certification, and programs that, so definitely exempt, right?
Mhm.
So anyway, yeah. And then these people hired people straight out of college, straight out of this specific school that I went to, and then cycled them out every time a new, basically every 3 months when the quarter would end and a new fresh recruits were coming out, they would just keep cycling them out because you could take advantage of people who are trying to get their career started. So, yeah, the animation industry, any industry in the effects, world is predatory, right? You're going to find predatory places. And it's because, look, to be honest, computing power, especially when I first graduated, sucks, right? You sit there for a render that takes an hour and a half to render for one frame. So, of course, a company is going to try to get around paying you because who wants to pay an employee to sit there for an hour and a half and just stare at the screen while it's rendering, Yeah. So, in fact, the company that I worked for, they would bill the clients for 2K size renders that they would render at 720p in upscale, because, quote, it's more realistic when it's blurry, right? It looks more authentic. Anyway, the O in OCA podcast is here. Awesome. Welcome, Oscar.
I'm glad you could show up.
Yes. Had to get the audio correct again. So what's
Had to get the
on?
groceries?
Started off with
GameStop?
GameStop with the hedge fund, and the brokerage are trying to kill the company, but the smaller investors are coming in and accidentally just raise it up high and have illegal lobbying and stuff. I guess so.
I would not say that they're accidentally.
So go for it.
Yeah, I don't think they're accidentally raising it up.
Can I briefly say something in regards to the current article? It's kind of a bit off topic, though. Like, it bugs me when people address the Western anime industry and they're a bunch of scumbags over Funimation and Sony, which is true. There are scumbags there at Sony and Funimation, but they like to ignore that these people exist everywhere, like in Japan as well.
Yeah.
Well, the industry as a whole is extremely predatory, and you got to understand.
That's what I was saying earlier. Is I seem to recall reading something about Japan being notorious for it.
Here's the thing. This is just the nature. So they always talk about the starving artist. The reason an artist is starving, aka the reason that painting cost $80,000 or whatever, is because art takes a long time to produce, right? And the thing about art is that what you're producing that took you 20, 30, 40, 100 hours to produce, it's like, wow, that's beautiful. But that ain't worth 100 hours of your time. You know what I mean? And that's the shame to being an artist, is that it takes a very long time to produce anything, and it's not worth, even if you just paid minimum wage, right? Even if you just paid, let's say, $15 an hour times 100 hours, that's not worth it for somebody to get whatever the output is, right? So you have to sort of gamify it and turn it into how can we churn this shit out fast, right? And then it becomes less about artistic integrity and more about fast return, right?
Yeah.
And then the product gets cheaper and less artistically. What's the word I'm looking for? The integrity, the artistic integrity diminishes significantly. for getting shit out fast, you know. So again, I don't see the animation industry ever being fair. It's not going to get fair because nobody wants to pay what it would cost for it to be fair. Nobody. Look, you think Aniplex prices are bad? You know, imagine 10 times that.
Yeah.
That's what you'd have to pay for the industry to get better. For the actual artist. But the thing is that most artists like myself are just complete fucking masochists who will sit in front of a computer for 70 days straight, churning out some bullshit, you know, so that you guys can give me a like on a video, you know. So appreciate it. I also take cash or check and Bitcoin. But anyways,
I try.
I appreciate it. By the way, I do want to mention like I'm not trying to turn this into like, hey, send us more money. But I did upgrade us to the pro version of StreamYard so that I could stream to more places. And I mean, we've got the pen and paper podcast, so that's cool that we've got an extra viewer through Twitch already. But I'm just saying we're basically paying double now. So previously I was paying, I think, $6 a month for StreamYard because technically the value coming in through Patreon was covering the other amount per month. But now I'm paying like $26 a month for StreamYard, which I'm happy to do because I do think that StreamYard has been an absolute joy to work with compared to you know, once we lost Google Hangouts, once everybody lost it, I think that this has been a tremendously good platform for us and has really helped the podcast to survive. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm hoping, and I've already failed tonight on asking people to remember to share this podcast with your friends so that we can get more viewers and, you know, more loyal audience. But anyway, I'm gonna digress on that and get back to the article here. So what was I talking about here? The issues between, we were talking about that. I think I might have gotten through most of it. Complies with the law. Yeah. So it is not known what the project within Signal MD was, but it was scheduled for spring 2021. But due to the current circumstances, the schedule may have changed, and the anime studio has many TV anime series to be released in 2021. So it is also not known if Shiro Kudaka will be credited for it or not. That'd be interesting. Anyway. So there's that. Now we've got one more thing before we end our opening discussions. I believe there's only one more thing.
We're still in opening discussion.
Yes. Resident Evil Village actor Janet Mouse has passed away at 39 years old.
I hate to hear that, but what will happen to the production?
I believe she was done with it already. So.
Oh, okay.
She died. She was battling colon cancer for 8 months. And is survived by her fiance, who is definitely not a porn star, named Dusty Warren. All right. Yeah, so Capcom Dev Team 1 tweeted this out. We here at Capcom R&D 1 are deeply saddened to hear about the passing of Janet Mouse, or Moss, I don't know, the talented actress who helped bring several different characters, including our witches, to the world in Resident Evil Village. Our hearts go out to her family and loved ones. So I think that what they're saying is the best way to honor her is to not cancel the game for being lewd and to continue to lewd the characters. I think that's what they said there.
Yeah, that's exactly what they said there.
All right, so we've got...
It's actually, I think it's more like guilting people into buying the game.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, hey, if you support the game, you support her memory.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's be real. Who knew who she was before? In fact, I think they had some of the other stuff she did.
It doesn't matter. They're gonna go. They these soulless companies. They just kind of like, oh, anything to try to. Yeah. Never mind.
Push sales. I gotcha. So let's do some. Let's do the, what do you call it? The pickups. Boy. Guys, I have been up since 7 a.m. I wanted a nap so badly today. I've had 3 coffees, 1 triple espresso, 2 Dr. Peppers, 1 can, 1 giant ass one, and an energy drink. So I'm doing great.
What else have you ate?
I mean, I've got some Del Taco caramel cheesecake bites in here.
Yeah, you're going to need to go use the toilet soon.
I didn't have all those things since I started the podcast.
Yeah, but that much coffee and an energy drink on top of that with potential grease from the food, that's a concoction for some shitty aftermath, I tell you.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Hey, it's
Do you
a
have any
blessing in
pickups, Aggie?
disguise.
I
Yeah,
accidentally
sure. It'll
closed
be a while before I make this video.
all those tabs. So that's fantastic.
Well, he joined that Greenland for 743. Do you have any pickups?
Okay.
Oh, am I going first?
Well, after you have
Is that what this is? I'm going first.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, you put it on me the minute I step away for a hot minute, and so I have to like. So I have nothing, but I do want to show Dan something because he gave me a hard time last week. So this is like a couple months out that I picked this up.
What?
For
Okay.
the
Ooh,
Kill la
sweet.
Kill.
Yeah,
Right
the
on.
Kill la Kill Beach. This is the wet version. So there's a bunch of like moisture drops on her body
Right,
that are
that's what
like
it
water
is.
droplets.
She's
Does
got,
that
she
one
got
have a
over that
stand?
Angelina Jolie look.
The moist.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the
Exactly.
moist podcast.
The moist
No.
podcast.
The moist. Yeah. Hey.
That's
Hey.
what I got.
I'm really sad that
Nice.
we didn't get that 6th streaming option going.
That's it. And just to shove it in Dan's face because he gave me a hard time for giving a hard time to Kill la Kill, which I do enjoy, for the record.
Well then, does it have a stand with it?
It does. It's a beach with the scissor blade, and there's a little bit of ocean in there, a little
Okay.
bit of water.
So to begin with, since it'll be a while since I can film it, I have discotheque titles with second season of Symphogear. G. Give it a classic spin. Moving on to Geno Cyber, baby. I love how it portrays the violence in this one. It's unforgiving, and you're gonna film a war scene. God damn it, you fill a war scene to the balls. That and I forgot the name of the song, but at least mute AC while he does that. Angel Dreamer is one of the highlight tracks I really like about this series. Then we have Kissexus. Finally, after all these years.
A complete over.
Just the
I don't know what you said. Then we have The Legend of Black Kevin on Blu-ray. Then Hajime no Ippo, which I have a video of. And the first collection of the Blu-ray. And then for some reason, Castle of Cagliostro on 4K.
Hold on, I need to see something real quick. They're saying that, yeah, Nezuko ends up right in the between Dan and Augie.
Oh
good.
no! Oh god! Demon Slayer indeed.
Which comment said that?
Random 11,
Random 11.
the most recent comment.
Right in between the cams.
Look, here, I'll just pop it on screen. Nezuko's right in between the cams.
Nezuko. Who's Nezuko?
Also, Pen and Paper Podcast says, "Step on me, mommy."
Oh yeah, Pen and Paper Podcast. Do you prefer 3.5 D&D or 5th Ed for starting a campaign? Some argue that 5th Ed makes it too simplified. Others say they like the, what do you call it, the customization of 3.5 better. What's your take on it? Also, I'm at 93 subscribers, so if you can, check it out. Just type in Augie Anime and you can find my channel. But that's all my pickups that I'll share for now.
All right, real quick, I want to. That was a burn from Reese that didn't land because I clicked away too quickly. I want to address Pen and Paper said Sakuga is the cost. Gotta animate the movement. Yeah. Because they send everything else. They do the keyframes, and they send everything else to Korea and China to do the in-betweens. Unless you're Studio Milipensi. I don't know that studio. Also, old man says, years ago, my grocery store used to pay overtime, but the state mandated that if you worked 40 plus hours, you had to get benefits. So they cut everybody's hour to less than 35 per week. Yeah, the warehouse I used to work at, they had this thing where they would find ways to, like, for instance, I worked 3 12-hour shifts so that they didn't have to pay me overtime as often, because if you work 3 12-hour shifts, you're only working 36 hours. And because in Arizona, overtime doesn't kick in after that 1 minute past. Overtime doesn't kick in at that first minute past 8 hours. It kicks in for that first minute past 40 hours for the week. So yeah, they have all sorts of ways to make it fun about it. Pen and Paper Podcast says, I think it's a little cheaper, but the UI sucks balls. I feel like I missed something here. Is this in reference to StreamYard? I'm not sure what you're referring to being cheaper. Maybe it didn't get posted to YouTube. Maybe they pulled it out. I don't know. Anyway, and he says, we play 5th.
Oh, that's D&D.
Yeah, I like 3.5. It's how I started, but if you're going to do it, why not play Pathfinder?
I would counter and ask why Pathfinder if you have GURPS or Hero System, but that depends on your setting too. So go with what you like.
We should get Pen and Paper to do if we ever do our gaming stream, we should get him to be our dungeon master.
What's the setting for the potential stream anyway?
We have no idea. It's entirely hypothetical at this point.
I did get a set of D&D dice this week, by the way.
Cool.
Just because I don't play D&D whatsoever, I just wanted to have a set, just to have a set.
No. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to see that abuse. All right, so I don't have
waiting for that.
I don't have any pickups right now. I probably will soon. I really need to get a P.O. box. Things will be a little bit less contentious.
How much would that be in California? Over here, if
I don't
you
know.
get the biggest one, it's like $250 a year.
Month? A year? 250 and 250?
$250 a year for the biggest box.
See, okay, here's a service. Look, young entrepreneurs here. If you want to make it big, here's what you need to do. Make a service that acts as a P.O. box that just forwards to the actual address. Every fucking YouTuber will use that service so that their audience can send to an address that won't give them, access to their actual house, so they don't come drop by. And then you just forward the mail to their actual house so they don't even have to come to you. Right? Like, I cannot believe that that's not something the post office offers. So I think that would be a great service. I would pay for it. I'd love to start that service, but that sounds like a logistical nightmare. And obviously you need a lot of money to start, but cool. Pen and Paper said they'd be down for some one-shots. So yeah, I don't know when we would do that, but and agreed on GURPS, whatever that means.
Cool.
Because the majority of us have never played D&D, and we are mostly doing it so we can play as the wheelchair characters, or like whatever. Like we'll just do whatever. We're gonna make it the most uncomfortable, weird stream ever, and then hire some Draw My Life Fiverr account to draw it for us. Anyway, so do we have you have pickups, right, Reese? You have something you want to share? Yep, I saw.
Show us those Reese pieces.
I don't have.
I saw something in the added images that I didn't add, but is that for later?
Oh, it's just for later. Yes.
Okay, then I will not.
I did. Hold on. Give you stall for 1 minute.
Okay, I'm just going to go on. There's no other pickups.
I don't
Right?
have anything.
All right, cool. I'm going to jump right in. We're only an hour and a half in, and just now getting past opening discussion, so that's a good track record for us. The first Shin Ultraman feature film teaser has been posted online. So this is Hideaki Anno's Ultraman film. Because he did Shin Godzilla, so now he's doing Shin Ultraman. Don't know what he'll do next. I can't think of anything else that he could shin. Shin Sailor Moon would be funny though. Anyway,
No.
Shin Gamera would make more sense.
Shin Gamera.
Cells at Work is to be the first new TV anime broadcast on Chinese TV in 14 years. So that sounds crazy. And then you think, oh, Chinese TV must be the name of the channel. So the last TV anime series shown was Case Closed in 2007. Nishi Nippon Shimbun reported today that the popular entertainment TV anime series Cells at Work, which we're watching for the next podcast, and is available on Netflix for everybody to partake in.
Well, except for the OVA.
Well,
Oh, big whoop. The main characters aren't even featured in the OVA. It's kind of boring, honestly.
Shots fired. Will be broadcast on China Central Television, a state-owned and run TV network in the country. The first new TV anime to be broadcast on TV in China in 14 years. This sounds weird. Does China really not have anime, like new anime on it or whatever?
Apparently
the move is seen
Not
to be
on
both
state channels, probably.
But see, like they phrased it like that.
Well, I mean, I'm sure
broadcast on China Central Television, but then they go on to say
I'm sure they have like Crunchyroll and Funimation, not literally Crunchyroll.
They probably have like ATX or services that they can tap into.
They probably have streaming. Yeah, well, they probably have streaming services, but I'm talking about like this is probably like state television.
If there was ever a deterrent to communism, it's the fact that the newest anime to come out since Case Closed in 2007 is Cells at Work, right?
Yeah, and it's not even. Is it the first season of Cells at Work, and not even the new season?
Yeah, not even.
I can see this being aired in China because it's kind of like quote unquote edutainment.
It said right there. Chinese anime fans access anime through streaming websites such as Bilibili, which is
Bilibili. That's what I'm saying.
So they have access.
Yeah, they have it. I know. I was just saying, like, my anti-communist joke was lost on everybody for taking it literally.
It's kind of. I think that's why Cells at Work is the one, because everybody's wearing red.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you for taking my butt and knocking it out of the park.
No, there's probably some truth to that. I bet you there's.
Speaking of red, these are the dice I got this last week.
Right on. But is it 16-sided? Or 20-sided? Or whatever.
One is 20-sided.
Yeah, there's
one with the 12 up is the 20 side.
There's a 10, there's a 12, there's two 10s. There's actually two 10s. There's a 12, there's a 20, there's a 4, there's a 6.
Yeah, I'm there.
Pen and Paper Podcast says Code Black is so much better. I should have popped that up before I put up the... No, Code Black Cells at Work.
Oh.
Yeah, it's because we're all talking about Mountain Dew here.
Hey, someone might have a random thought.
They have their own made anime, like the Karl Marx biography, right? Which has not been anime, okay, so
honestly, I feel like the fudge system would be easy for us to go through.
Anyway, all right. Well, I'm done with this topic. I'm gonna move on. Mobile Suit Gundam, the anime that started it all, launches on Crunchyroll, so you can now watch the original Mobile Suit Gundam.
Is it including that one episode that's not included in the?
I think it's like number 14.
Something like that.
Let's find out. Right, that makes sense. They're all backwards. Great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Looks like there's none missing. 22, 26,
52
30.
episode.
Well, I mean, it only goes to 42, but surely.
I think it was
okay. Here's what we'll see. Yeah, here's what we'll see.
I think it's supposed to be 43 instead of 42.
Okay.
So
no, they don't have it.
All right.
It is missing whatever episode it is.
Right. Viewers also liked Key the Metal Idol. Right. That's
you like it?
So, yeah, because it's exactly like Gundam. Moving on. All right. All words in the Evangelion theme were replaced by a cat meow in an official remake by the original singer. Now, it's exactly what you expect it to be, but it's still kind of funny to watch. Every syllable was replaced with every single syllable was replaced with meow. So, and it's by the original singer. And the funny thing about it is that they redid the opening with all the characters of cats. And it says Neko instead of Nerve.
Well, when G-Kids releases this had better be on that release.
Yeah.
As a special feature. Or it's a no-buy from me.
I'm surprised Evangelion doesn't have like
if you don't have the Spike Spencer dub, it'll be okay as long as this is on the bonus disc.
Even if it's an SD.
Ghibli's Earwig and the Witch is dated for home video and digital platforms. So they had a limited theatrical run, and HBO Max streaming will debut in February.
Next week.
Yep, that's great. Digital platform debut on March 23rd, followed by a Blu-ray/DVD release on August 6th. So we already kind of know about this. Just a little recap. There you go. I guess I got to figure out if I'm going to go see this. I don't know how I would unless I go to another freaking drive-in. Demon Slayer TV anime helped bring Kansai TV back from the red. So obviously we're covering this because this is our Semen Slayer podcast. Oh, look, it's that scene. So the one of the TV stations that rebroadcast the show is back in the black from this show bringing in so many viewers, which we'll talk about whether or not we agree with that or not during the Watch Club later. Also, referring to theatrical news here, Demon Slayer Mugen Train takes the #1 spot for the 14th time in total. So you'll recall, it set a record at 11, I believe. And then it also broke that record the next week at 12. And then fucking Gintama comes out, and it goes to the #2 spot for 1 week. Literally because the creator of Gintama made the fucking gift with purchase, if you go see the Gintama movie, fan art of the characters from Demon Slayer instead of Gintama related to bump it out of there. And you know that every person who bought that ticket to go see Gintama bought that ticket and then went to go see this movie again just to get that stupid thing. And they broke the streak. And now they're back in it for the 14th time, right? So this is unprecedented once again. But then again, how many movies is it competing with, right? You know, in the box office
Monster
this year?
Hunter and
Well, I'll tell you this much. If that movie even makes it in the top 10, is it in here? Actually, it's right here. No, it was terrible. Fucking awful movie. So yeah, there you go. All right. Anyway, there's more news on this. Demon Slayer Mugen Train makes over 36.5 billion yen, or $351.6 million US dollars, in its first 100 days in the Japanese box office. Nothing else highlighted there. Japanese box office posts lowest revenue in 20 years in 2020, despite Demon Slayer's record-breaking run. That's kind of astounding, right? I mean, I guess it makes sense considering how few movies actually were in the box office. But considering we're going to cover some other stuff in a bit, I guess actually, Now that I think about it, now that I'm forced to think about it live on the podcast, I realize the other thing I'm going to show off isn't that extraordinary when you really look at all the details. But despite Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, the movie Mugen Train, releasing last year and being the highest-grossing film in the Japanese film history, the overall Japanese box office takings for 2020 were the lowest in 20 years, recording only 143.285 billion yen, or 1.380 billion US dollars in revenue. A 55% drop from the record high last year and the lowest amount since 2000, reported by the Motion Picture Producers Association of Japan. Admissions were down 54.5% from 2019, with only 161.3 million people going to theaters in 2020.
God, at least they still could go to theaters.
Right? Dan says, with the fresh memory of going to a drive-in with me and my kids still in his memory.
Now, granted, I think other states also have theaters that are open, but California is in its own little bubble.
Yes.
Or I should say nightmare.
Hey, I got my Recall
nightmare.
Gavin Newsom petition in the mail today. 1,017 films were released in Japanese cinemas last year, a drop of 261 from 20. Guys, like, really? Only a drop of 209 of was it 261? That's unbelievable. 1,017 films were released in Japan. So that must be like a couple of Japanese movies and every other movie that was released in any theater in the history of the world in 2020, right? Of those films, 506 were Japanese made. That's still a fucking ton, man. With 511 being foreign films, including Hollywood films. Only one film out of the over 1,000 grossed more than 10 billion yen in 2020, Demon Slayer Mugen Train. The second highest grossing film of 2020 in Japan was Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker. That's a shame.
I was about to say, like, really?
That's 70.5.
They wanted something to laugh at.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That movie sucked.
So here are the top 10 Japanese-made films of 2020 at the box office. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Mugen Train. From Today, It's My Turn. Confidence Man JP. Episode of The Princess. That's a great name. Doraemon Nobita's New Dinosaur. Stigmatized Properties. Ito. Violet Evergarden, the movie. Kaiji, Final Game. Oh, there's a Kaiji movie that came out last year. Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Feel, Part 3, Spring Song. That's too high on this list. My Hero Academia, Heroes Rising. That is as well. And here are the top 4 foreign films released in Japan. Star Wars, Rise of the Skywalker, Parasite.
That was a good movie.
Also too high.
No, Parasite was a good movie.
Fucking hate that movie. I brought that movie up on the podcast when the trailer dropped. And I broke from protocol of, like, clearly this is a live action film that's not even based on an anime or any of that, you know. I wanted to share it with people because I thought the trailer looked amazing. And then everybody started talking about it. And they were jerking off about it. And they Academy Award won it and everything. And then I watched it and I'm like, wow, that movie sucked. Like,
I thought
let me rephrase that. I don't think the movie sucked, but I do not think, I didn't even see any of the other movies. But there is no way, like was it 1914? What was the name of the movie, the war movie?
1917?
1917? Yeah, that movie had to have been so awful for it to have not won. Because Parasite was not worth.
Objectively, it was a much better movie than Parasite, but...
Wow, this is a shame.
Parasite was a good movie.
Guys, here are the top 4 foreign films released in Japan: Star Wars, Parasite, Tenet, and Cats.
Don't get much foreign movies.
At least Tenet is better than Cats. I mean,
yeah.
I never saw it either.
Well, I didn't see it, but it's a Christopher Nolan film, so I can assume it was better.
I got it for Christmas. It's pretty good. I enjoyed it.
Right on. Okay, I'm going to move on just because we got a lot to get through.
Next article.
Goblin Slayer TV anime season 2 announced with new visual. Let's see the new visual. I haven't seen it yet.
Sweet.
I'm excited for this one.
Me too.
I was worried because I was reading that, like, the movie didn't do well in Japan. So
the movie was fucking the movie was terrible.
I still haven't seen the movie. Actually,
Yeah, have you seen
Same
it?
here.
No, I haven't seen it. I'm going off of my pal Reese's opinions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's like half an
I'm
hour.
your backup dancer to this complaint.
It was literally half an hour of recap and then an hour of content.
I mean that sucks. But
So-
I mean, okay. Regardless, I'm glad it's getting a second. I really enjoyed the first season.
I did.
Cowboy.
Oh, yeah. What I'm worried about is Tanya the Evil, but let's see what happens later for that one.
Yeah.
Oh, is that getting another season? I hope it does.
It has a movie, but no announcement of a
Monica the
season
Evil?
yet. But it's an isekai quartet, so you'd think something would happen.
We're still waiting for Funimation to release that movie. I mean, Crunchyroll showed it in
That's true.
theaters.
Right.
I haven't seen that movie either, but I did see the
wait to
series.
hear Monica Rial in another movie.
Yeah, it is Monica
Yeah,
Rial
it's
in the
like
lead.
Monica the Evil.
Oh well, whatever. They all hire the same people.
Can't wait to
Yeah.
watch that movie in sub. All right, so
No,
continuing.
it's funny because there's a clip where she's like shitting all over God, and it's like, yeah, that sounds like Monica.
Yeah, right. Like that's why they hired her for that role. Yeah, going back to the stuff earlier about the Ron Toye thing. Is it any wonder that they having seen what has come out of the voice acting community since the elections and the inauguration stuff? Is it any wonder that they tried to cancel Vic solely for being a Christian who supported Trump? Like, come on, it's more obvious every day.
I feel like the
that-
political agenda is kind of not part of the conflict.
No, that was specifically in what's his name? Stan Dolan. Chuck Huber's affidavit surrounding why he believed that they were.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was specifically one of the things that seems to have triggered.
Actually, I'm gonna go so far. I mean, I would say that's probably a part of it. But you want to know what it is? It's just jealousy at the end
success.
of the day.
Yeah.
Because
I agree.
Vic actually has a genuine, dedicated fan base. I don't think any of these other actors.
Well, see, the
have
thing
that.
that's incredible about Vic is that he not only has a dedicated fan base in terms of he has fans that actually give a shit about him specifically, but he also has a bigger fan base and a more dedicated one, Yeah. And I think you're right. I think that they are very, very jealous of his success.
It hit me last night. I was watching, I think it was Yellow Flash was doing a stream, and Nick was on it, and they rated Sean Schimmel's little Twitch live stream.
Oh.
And they were talking about it, and Nick was talking
Nick?
to, I think Drexel was on there too, and he was kind of like giving him up to speed. He goes, and so I think Drex said something like, was it Vic's fans versus Sean's fans? And Nick goes, no. Vic has fans. There's Vic fans and there's Goku fans. There are no Sean Schimmel fans. And it's like, I really think that, and I think they know it. These other voice actors, they know it, and they're jealous.
Let's be real. How many roles has Sean Schemmel done other than Goku, that character from Outlanders, and fucking wasn't he a character in Amon Saga?
I don't know.
And it's
Maybe.
it's the Goku voice for every single one of them.
What's funny
That's
for
right. He also
Outlanders
did.
is
He also
he's
did the what do you call it? Sean Schemmel also voiced the Arnold Schwarzenegger Digimon voice. I believe that was him. So we have to give him props. He definitely has range. Anyway, I agree though. And I'll say this: I'm not a fan of stream rating in a negative way. Although no Taku, if your stream ends and you want to send all your people over to me, I'd be okay with that. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of that whole thing. But yeah, I think it must have been awkward to say the least, but definitely not a good thing to do for the community.
I just bring it up for context of.
Oh no, I hear you. I'm not saying that you were supportive of or anything. I'm just offhandedly voicing my disapproval. I remember, I think it was Yellow Flash. I was watching one of his streams, and then they rated what's his name, Linkara's stream. Where he was playing Pokemon to raise money to pay his taxes or something.
What?
And it was cringe as it is, and then it was all the people coming in asking him about the green M&M or whatever. And it's like, look, it's fun to make fun of that guy, but leave him alone on his own stream. You know what I mean? Like that was hard to watch. It's like I've really lost a lot of respect for Yellow Flash during that stream raid. Because like if you're gonna stream raid a friend's channel and send all your people to piggyback on and give them the extra watch time and the support and the likes and everything, that's one thing. But to just go and ruin somebody's day, I'm pretty sure that that's against YouTube's terms of service. And it's like I really think that they should be more careful. Because especially in the case of the Vic scenario, all the people who are watching Sean Schemmel's stream who haven't been paying close attention, their perception of the Vic scenario is painted negatively and shaped easily by Sean Schemmel. By saying, these are the clowns who support Vic, and because they're going to come in and run their mouth. And anyway, go ahead.
Sure, that's all true. Of course, I think it's kind of funny that you talk about the people watching Sean's stream, and then you see that
the 8 of them or whatever it probably was.
I think his viewership, like when they did the raid, his viewership like doubled or tripled because of
I'm sure it did.
So it's like there's not a lot of people watching these guys, and when they do the raids like this, I kind of agree with you that it's kind of like you kind of pick on them. But on the other hand, it's giving them a dose of reality because it's like. They're seeing more people coming in to like attack them than support them. It's like what?
Yeah, which
they realize just how unpopular they are.
Sure, and I would argue that there probably is some benefit to that from a wake up call perspective, but I think you could just as easily do that by having your people raid the stream and just dislike the video or whatever. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So that they get ratioed without actually, harassing them. But that's just my opinion. Anyway, so Parallel World.
A lot of these people have ego, so it bruises the ego.
Oh, they do. Oh, yeah. And I would have loved to have actually seen that because I'm sure Sean Schemmel probably had a reaction.
Oh, he did.
Because how he gets.
It completely derailed. He was doing he was streaming some video game or something.
Was
he was
playing
talking
Animal Crossing?
I don't remember.
I
wasn't paying a whole lot of attention. And then they rated it, and then he went off on these like tangents about how Vic's an asshole and Trump's an asshole, and he threw in a little jab at Biden just to try to pretend to be a centrist.
I mean, we can all agree Biden's an asshole, but he's
no. But
I honestly feel bad for Biden just because I'm pretty sure that he. Behind the scenes, they're like directing, like, no, go over there. The podium's that way, like.
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on before we
move on.
So, Parallel Worlds fantasy series Shinka no Mi goes ape as a TV anime. So, if your fetish is apes that turn into women, and fat guys that turn into skinny guys with wilder hair,
I saw a show about soda cans that turned into women. So,
Akikon.
Yeah. So you know what?
Nothing surprises us at this point as anime.
Yeah, another contender for our February Watch Club if we decide not to do the one I'll get to in a second. Okay, continuing.
In that with people will go ape shit.
I don't typically go for the low hanging fruit. Nishio Ishin's Pretty Boy Detective Club debuts its gorgeous promotional video and cast.
Okay.
All right, Reese. So from the creator of Monogatari series, which, by the way, at some point we should just decide to do one Monogatari series per year until we finish it. Shikakumon No's Saikyo Kenja light novel series reincarnates as a TV anime. So I guess it has something to do with reincarnation.
Yeah, I would assume.
Continuing.
Looks generic.
Tensei Kenta no Isekai Life light novel series tames monsters as a TV anime.
In case there's any fans of that, I wasn't trying to insult it. I'm just saying it looked kind of.
Apparently,
I don't know.
Apparently, this one is connected to that other one we were just looking at because they're both being promoted in the same video to save on the fact that they probably had nothing to say for either of them. They had to splice them together in one announcement video. Continuing.
I mean,
the genius. Good.
I was just saying, like all these like isekais and reincarnations and fantasy in general, you see enough of them, and after a while, they all start kind of looking the same. It takes they kind of have to
Well,
like
just because the flavor is chocolate, you can still have different varieties. You
Well,
have some
yeah, no,
that taste like others, but-
I know that. I agree with that. I'm
That,
just saying,
after
like,
having
it
so
has
much
to be the
chocolate,
quality.
Augie, it's just like, okay, I'm done. I'm like, I've tasted
Well,
chocolate. I can't taste the
other
variety.
genres to explore at this
Look, I'll agree that there is definitely a rising amount of isekai, and in almost every isekai I've ever seen, almost all of them, I definitely think they would have been better had they not been an isekai. Had they literally just been that other world.
Yeah.
Get rid of the Japanese high schooler that was in you know. But I will say that I've been pleasantly surprised with most of the ones that I've watched in recent years when the whole like hating on isekai meme sort of became a thing, in the sense that I had this experience when I watched the show Dexter, and I'll repeat myself briefly here, but where when I heard, oh, it's a show about serial killer who kills serial killers, I'm like, in my head, I believed I had come up with every scenario that could possibly come up with, and I'm like, I don't need to watch it. Then I finally sat down and watched it, and that show's fucking great. The music is great. The characters are great. The interactions are fantastic, and it's better than I, predicted in my head it would be. And so far, I very much enjoyed like the premise of most isekais. Seem like, okay, well, whatever. That seems like it's going to be dumb, and then I sit down and watch it, and I'm pleasantly surprised with they took it in directions I didn't expect. They made it more entertaining than the premise seemed like it could have gotten. So I have to say, I think that, like you guys talk about it, like, oh, Augie's saying, different varieties of chocolate and stuff. It's like, well, I think that they've actually, for the most part, taken like this is it's hot right now because they've tapped into something, and like I said, most of them I don't think need to be an isekai. I would be just fine with the isekai character just not existing. There are very few. I don't think I could even name one off the top of my head, except for maybe No Game No Life, where I think that
Konosuba kind of.
I haven't watched Konosuba. I didn't even know Konosuba was an isekai.
Yeah,
Is that really an isekai?
It is.
It's an
Yes,
isekai that
an
makes
isekai
fun of
quartet.
isekais.
Okay,
Like
so,
it's very well aware of what it is and plays it to the extreme.
But I'll just say, like, I haven't watched enough of it to really form a strong opinion on the isekai character, but I don't think Inuyasha has to be an isekai. I definitely don't think Escaflowne should have been an isekai.
You know what they are, aren't they? I didn't really thought about it, but yeah, they are.
Yeah, so I mean, I really, I will say that I don't think Rising of the Shield Hero needed to be an isekai, but I think it was a little bit more impactful because it was, because it is tongue in cheek making fun of the RPG sort of genre. So real quick, Pen and Paper Production says, "Dude, watch Konosuba."
Yeah.
I have it. I'm waiting for the opportune time to bring it up for the Watch Club. I will get to it. Oh, and Randall Alone said, "Did you guys see the Sean Schimmel stream snipe Yellow Flash did last night?"
Yeah, I did.
Well, there you go.
About that,
Yeah, we just talked about it. Yep. Lance says he likes Augie's joke.
Thank you. For the record, if there's an isekai that comes out every season, I typically jump towards that because I'm guaranteed a certain quality anyway.
Well, I don't know that I would like. It's not so much an isekai thing. Let me just say, Genius Princess Guide to Raising a Nation Out of Debt light novel to get TV animated. I'll watch the shit out of that. That sounds awesome. I love this guy's shit-eating grin, and I love this girl's outfit that looks like it should be sold at a sex shop because it is so small. But yeah, I'll watch this. But like, I'll just say like some shows that I haven't watched yet, but have been on my radar, and I really need to jump on those limited editions. Bofuri and the Cautious Hero. Both of those seem like things that I really want to jump on. Those aren't isekai, right?
They are.
They are?
They are, and they're great. They are phenomenal.
but for the same reason as Goblin Slayer, I feel like they could have easily not been an isekai, and I would have been okay with it. You know, because Goblin Slayer is not an isekai.
Cautious Hero, you can't not be an isekai and have that concept. When you watch it, you'll find out.
Well, based on what I know of the concept, anyway. What? Oh, this isn't how I imagine life in a parallel world would be.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's Kazuma Sato? Is that from Konosuba?
Main character.
Yeah, he's the main character in Konosuba.
Hey, Lance, PETA wants to have a discussion with you. He's going back to sleep. Good luck, bitches. I'll have to harass y'all.
Harass you.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. Anyway, so yeah, I'd watch the shit out of this. This sounds good. Continuing here though, because there's a billion things from just today. TMS Entertainment announces Megalobox 2 Nomad anime for April 2021.
Hey, I'm going to step out for a second. I'll be right back.
Right on.
This should cover the Blue Scorpion saga.
Okay, so Megalobox is another thing that I thought we could do for a watch club at some point in the future. Continuing.
I thought y'all did one of those without me.
Nope. Is it wrong to try to pick up Girls in a Dungeon Season 4 announced for 2022? Can't wait till the show ends, and then we can get a full box set that isn't AIDS-sized. Wow, there's a lot of lewd things in this. I'm
imagining that the size of a wedding cake for that limited edition at this point.
Yeah, it really... So, it's not just me who thought that was fucking...
that you thought, oh wow,
God,
there's a third season. What the fuck? There's a fourth season? Yeah.
Not even counting off the spin-off, or I guess side story technically.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Agreed. We're all in agreement. Gotta power through a couple more of these real quick because there's so fucking many of them. I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. TV anime. Summons new trailer and 2 visuals. Okay, once again, another thing I would watch the shit out of. Because this is exactly how... When I first met my wife, she was playing WoW. Thank God she doesn't play it anymore. And she tried to get me to play it. So I asked her, what's the character that nobody else plays as? Because I want to be unique. So I played as a goblin. And my wife spent about one day trying to get me to do quests, which I refused to do because I would rather grind levels with shitty-ass low-level enemies. And then she very quickly stopped asking me to play with her. But yeah, I would watch the shit out of this for those reasons.
How'd it go?
I mean, you could
clean your hands
I
off?
don't know if any of you guys have seen it, but like Dr. Stone, like, what was that?
I'd like to watch it. I haven't gotten a chance to it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be. It's
I'm surprised to learn that it is, if that's what you're telling me.
Yeah, these shows are like, you don't necessarily need to make a isekai. Like Dr. Stone really isn't. Well, it is in some ways, but in other ways, it's really not an isekai. Like it's its own thing. So these shows don't necessarily need to be, hey, I got teleported to another world. It could just be, hey, I'm a character from a world that's not like yours.
Yeah.
You know, because we just have fantasies that are just fantasies.
Do you have the Right Stuff tabs open?
Viz Media stuff.
All right. Well, anyway, The Executioner and Her Way of Life TV anime adaptation revealed.
I'm glad that's revealed to be a dress. I thought they were like on a Lapras creature.
Okay.
Other than that, looks pretty.
Well, there she is. And there she is. Can't wait for this show to get canceled over the boobs. And by canceled, I mean the verb of canceling that is an attempt that fails. Continuing. Kohai Romcom, My Friend's Little Sister Has It In For Me light novel gets TV anime. So Kohai is the opposite of senpai, for anybody who's wondering. It's the underclassman.
Yeah, we never hear it in anime hardly at all.
You sure don't. Yeah.
Oh man, can you imagine replace all the senpais with kohais?
Is this main character the little sister? Because she's quite busty.
Oh no. Should we really be surprised?
Well, I'm wondering if like it's because you just assume my friend's little sister is going to be two guys and one of the guys has a little sister, but perhaps
no,
it's a
that's
bunch
what
of
I thought.
girls. I don't know.
I honestly thought, like, when you said little sister, oh, okay, like a freaking emota, like a little lolly, like little sister or whatever. Not, we're in college and the little sister's, like this busty in high school or whatever.
Yeah. We'll see. Okay. Death Note creators Platinum End TV anime cast of main characters. The purpose of showing this is not to show you, it's going to be voiced by Mirai Kakehashi. It's just a reminder. Oh yeah, the guy who made Death Note is working on something new that looks like it's the fucking Ingress anime. So we'll see how that goes. It can't get away from the angel / demon like people types. Anyway, wrong button. Oh, yeah, so there's a Boss Baby anime. Corporate life is chaos and cute executive officer opening theme. So this is just a thing. This is a thing. Here it is. It's a thing. Boss Baby, the anime.
I mean, I hate to break it to you, but I mean, I'd rather watch the anime version.
Oh, yeah.
Than the actual.
I haven't seen Boss Baby. All I know are the memes from Dakota Brodsky.
I mean, I feel like
you made that video
like
looks like a lot better concept, but
technically, the movie is anime. Technically,
only if you're one of those French bastards.
Yuji Kaku's Hell's Paradise Jigokuraku manga gets TV anime adaptation. Who is Yuji Kaku?
Very popular manga series.
I don't know.
Flip highlighted this a lot.
I don't know. It's a ninja thing. Anyway. Yakunara Mug Cup Mo gets comicalization based on the anime story. So it was a manga. It got an anime adaptation. And now they're doing a comicalization of the anime story back into manga form by the original creator. It says, quote, it will be comicalized by the original author based on the work adapted for the broadcast by us, the animation staff, which is based on the original manga by Kajiwara-san and others. So if that sounds convoluted, yes, it is. Also, there's a live-action movie.
Based on the comic version.
Yes. Thank you for clarifying. I'm sure people were wondering. Okay. Oreimo and Eromanga Sensei come together in a special collaboration book featuring
spicy. Noisy.
Okay.
So here's what's going on.
Just jizz all over the place. Are you okay?
Before the joke's not funny anymore. There you go.
Oh God, I'm coming again.
It's always a train whistle during that.
Okay, so here's why Haruhi Suzumiya is on it. So and it's kind of sad actually. So it's a compilation novel with a couple different books in it, which is a fucking nightmare for collecting. So it says here, the story will be released as part of Kadokawa's Light Novel Expo 2020 celebrations inside the official commemorative book, which brings creators from 5 of Kadokawa's sub-imprints together for a celebration of the medium they share. So yeah, I don't know what... The cover of the commemorative book featuring the story is going to have Haruhi. This is a sample, whatever that means. Maybe not art, not final. Who knows? Because there's no like title on it or anything. So the story is going to be titled Ore no Imoto ga Kosaka Kiri no na Wake ga Nai. My little sister can't be Kiri no Kosaka. So I was thinking, because the next podcast is going into February, so we're going to watch Cells at Work just because. And normally what we do is a rom-com romance for the one that lands close to Valentine's Day. And then the ones after that are as smutty and fan servicey as we can get usually. I was thinking we'd just do Oreimo, because we already did Eromanga Sensei, and it would be nice to have an excuse to watch this. But we were talking earlier about Shimonetta, and I'm not against that idea at all.
Yeah.
So, especially considering we did Eromanga Sensei in November for my birthday, that one podcast. So it's like it wouldn't hurt to. What is Lance? What? Who did you say wants to talk to me?
How do you spell Shimonetta?
I don't know.
I don't think anybody wants to talk to Lance. No.
I mean, you could always just join the podcast if you want, I suppose. All right, anyway, so that's the thing. I'm throwing that out there. If anybody in the audience would like to give their opinions on whether or not we do Shimonetta or Emo, I have Oreimo. I know it might not be as easy for everybody else to get, which is why I should probably just push it off until birthday stream. But anyway, I thought I would just throw that out there.
Adventure kid that always pops around here.
Or email. It is on Crunchyroll.
Perfect. Also, in
is
manga
that
news,
Not the OVA for season 1 though. That's 4 episodes
What's up,
OVAs.
Oreimo. Is that the one about the brother and the sister?
yeah, my little sister can't be this cute.
Ah.
Yeah. Akane Shimizu's medical manga series Cells at Work ends today. This was January 25th. When that was written down. The last story in the series has revolved around the coronavirus.
Yep, you called it, Brad, or somebody called it.
Does the body die or does the body live?
Well, if it's accurate.
What age is this body?
Well, they had
Exactly
trouble
enough
receiving
to
an
make a
erection,
baby
so they must be near the terminal ages. Anyway, all right, so there you go. What's up, Reese?
Nothing. Good.
Okay, continuing. Jujutsu Kaisen manga achieved 25 million copies printed and sold. So yeah, there you go. That's the thing. Moving on, because
anime doing its job as being good publicity.
Yeah. Animation for it looks pretty good too, from what I've seen so far. World Trigger manga to take a month off due to author's sudden illness. So they went to say the illness is not COVID, says the official Twitter account.
So it is.
Yeah. Well, anyway, there you go. That's they're just taking a month off. Voice actors play an odd couple in I Hate the Mortal Sinny Dragon, My Sweetie, which is... I feel gross saying the word Sinny. It's gross. But there you go. My Hero Academia dominates the U.S. graphic novel charts for 2020. The other series closest to the top is Demon Slayer. Last week, we posted about My Hero Academia, Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba, and the work of Junji Ito making the New York Times top 10 for January. These titles and a few more also managed to top the larger 2020 lists according to recent charts based on NPD BookScan data, which tell a tale dominated by Kohei Horikoshi's series from January 2020 to January 2021. My Hero Academia ended up taking up over half of the top 20 for 2020, with assorted volumes ranking from the first in the series all the way up to volume 25. Other series beyond those mentioned above on the list include Haikyuu, Toilet-Bound Hanako-kun, you gotta be kidding me, Tokyo Ghoul, and The Promised Neverland. And as usual, Junji Ito is in the mix with his hardcover omnibus edition of Uzumaki. So, the number one seller, My Hero Academia Volume 1. The number 2, Volume 2. Demon Slayer Volume 1 is number 3. Then all the way down, we get 24. Volume 24 of My Hero Academia, then Volume 3, then Volume 23, Uzumaki hardcover, My Hero Academia Volume 4, Demon Slayer Volume 2, My Hero Academia Volume 5, 25, Haikyuu Volume 1, I'm noticing I don't see any Western comics on this list.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Imagine that.
I'm shocked.
Wait, hold up. Maybe this is just the manga list, though. Zooming out for a look at the bigger picture makes the impact of manga even more apparent. Beyond the manga charts, there you go, My Hero Academia managed to come out above all on the full top 20 adult graphic novels for 2020. 9 volumes of My Hero Academia take over that list, which also features Demon Slayer, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, whatever the hell Strange Planet is number 2.
Oh, you don't know what Strange Planet is? I know you've seen them. It's like the blue aliens. The blue alien memes. That's all Strange Planet.
Okay.
I'll send
March Snug, a collection of comics about dating your best friend. Okay. And the Watchmen 2019 edition.
Yeah.
I'm noticing a severe lack of Captain America, more specifically Captain Marvel. Damn, you're telling me Snowflake and Snape Space didn't make it? Was that New Warriors or whatever? Anyway, so yeah, there you go. Continuing.
No, Marvel or DC seems to have.
Right. Well, Watchmen. Is Watchmen Dark Horse?
DC.
Yeah,
DC.
Technically DC, yeah.
Japan's book sales in 2020 up 5% from 2019 thanks to Demon Slayer. So this was interesting to me at first because of the thing about the movie market being down since 2019. But it actually kind of makes sense if you think about it, due to the fact that obviously when the reason that the movie business is down is because of COVID, whereas books can be read at home, and ordered on Amazon. So I guess it makes sense.
After a week of quarantine.
Sales of the printed edition manga also increased by a huge 24%. So anyway, according to a January 25th article in the Nihon Keizai Shimbun, the Publishing Science Institute, which conducts research and surveys on the publishing industry, had announced that the estimated combined book sales of paper and digital editions in Japan in 2020 was 1,616.8 billion yen. Why wouldn't you just say 1.6 trillion? 15.59 billion US dollars, which was up 5% from 2019, mainly thanks to a huge hit of the Demon Slayer manga. This is the second year in a row that sales have exceeded those of the previous year. Digital publishing grew significantly, up 28%, which is interesting because they don't usually have the data for the digital publishing. It accounted for I hate reading numbers. 3.79 billion US dollars, 24% of the total publishing market, exceeding 20% for the first time. So that's kind of sucks. The digital non-physical media version is encroaching quite heavily at 20% here. Digital manga performed particularly well among them, increasing 32% to 3.29 billion US dollars. Meanwhile, the paper edition sales were down only 1%. Well, that's heartening. It was the 16th consecutive year of year-on-year decline, but the rate of decline was the smallest since 2005. On the other hand, sales of the printed edition manga, including Tankobon, increased by a huge 24%. There you go. The article writes, quote, the sales effect of Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba spread not only to comics, but also to novels, magazines with supplementary materials, and other publications as a whole. The total number of copies printed in the manga series has surpassed 120 million with the release of its final 23rd volume in December 2020. So you're going to tell me that you're printing money with your series and you're just going to end it? All right. Great job. Well, the Mugen Train had to end sometime. Terrible joke. Okay, sorry. Okay. Online manga piracy is surging by users in Japan as people are stuck at home during the pandemic. So I just want to acknowledge real quick that we literally just read how the industry is at an all-time high. And now let's read about how it could have been even higher. Industry group gives staggering figure for cost of pirated manga in just 1 month. The New Year season is usually a pretty festive time in Japan. Along with late Christmas parties, there are end-of-the-year parties called Bonenkai, literally forget the year parties, and start of the year parties. Most people also get about a week off from work straddling New Year's Day, which they use either to travel back to their hometowns to spend time with relatives or for pleasure trips both inside Japan and abroad. This year, though, not a whole lot of that was happening. With coronavirus infection numbers surging, people were encouraged to stay home, and apparently a lot of them kept themselves entertained by reading pirated manga online. By the way, I just want to acknowledge real quick that all this shit clearly during COVID, all this is precisely why the cosplay bullshit's happening right now. With got to protect the cosplayers and the companies. Yeah. According to a study by Japanese publishing industry group ABJ, Authorized Books of Japan, the internet's 10 largest manga piracy websites were accessed by users in Japan some 200 million times during December of 2020. Please. At least 500,000 of those is just one person, right? That's nearly 3 times the figure for January of 2020. Which was around 72 million. I'm sorry, what? Oh, yeah, December. Okay. 200 million times during December 2020, which is nearly 3 times the figure for January 2020, which was around 72 million. The increased amount of time people are, damn, I guess you gotta end the lockdowns and open the economy back up to save the industry, right? The increased amount of time people are spending at home during the pandemic is likely a factor, said an ABJ representative. And the organization estimates the total cost of the content illegally viewed by Japanese users in December, had it been purchased instead, would have been somewhere in the neighborhood of 41.4 billion yen or $400 million US. While widespread piracy of anime and manga has long been an open secret in overseas fan communities, it hasn't traditionally been a high-profile issue within Japan, particularly for manga. Yes, because all they fucking have to do is go to the damn bookstore and read the latest Shonen Jump, right, for free without buying it. While prices for anime in Japan tend to be higher than officially licensed DVDs or Blu-rays overseas, manga is a fairly low-cost hobby in Japan, where weekly anthologies and collected volumes are often priced at only $4.85 US or less. And used volumes can be bought at secondhand stores for as little as 100 yen, or 1/5 of that cost from before. But as advances in technology make it easier for pirates to set up sites, and also easier for tempted and curious individuals to find them, it seems an increasing number are finding the allure of getting something for nothing too strong to resist, even as it angers and frustrates the art's original creators. Yeah, these are just links to other articles about people saying, don't read my manga if you're going to pirate it. Anyway, so yeah, any thoughts on this?
Not really.
Typical,
And the sky is blue, right?
Typical. If people pirate it to see for free, they go out to buy it if they really enjoy
Close
it.
the libraries. People got all this time to do. What are they going to do?
If you buy something and have to wait a week, you have to read it somewhere.
Watch this podcast. These are all valid suggestions. Yeah, I mean it's pretty obvious, right? Anyway, continuing. All right, I think we are getting into gaming news, which I put this here so there's something to talk about. Rebooted Tomb Raider trilogy is receiving a Netflix anime. So Next on Netflix, on Twitter said, the most iconic heroine in video games is jumping to animation. Tomb Raider is a new series from @Legendary following Lara Croft after the events of the video game reboot trilogy.
If there was a Shonen Jump manga then adapted, I would be more excited about this. But
Legendary Entertainment
Ladies and gentlemen,
yeah, I'm trying to say hi to
Lance
Lance.
fucking Powers.
All right, there he is. Thank you for joining us.
You're
I'm
welcome.
glad you're here for the laughing out loud, Ziz. All right, Legendary Entertainment, the studio behind the adaptation, has produced many blockbuster movies in its 21-year history, including the Nolan Batman trilogy, Man of Steel, Interstellar, Jurassic Park, and others. So it's very hit or miss with them. But I don't see any anime on that list, so this will be interesting.
Yeah. They keep marketing stuff as
Okay.
anime when it's just a cartoon.
Oh, yeah. But it's okay. It's anime because they're going to have fucking Ari Shankar, or whatever his name is, directed or
keep
whatever.
putting like graphic novels and throwing it in the anime sector because it is for mature audience, but whatever.
Well, once again, their Castlevania quote-unquote anime was also based on a video game, so I think that's what they're going for here. Don't know why there's no Bayonetta anime from.
I'm here.
But that was
Sonic-
actually anime though. That was done by Madhouse.
There's a Bayonetta Blu-ray box set.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
meant-
There is a movie.
Okay, I meant by Ari Shankar. So anyway, never mind.
Oh.
Sonic the Hedgehog voice actor Roger Craig Smith ends 10-year run. So,
Damn, he's been running for a long time.
look, I don't mean to say
slow
that
guy.
he sucks or anything. I don't have an opinion on him, but I will say that on all the articles I read about this, where they talked about all the games he's been in, I have played a grand total of 0 of them. So I don't know that I care. He said, well, 10 years was an amazing run. Onward to new zones. Much love to the fans who've been so kind. It's been an honor. Hedgehog emoji. Broken blue heart. So
So was he
I don't
fired?
understand.
Go down.
Yeah, there's a lot of speculation here. It says, so this is what the official Sonic Twitter account had to say. They said, for over 10 years, Roger Craig Smith has been an integral part of the Sega family. He brought the voice of Sonic to life, and we are forever grateful for his never-ending enthusiasm in helping the community and spreading joy. Thank you, Roger, for all you've done for Sonic. Oh, okay.
No,
So he
it-
also
it-
voices Ezio. That's got to be why he's dressed up as in this ridiculous getup. I'm noticing now the Batman mask and stuff
Crossover Manic.
because he voices a bunch of different characters. But anyway, he's also Bilba in Cabanera, the Iron Fortress, Deidara and Naruto Shippuden, Shinji Hirako in Bleach, and Chris Redfield in Resident Evil. So
Now highlight that $2 donation.
I never played Legacy of Kain, but I'd watch it.
I'd watch it too.
When I was a kid, I still have it somewhere. I made a binder of PlayStation 2 cheat codes. And even though I didn't own Soul Reaver, was it Soul Reaper? Legacy of Kain,
Soul Reaver and Blood Omen.
even though I didn't own them, I included them in my big old binder of cheat codes. And I never even owned the games. So I don't know. That at least shows you I was interested at one point and just never got around to playing them. Also, thank you for the $2, bro. I appreciate it. If I could produce it with your $2, I would, but I would have to do some research first because I never played it. Anyway, there's a lot of chats here I didn't talk about. I'm gonna skip the Konosuba ones because I haven't watched it and I want to get them. I want to get them fresh. And then Shimonetta is better. Don't all kill me at once. Yeah, that's cool. I haven't seen. I want to see it. You know, I'm totally down for watching Shimonetta. I know my wife is gonna love it, and by love it I mean she's gonna watch it and roll over and groan every 5 minutes and pretend like she's not
She needs
enjoying
to get
it.
out of that.
Just keep skipping on.
Okay, that now I get where all these other chats are. Now, unfortunately, I'd probably only buy a Blu-ray for something a little more spectacular on the animation side. Ooh, shots
I
fired.
responded to this.
Get your get up there, Konosuba. Are they going to make Lara Croft lesbian?
Probably.
If only.
Well, will she? No. What's going to happen is she's going to peg Alucard.
Well, if you click to the next, there.
Yes.
Probably because she's
with
British.
Alucard.
Now, my worry is she going to be over British for the part?
You're
she gonna be under
You're
British?
the only one with the hard boner for hating on British accents.
And what's
everything.
going on with Britney's ass? My God.
Money?
First game for the PS1. I didn't play it at all, but I'm glad to hear that other people like it. I wish I had more to say as your host. I failed you. All right, so I don't know what's going on with Roger Craig Smith. The voice actor for Eggman has started some controversy as he tweeted out a picture of like an unemployment section on a paycheck managing site, and he just posted it with the title, "This is how rumors get started," and that's all he did. So did he get fired? Is he filing for unemployment? Who knows? He's just stirring up controversy. We'll see. I'm sure that time will tell. Continuing. Memoirs of legendary voice actress Megumi Hayashibara receive a US/Japanese simul publication. So it's called The Characters Taught Me Everything, Living Life One Episode at a Time. And when I look at this, I recognize the fact that I watched every show that I can tell and recognize a character on here in English. So I'm not going to... Yep, didn't watch any of these in Japanese, so probably have never even heard her voice before. That's not true. I probably watched Paprika in Japanese once. That's about it. Yeah. Anyway, so that's the thing you can buy.
Shallow
It's coming
take
out
on this praised voice actor.
It's coming out February 20th. If you want to check it out, I'm sure it's a good read. But I mean, I don't know. There are a few voice actors that I actually give a shit about the life of. Like, you know, not. Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that so it doesn't sound so hostile. There are a few voice actors where their life story sounds like it would be an interesting read. There you go. I'm sure I can't for Sean Schemmel's chapter in his book titled "That Time Vic Stands Ruined My Gaming Stream." Death Note manga's first new collected volume in 14 years announced. So it does contain, as you can see by the cover here, it's short. It's a bunch of short stories, and it contains the one where Trump buys the Death Note or whatever. So I'm sure you're all rushing out to buy it because it's definitely worth owning that one. It says here, titled Death Note Short Stories. It'll be the first new, i.e. non-reprint volume of the manga to go on sale in more than 14 years. The main draw here is the inclusion of Death Note Akira chapter, which ran in the March 2020 edition of the manga anthology Jump Square and hasn't yet been made available for purchase in any collected Death Note volume until now. Also included in the 226-page Death Note short stories are other one-shot chapters created between 2003 and 2020 and Yonkoma, or 4-panel manga strips. You know, because Ryuk always struck me as a 4-koma kind of guy. I feel like all the punchlines he could throw in those one-liners. All right. That's a thing. There you go. Kaguya-sama Love is War OVAs to be bundled with Volume 22 of the manga. So I can't wait to see Funimation not get this or even try.
Technically, it would be Aniplex of America.
Who's the publisher of the manga?
Probably Young Purse.
Yikes at these covers.
Feels like I'm looking at a long melon slip.
This is a totally normal thing. You ever shared an apple at the same time?
I
There's
stopped.
nothing more erotic to eat than sharing. It'd be funnier if they're eating a banana together. One end each.
Viz publishes the manga over here.
Over here,
Doing,
yeah.
doing,
Right,
doing
right.
lady and doing
Which means we can kiss that pipe dream goodbye.
Well,
right?
the thing is, the anime is licensed by Aniplex. So
Yeah.
they might because they gave us all the Nisekoi OVAs. They might.
I'd be honestly sad if this doesn't get a home
Oh,
release.
I don't think it's completely off the table.
Nisekoi for the other watch club.
That's like
Shumaneta Nisekoi?
Nisekoi's like 28 episodes or something, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Fuck. Well,
Yeah.
never mind. Throw that out the window.
What was
Random
Well,
Woman,
you
really
know,
got to be making a decision. All right, continue.
Have you guys done the quintessential quintuplets? That's a romance.
Nana anime to finally return an HD release from Sentai Filmworks.
Sweet.
So this was something we were supposed to talk about last podcast, but nobody could.
All we had was rumors. We didn't have an actual press release. To
Well, we didn't have a press release, but the point of this podcast.
no, we
is to
did
give you-
we did not have a press release.
We did not have a press release, but the purpose of the podcast is to give people information, whether it's accurate or not. And the information we had was pretty solid, considering it was a trailer.
Why don't you?
It was a trailer on what was the Blu-ray that it was on?
Was
A fresh release of, was it the new Elfin Lead? Or
one of the
something?
girls on Pens are on.
Oh right, the re-release of the Girls in Panzer
Anzio OVA.
had a the real Anzio battle had a trailer for Nana on it, so it pretty damn good speculation that
yeah.
had it. Even though we didn't have a press release, it would have been great for about it. I guess that part at the beginning of the podcast before we started where I said, get me the fucking article or the link to the stupid forum, it fell on deaf ears.
I did get it to you.
Well,
You did.
it fell on deaf private chat, I guess, because I didn't get it.
I mean, if you messaged him in on
the ball.
fucking Discord, he probably didn't see it.
If
All right, here we
If
go.
you're messaging, it wouldn't be hearing, it would be reading.
Oh, so he has visual aids.
Anyway,
I knew he liked
Oh
it too.
no, visual aids.
So Reese, do you have these open?
yes, I do.
All right, you want to take over for a minute?
Alrighty.
Who's releasing Iron Girl? Is this Media Blast?
Give me a thing. Switchblade Pictures. It says right there in the corner.
I can't read it. It's in the corner and it's a smaller screen than what other people will see on YouTube.
All right, I'm gonna go in the order that I got them.
I'm really bummed that what's his name Footnum's not here, considering that I was gonna make a joke since I'm paying for the more premium version of StreamYard, we can now native HD stream this show, but due to the fact that it takes like 3 times as much bandwidth to do that, they suggest we don't, and I'm probably going to just stick with 720p unless I get a compelling argument for the audience in the form of super chats as to why we should go to 1080p. Anyway, Reese, go.
All right.
I'll leave you to it. I'm going to take a leak. I'll be right back.
All right, so we've got Pokemon Sun and Moon Ultra Legends, the first Alola League Champion DVD.
So I think this would be like part 3 of the Alola League.
Something. This is the one where Ash's Meltan evolves. So
Okay.
Someone's watched it.
I remember seeing the gifs about that, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And we got
I
Naruto
can't
Set
say that.
3 on Blu-ray,
Okay.
and then
Not
we
bad.
have Boruto Next Generation Set 9, which is called the Ninja Steam Scrolls.
Very
Look,
geriatric.
It's the new version for D&D.
He's a martial artist on a wheelchair.
It does say Set 9 on the back. That's nice.
Okay.
He gets set 9 times.
And the Blu-ray version of that. And then Bleach Set 10.
So does this end it? No.
No, this goes up to 279 out of 366. So like maybe 3 more sets, something, 2 more sets.
Okay.
I've always wanted to finish Bleach, but goddamn.
Inuyasha Set 5, which will be 1 more set after this
Oh.
one.
Okay. Okay.
And then we have Kaiji on Blu-ray.
Yes.
No dub, unfortunately, which sucks terribly.
At this point, I'm just glad it's over here.
Yeah, same. I will be pre-ordering this sometime soon. And we've got Assassin's Pride Steelbook. This is a re-release Steelbook.
Wait, Assassin's Pride is still airing.
Yeah.
On High Dive. Right now.
Maybe the dub is being...
This would be season 1 if there's a season 2.
There's only... I'm going to check that out.
Because I remember watching this series last year when it released in standard format.
Yes, we got Assassin's Pride Steelbook, Assassin's Pride Blu-ray. This one here. This one came out.
Let's see.
Okay, that's weird. This came out back in November, and we're getting a Steelbook already. That's weird.
It sold well. Well, that's my speculation as to why it has a Steelbook. But what's this next?
Whatever. And Laid Backers.
Too lazy.
Yeah.
This is a recent movie that they acquired.
It's a movie?
Yeah.
Huh, it's only 60 minutes, too. That's really short. Sub only.
Wish that there was a back image.
Kids on the Slope re-release.
Was it music infused what?
Infused Masterpiece.
Do you think it's getting a redub? Well, I'm wondering.
Say that again?
Do you think Assassin's Pride's getting a redub for High Dive?
It could after what they did with fucking Beyond the Boundary.
Because it's already got a steelbook, and yet I've been watching it as it's being dubbed on High Dive. It's Dubcast, being done by their Dubcast crew. Crap. I don't mean to call it crap.
Assassin's Creed.
Well, they would have put the new voice actors in the steelbook as they did with Beyond the Boundary.
Assassin's Pride. This had an English dub on it too, so so it's not like it's a new dub.
They probably released. I don't know. Maybe their strategy is to release it stub for a while, then release the dub eventually.
Yeah, but the dub's been out for months now.
Yeah,
on disc.
That's interesting.
Sunday Without God.
Deceptive tactics to market it towards you regarding the dub.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were probably.
While we're on the topic of dubs, I fully expect that after we pre-order the Kaiji, and they see, a lot of people want this, then they're going to dub it, and then they'll steelbook it.
Yeah.
Wah, wah.
Anyway,
or they'll cuck us and they'll just dub the movie.
Sunday Without God. This is a re-release.
Yes.
Iron Girl Final Wars.
Oh yay!
That looks like that kind of reminds me in a way of Oni Shimbara. Makes me think of it.
You mean the Shimbara?
There's a video game and there's the movies, the Japanese movies.
What is the Japanese rope bondage called? Shimabara?
I don't know.
I thought that's what
I've never heard anyone ever pronounce.
No, I said Oni Shambara, which is
I'm just Chambara. So Chambara is the samurai genre, samurai movie genre.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you're. See, I thought you were calling attention to the bondagey style of clothing. Yes. There's more. Okay, I'll let you continue.
So we got Elfen Lied getting a re-release. Looks like crap.
Oh, look at that. Her legs are cut off. No, actually, it's being released by ADV.
Yep.
Technically
still Sentai. But yeah, the previous release had such a nice cover art. I loved the cover art for the previous release.
The Steelbook one?
Yeah, the one and the one.
Yeah, because it's got the Gustav Klimt artwork on it.
Yeah, it was so pretty.
Yeah, but this one is $32.49 for a show that came out like 13 years ago or whatever.
Yeah, no shit.
And then we've got Hero Mask. This is a Netflix anime.
Oh, Sentai, way to go.
Okay.
Finally getting some more Netflix stuff.
Oh, look at that. 3 years and still can't get season 2 of fucking.
That's it.
March.
The end.
What was the season 2 of what?
7 Deadly Sins.
7 Deadly Sins. Gotcha.
Oh, what
Yeah,
I
I
was going
can't
to
wait
say
to
was, I haven't picked up Elfen Lied yet. And, like, if anyone picks that up and has the other version to compare, let me know if this one's, like, fucked up or should I try to get the older version.
Let's Reese, can you undo close tab real quick and just let us know if it has all 13 episodes?
For what? For
The Elfen Lied re-release.
Yeah, it does. It should. It does.
Yeah. Did they dub? They didn't dub the OVA, did they?
They did dub the OVA, but it has
They did dub the OVA.
A slightly different cast. It didn't have
I
everybody.
remember watching it.
I mean, I watched it in Japanese. I liked the Japanese dub. Anyway, so I saw this Leiji Matsumoto essays on the manga and anime legend. I mean, I'm not really interested in reading other people's essays on him, but I thought it was worth bringing up.
Helen McCarthy is one of the
Yes, the
authors
Anime
of the Anime
Encyclopedia.
Encyclopedia, and gave commentaries on 1001 Nights and Cleopatra.
Okay.
Yes, it is okay.
All
right. I have to leave. I got work in the morning.
Okay.
Brief thoughts on Demon Slayer. I enjoyed it. To me, this felt like a very standard shonen anime. I can see how it can get popular, and I can also see how people can get annoyed with it, with the over talkative aspect of new people coming into it. I liked it. Pace is fun. Like the beginning was a little slow, but I appreciate
before Augie leaves, I'll just say that something I was talking to Dan about. Thank you for being so quick on the draw there, Reese. I got it for you. Every goddamn time. I was talking to Dan about the idea that so it seems to me that I don't think the show has been phenomenal. Right? It's okay, but I don't think it's phenomenal. But I would also say that if I judged Dragon Ball Z on the first 26 episodes alone, it wouldn't be great. Neither would Hunter x Hunter, Yu Yu Hakusho. You know, like so there's that. But on the other hand, this show has only gotten to 26 episodes in a movie, and it's amazing to me that it's gotten so overhyped. I'm hoping that the manga is fucking fantastic, as it seems, because otherwise,
I'm not amazed.
Otherwise, what is this world I'm living in where everybody thinks this is the greatest thing and it's breaking all these records, and it's like, yeah, there's some good aspects to it, but there's also a lot of crap to it.
It's because it's easily pushed. The show has nothing to cause any sort of...
I argued my point last podcast about I think that its accessibility to a younger audience is largely what's carrying the weight. Because an adult will sit there and watch it because it's, at least I'm not sitting through Yokai Watch. And it's really not that bad. There are a couple sequences that are Fordnam.
Now that
wow.
he's play some.
Okay.
What? Laser?
Anyway, Augie's dipping out. So now,
one more thing. While watching Demon Slayer, I for some reason have a strange craving to watch Inuyasha again.
You know what? That's a weird thing you brought up because I started rewatching Inuyasha while watching Demon Slayer.
All right.
Well then.
So with that, I'll bid you adieu, and I'll say that the entire reason I'm sharing this article, Japanese Twitter barks with laughter over dog food ad's bizarre choice of photo.
Remember to like, subscribe, ring bell, and join our pages. Good night.
It's because I thought this might potentially end up in the thumbnail. Okay, moving on.
Well, that's
Domino's Pizza now comes with tapioca and dango ball stuffed crust in Taiwan.
Is my connection good enough right now?
Yeah,
can you guys hear
your
me?
Connection? Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
No, there's like a massive delay.
Okay, do you have any pickups you want to go over? 20 seconds later.
Putting them.
We're about to find out how long. All right.
It's giving us the middle finger, but it's someone's head.
So there's a couple of chats here that we didn't address. Random Lone says apparently there is a.
You lost.
Hold on. It's only appropriate that we do this way. Apparently, there's a movie called Nana on Amazon Prime. Nick, I'm assuming Nick Ricada watched it. It's from the 80s. He said avoid because some questionable boobs, apparently. All right.
Questionable boobs.
Obviously unrelated to the. I'm assuming they look young, but I mean, if I wanted to watch something with questionable boobs, I would just watch Cuties on Netflix. Is that salad on the back? I have no idea what that's in reference to. Probably one. I don't know. I don't even know. And I never kept up with Boruto. All right, cool. Glad you're still here. Good to see we got some audience here. Yeah. So anyway, I thought this was interesting. Taiwan has all these great flavors in their stuffed crust. They've got the mozzarella, cream cheese, and cheddar cheese, and then the dango and all that. Which, whatever. I'm not jealous or anything. Yeah, it sounds good. All right, continuing. Say bye-bye bacteria with Cells at Work collaborative sake. So, interestingly, this brew is a high-grade Junmai Daiginjo sake, specially dubbed Bye-Bye-kin. While the three kanji translate to worship, sake cup, and brocade. Brocade is a type of pattern, I think, in a fabric. Bye-bye-kin also translates to bye-bye bacteria. So it's no wonder our good friend, the white blood cell, is the poster boy for this bottle.
I love how they're like, this is promoting a white blood cells, whereas alcohol kills brain cells at a certain point.
Okay.
Drink for your health.
Let's do it. Let's all get some and get drunk. Continuing.
You first, brother. Let's go.
Let's do it. Drink me under the table, everyone. Chill out 3 times faster in your own Char Aznable loungewear. So, yep, I would go out to get my mail in this. Continue.
I feel like you get the paper thrown at you.
Forget Godzilla versus Kong. Mecha Godzilla Pikachu is all we need.
I want to figure that.
I want that toy.
Yeah, I shared this because I knew that Reese would want it.
Reese, speaking of that, I heard you guys were talking about doing like figures on the channel, and like didn't have enough. I own it.
Yeah, we did kind of talk about that.
80 or 90 figures.
Figure of the week.
Yeah, well, we had our one today, Kill la Kill, dripping wet edition.
I know. Well, I heard it was filmed at Reese's house.
Ouch.
Too much.
Let Doraemon comfort you as you drink with beautifully handcrafted Doraemon quote glasses. So yeah, these are a thing. Kind of an interesting idea.
The thing you just stated, or the glass?
The glass.
Okay.
Skip in there. All right, here we go. Dan's still here. Dan, you here, right?
I'm still here.
Oh, perfect.
He's
Japan's Tenga wants to create a masturbatory aid for people to use in outer space.
So their left hand is no longer good enough in zero gravity?
Self-pleasuring pioneer plans to launch research rocket to help make it happen.
Get paid to jerk it in space.
Guys, I just want to acknowledge once again
to keep the blood from flowing into the dick. So
guys, Tenga spent like $10,000 to make a solid gold Tenga cup that dispenses tissues.
Okay.
Clearly, money is no object.
Is this cup usable at sports events?
Yeah, I guess you could bring it. A golden chalice. Green Line,
Oh my
you're
God.
muted. You know what's
Lelouch
going on here? I don't understand. Why are you doing this, Reese?
Lelouch is scaring me.
I was on FTM, and then FTM
Look,
flipped out of
accident-
existence again, and it went
I
to Green
don't
Line.
know if I accidentally deleted one of my comments or someone else's, but if anyone has a missing comment in the chat, it was probably my fault earlier because I was half asleep and I was trying to like, look at the comments. So
Is that why? Pen and Paper podcast statement didn't make sense?
it might,
When they said,
because I had a comment and I was trying to look at mine, and then fucking YouTube's like, I'm gonna lag. And when I was trying to look at it, I either deleted one of mine, two of mine, or one of mine and one of his. I'm not sure, but that was on me.
Okay.
So
Otakuso. Well, no, I'm not even. Can somebody comment real quick so I can delete it and see if it disappears from? Or actually, somebody else needs to delete it. So because all I can do is put the user in timeout or block them from StreamYard.
that's all I have permission to do. I don't understand how it says that, because when I looked at it, it's like comment deleted by my handle, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Really?
I don't have that power. Even though I'm a fucking whatchamacallit, every time I click on someone, it says block.
Well, clearly, I need to remove that power from you, Lance Powers.
That's fine with me.
All right, let's get back to our article here. Okay. So once again, money is clearly no object for Tenga. They can do whatever they want because apparently this is the evolutionary
report right there. I clicked on Reese's thing. Hold on. Block and report. Yeah, I can't remove someone's comment. I can't even remove mine.
Well, I'll see what I can do later.
You know what? I have more power than I even understand.
All right. So again, money is no object for Tenga apparently, and I think it's interesting that. Yeah, I totally forgot I was going. Thank you guys for that. Let's just keep moving. Okay. So, like a lot of boys, Koichi Matsumoto had a deep interest in space. Little Koichi didn't grow up to be an astronaut or astronomer, though. Instead, he grew up to become the president of Tenga, Japan's leading maker of male masturbatory aids, and also its strangest fitness goods. Right, that was the one we covered with the Arnold Schwarzenegger. But even as his customers reach for their dongs, Matsumoto is still reaching for the stars, and he's just announced the Tenga Rocket Project, a joint venture between Tenga and civilian spaceflight company Interstellar Technologies.
Now, see, when you said that at first, I thought of like Red Rocket, like a dog's dick. So you started.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that into the mix.
Oh my!
See, because I was reading it, I was thinking a pocket rocket for some reason. And that's why I started reading it anyway.
Came back at a good time, I see.
Like a dog's dick.
Welcome back, Thought Slayer.
So before I asked you guys the question if you could hear me, and that took like 20 seconds to register with you guys. So then I just left.
Are you on your?
We did reply, so.
Yeah. Well, you guys said that I was good, but the problem is I definitely wasn't. So anyway, I have some. I don't have pickups, but I have some answers to your questions because you guys were talking about pickups. Let's see. Sunday Without God. That's just so you know how Sentai's been literally re-releasing things for no reason. And things have been going out of print for no reason. That's literally just another one of them. Same with Kids on the Slope. Why would they redub it? Assassin's Pride. Like I can't remember which one you guys are talking about redubbing. But so Assassin's Pride. I'm glad Lance was on the case with this. But Assassin's Pride. Like literally, this has to be just like one of those. Oh, it's wrong to try and kill girls in a dungeon. Season 2 pre-order. And then in the description, it will say, premium edition coming in later months. So this is literally just the premium edition coming in later months type deal, you know? Okay. And let's see.
Thank God.
Kaiji.
I'm going to acknowledge real quick before Reese loses his chance. Random 11 says, apparently that Pikachu Mecha Godzilla is already out and there are only going to be 398 units. So if you want to get it, you better jump on it right now. So.
As for the other pickups, I completely missed that. What is it? There was this new slate of what is it, like Viz stuff and Sentai stuff.
Mhm.
So I mean, all that's cool. I don't know why, but I'm excited for literally almost everything Viz is pre-ordering now, because it's like exactly what I want. It's like Blu-rays of old stuff that needed Blu-rays for the longest time. Yeah, the Bleach, beautiful. Inuyasha Set 5, presumably this is when it starts to get digital. So, And, but when Reese brought up, yeah, there's only one more set after this, it hit me. I'm like, holy crap. I'm almost, like, able to get the whole thing on Blu-ray. That's crazy to me. It feels like it only came out yesterday. And Naruto Set 3, cool, we're getting progress. Great. I'm caught up on correcting you guys. And
Thank you.
then Augie was talking about he was talking about, oh, they're doing the sub only thing, release the dub later. It was dubbed, as you guys pointed out. Yes. But Sentai has done that since the dawn of time, you know, like Mayochiki originally had a sub only and then they dubbed it later, which I was happy about. All right.
Well, I'm glad that the article I thought would be most welcoming to the fun-loving OCA podcast clip family has gotten derailed so significantly. Anyway, so the product. Okay, all right. I'm going to read this again now. But even as his customers reach for their dogs, Matsumoto is still reaching for the stars, and he's just announced the Tenga rocket project, a joint venture between Tenga and civilian space company Interstellar Technologies, with the project that aims to launch a Tenga rocket into space. Quote, "We want to shout love and peace from space," says the promotional image, referencing Tenga's slogan of love, peace, and Tenga. I'm sorry. I think that this is copyright infringing another. This isn't love, peace, and Tenga. This is fucking Trigun, isn't it?
We come in peace.
Oh, no.
No.
The proposed research rocket would fly to an altitude of 100 kilometers or 62.1 miles before drifting back down into the ocean. However, there's more to the project than the obvious phallic imagery and similarities of a shaft first rising and falling with a moist splash.
So you're saying it's going to repenetrate the atmosphere?
Yes. The rocket
yes,
will
that is
contain...
what the researchers say.
Seriously. The rocket will contain written messages of the hopes and... Yes. See, this could have gone another way. The rocket will contain the jizz of
the people.
The hopes and dreams of everyone.
Yeah, what if
hopes and wet dreams?
Literally is their jizz. But it's placed inside a Tenga-shaped pod. They just pass around a regular Tenga. Boy, I don't want to be the last guy to eat it. So it's going to be placed inside a Tenga-shaped pod for a round trip into space and back. Also, along for the ride into space will be a Tenga robot figure, because why the fuck not? But the most important cargo isn't just some fun marketing gimmick, but a piece of research equipment that Tenga hopes will be the key to the development of its next generation self-pleasuring tool, the Space Tenga. Oh, God. For a second, I was getting worried. I was getting worried this article wasn't going anywhere.
That's gotta be uncomfortable.
Why does it look like it's got like tire treads on it?
No, I'm talking about the
because
rocket
in
one.
Space, you fuck robots.
I'm talking about the rocket one that's got the freaking razor blade sticking out of the side at the bottom. Go down.
Yeah,
down.
see, that, but also this rocket, I'm pretty sure is just the Sora News 24 logo.
No.
Okay, apparently it's not. I was wrong. Okay. Thinking ahead to the future, Tenga realizes that as mankind ventures into space for longer and longer periods, it won't be leaving
longer and longer.
It won't be leaving its horniness behind on Earth. Because of that, Tenga wants to develop masturbatory aids that are optimized for use in outer space, especially on space stations.
Masturbatory aids. That sounds like a bad thing. Like, why would you want to get the aids? For her pleasure?
I'm amazed that... actually, I'm not amazed. I'm not amazed that this is a marketing ploy for Tenga. I'm amazed that they actually thought outside the box for a second and thought, yes, we are going to need a separate device specifically for outer space because our normal one won't work. Even the one with the rocket.
even the one,
so because of that, Tenga wants to develop, especially on space stations, right? So to help achieve that goal, the Tenga rocket will carry a Space Tenga prototype fitted with data measuring devices to see what effects the non-terrestrial environment has on it. The planners are hoping to raise a portion of the Tenga rocket project's necessary resources through a campaign here on. Yeah, of course, they're going to do it on Campfire. They're not actually going to make any money off of this, right? Like, this isn't a thing. They're going to fund it all themselves under 10 bot accounts.
I know people make fun of people who... Is this thing like... Okay, I missed a little bit. Is this the thing from the astronauts needing, like, hand jobs from a machine? Is that what
that was...
up here.
Yeah, because the tire train.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make a comment on that, but I got cucked by my own internet.
Go ahead.
My comment was going to be...
You got footnoted.
I got footnoted hard. It amazes me, like, people make fun of people who have, like, body pillows and anime bullshit like that, but, I mean, don't take me wrong, but you literally go out and buy a device that literally gives you a blowjob? I'm like... I mean, I've heard of cyber sex, but this is pushing it. I'm also tired, and my sensor button is off. I've been up since, like, 4 yesterday.
When you get done with this article, AC, check the private chat.
To be clear, you're not wrong. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you.
The power is overflowing.
Although one person is buying something that is shaped like the innards of a lady, and somebody else is buying a pillow. So to help achieve that goal, the Tenga rocket will carry a Space Tenga prototype filled with data measuring devices to see what effects the non-terrestrial environment has on it. The planners are hoping to raise a portion of the Tenga rocket project's necessary resources through a campaign here on Japanese crowdfunding website Campfire. Backer tiers include rewards such as the Rocket Tenga, pictured below, which is different from the still in development Space Tenga. Well, if you're going to tell me that I can get one, like, damn, 4%, 17 people and 79 days left. I don't know if they're going to make it. 202,980 Japanese yen is oh no, that's how much they've earned. They're trying to get 5 million yen. So I can get this. You're telling me I can get this razor cutting, dick destroying rocket tank.
I've heard of people like getting fucking UTIs and shit from stuff like this. Who the fuck thinks it's a good idea to stick your dick into some piece of plastic you got from overseas? I mean, don't take me wrong. I've heard of mail order brides being risky, but this might be too far.
If all goes well, the Tenga rocket will launch from Japan's northern island of Hokkaido sometime this coming summer. Of course, you're going to end it with this coming summer. So, what was that? What was that
can we call
company?
This the Cock Rocket?
Was it a ramen company that sent ramen into outer space? We covered. They live streamed it. That was ramen, right?
The Wiener Cleaner.
So I mean. So this is probably not big enough to house an actual person, right? Because it just seems like a waste to not just actually send a guy out there to jerk off in space. Like, I just if that was a tier, they would have got that crowdfunding already. Be the man to jerk off in space.
Be the first
So I missed
person
like
to fuck
the
sun.
first part of this article. Is this just a shaped tanga, or is this like a literal rocket?
So they're sending a rocket into outer space, and inside the rocket is this robot and this
Right,
tanga.
now we masturbating furiously from launch.
Okay,
to
because
touchdown.
what I thought it was they were engineering tangas for like what is it, for astronauts? So it's kind of like
Yes.
one of those space pens where it just like suctions to your dick like really hard.
You know, you can get the same effect from a very tiny plunger.
I mean, I would imagine jerking it is pretty dangerous in space, considering the speed of
the pressure change in the vacuum of
like,
space.
what's-
No one can hear you
like-
cream.
Yeah, so see, you might need to make one specially tailored to space.
You know what's funny? It's like, it's one thing to jack off and, you know, get some on the floor, or your girlfriend, or whatever, your boyfriend, whatever you may have.
Your dog.
But if you don't catch it in some capacity, that shit just in the air, bro.
Yeah.
No.
The average speed is apparently 31 miles per hour.
I believe it's 31 though.
Oh, God. In zero gravity, would that hit the wall and like bounce back a billion different directions?
Probably shoot a hole in the wall.
The thing is, I'm like, studies have shown, and you look this up on your own time with your own internet, but you can literally be sitting on the floor with a normal 8-foot bathroom and literally hit the ceiling.
Well,
I don't want to be in space.
So
real
what you're saying
question
is they need to have a little pipe that like connects to the vacuum of space to suck it in.
They
to
need to
keep
have
it in.
several line takeoffs for the astronauts.
They need what they need to do is, you know, that little rocket that was in the picture down below? Just
yeah. What they
use
need to
that
do
as the
is
model.
create the vacuum of space from Earth all the way to space, and see if instead of launching a rocket, they can just have a guy jerk off into outer space from the ground.
Hold on. I knew I had to join this dream instead of going to bed for a reason. This was it. I have an idea. What we do is this. This rocket is placed on the side of the ship, like a glory hole.
Oh,
And then when you're done getting off, it launches at the sun, and that's how we get our first sun child. And then we can do
You know
the
what?
same for the moon.
This would take a very different direction. Like, you know, the whole like panspermia theory, like that life was seeded here because some alien jerked off into some primordial ooze 10 million years ago or whatever, right? Like, imagine that Tenga's actual thing was, we're going to send a bunch of used Tengas into space so that when aliens find them, we can have like Japanese crossbred aliens in outer space.
What came to mind first, there was a minor bit of lag in between used and Tengas, and I just thought you guys were going to send a bunch of used condoms.
Well, I mean, it's
Oh, look, you know what?
effectively
Let
the
the
same
aliens
thing.
find
One
that.
just has a little bit
That'll
more
show 'em.
plastic.
That'll show them.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm glad that was an article that we got through.
Did you check the StreamYard private chat?
Yes.
Did my
Bree sent
comment
you
feel
something
familiar?
very private.
I knew they were sending naughty pics. Let's see.
Yeah, if you subscribe to Reese's OnlyFans, you might be able to see those private pics yourself.
It's only $50 a month.
All right. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't ask me how much.
I'm aware that this exists. We've
talked about
covered
Reese's
this
only
before.
I'm the first time actually hearing about this. Let's go. What's up?
Oh no, I meant this. The Tenga Robo
Oh, I
Space
thought you were
Tenga.
selling them out. I'm like, damn.
I will
Reese
say
really
that
does have
I'm
OnlyFans
subscribed
with
to the
$50
OCA
sub rates.
podcast on Pornhub as of tonight.
You know?
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Just before the
Hold on.
stream. That's what I keep
Hold on.
alluding to. The 6th stream. is I was
Hold
trying
on.
to get us
Give me the
streaming on
link.
Pornhub.
Send me the link.
I had to create an account right before the stream, and then when I went to the upload to try to find out if I could get the RTMP data to put into StreamYard, I got cucked out because they don't have a verification program yet. Anyway,
I thought that was kind of funny.
I'm very much looking forward to being the first podcast banned off of Pornhub. So that's a thing.
You can make it happen.
Yeah.
I have
All
ways.
right.
I just have to be there.
Lance, now you have to own up for your crimes here. PETA further pushes people to stop using animal names as insults.
Oh, God. Is this what you were talking about earlier?
Yes.
So PETA has something to say. I was like, who the fuck is PETA?
So you can't say
the
bitch
Family Guy
anymore?
right now?
Yeah, so I'm going to say this real quick.
Animal names as insults. Wait, when do I do
PETA,
that?
seriously, like, there is no other company that exists that makes me want to advance the opposite of their agenda more than PETA, right?
You know, it amazes me that people take so much. It's just like, okay, there was this whole thing that went on a few years ago, actually it's been several years ago, about it being an insult to kill two birds with one stone. It is literally a motherfucking turn of phrase. Yeah. How can that be insulting? It's like the pot called the kettle black. It's not a racist thing. These are two inanimate objects.
It's called an idiom.
It's called a motherfucking statement. And don't take me wrong, I am not the black cauldron here. Nobody is getting smelted down. This is merely a point being made.
The black cauldron, I'll have you know, there are many other cauldron colors that you could choose from, but you had to choose the black one.
Are there more colors than black when it comes to cauldrons? I'm pressing X to doubt on that statement.
Black is all the colors, isn't it? So like
yeah, black is all inclusive.
All right.
Yeah, but it's shade cyst.
Well, that explains why only white people can be racist, apparently, because there are no colors at all. All
Besides 50 Shades of Grey.
So PETA further pushes people to stop using animal names as insults.
This is such a good one because of how retarded PETA is. I mean, how non-demonetization word they are.
Hold on.
PETA is the Greta Thunberg of companies. The ever hypocritical PETA have attained another momentary abundance of infamy after they tried to convince people to regard animals as equal to humans once again, this time putting focus on supremacist language that labels animals as dirty, filthy, or inferior. The tweet from PETA spouts nonsense about inclusivity before then using it as a vehicle to get what they want, like most instances of the word's use, that being for people to stop calling each other animals as insults.
Excuse me.
Here's what they had to say. Something. What's up?
I have to say something, and I will say this pretty quickly so I don't derail you too hard. Instead of the word retarded, we will now begin to call people microcephalic adipates because they're too stupid to spell it. They'll never know how to look it up, and it is basically saying they have a tiny brain.
Okay.
So next
thing
I was
expecting you to say. I was expecting you to say like lemming or something, so we could like tie it into the.
Now you see, Lance, that's a great idea and all, but as someone who's retarded, I can't remember that word.
Dude,
shit!
Look, man, there's plenty. Look, man, we can get you some more tardeds. I just don't understand how you get tarded to begin with, let alone retarded. Don't take me wrong, I've been there for a while. All right, continue.
So PETA had this to say: words can create a more inclusive world or perpetuate oppression. Calling someone an animal is an insult, reinforces the myth that humans are superior to other animals and justified in violating them. First of all, don't bring the goat fuckers into this. Second of all, I don't think this is true. I don't think this is true because it depends on the situation. When your girlfriend asks you, when your girlfriend asks you to gorilla fuck her, I don't think she's implying that gorillas are inferior to humans in that regard.
Oh my God! Wait a minute! Are the animals at the zoo going to vote next at this point?
So they say stand up for justice by rejecting supremacist language. So these are the words we're supposed to use from now on.
They're going to tell me to.
So instead of chicken, say coward. Instead of rat, say snitch. Instead of snake, say jerk. Pig, repulsive.
Whoa.
You're right, Lance. They don't care if you're a piece of garbage telling people.
I take offense to the word jerk. I'm calling this shit out right now.
My favorite thing about this is that PETA has no problem with people insulting each other.
Exactly.
As long as hey, don't bring the animal kingdom into this.
Look, guys, PETA's probably just upset because Lois forgot to call him for dinner. But that aside, the thing that gets me the most about, she says it PETA. The thing about it is, I had to explain the joke for the smaller minded.
I got it. Thank you for explaining.
I'm sure you did.
I was swimming with thoughts.
You have a 4 IQ or above. The thing about it is, though, that's killing me is that PETA probably is probably trying to force people to not shave their sheep, which is really healthy for them.
Yeah, we covered that article.
No, like I said, there is no other company that makes me want to go out in advance
and harm animals.
I just want to go to fucking KFC, guys. Just leave me alone.
I need to come up with more animal name insults. Anyway, so instead of saying PETA, say trash.
Okay.
Bravo.
All right. I'm going to move on.
The sky is blue. Moving on.
Yep.
At PETA, they're really big PETA files.
All right. A woman in Japan disciplined after putting up a partition between herself and an older male coworker. I'm going to ask that we don't interject in this one because I want to get through it extremely fast. All right. No. City Hall worker denies man's physical handicap was part of her motive. I can't. One unique aspect of Japanese work culture is the lack of cubicles or private offices. Instead, coworkers sit side by side at long tables like the one shown above. It's believed that this more open layout helps foster communication, empathy, and teamwork. However, when a man in Kagoshima Prefecture on Japan's southwest island of Kyushu showed up for work, he discovered that the coworker who sits next to him had decided to do some remodeling by putting up a barrier between his desk and hers. That morning, the 50-something man's female employee and table neighbor, who is in her 20s, had arrived at the office before him and set up a partition made up of black cardboard between their sections of the table. The barrier was about 40 centimeters, or 15.7 inches tall, and 50 centimeters long, large enough so that the two of them couldn't see each other if seated. That probably would have made for an awkward shift, but instead of clocking in, the man, feeling bullied, went home. The incident occurred on October 16th, and the man hasn't been back to work since. He's since been diagnosed with adjustment disorder and is currently on sick leave. Now, I don't know if you guys know what adjustment disorder is. You might know it by its scientific name, butthurt. The woman kept the partition up for the first few days, even after the man stopped coming to work, but has since taken it down. However, she is now being disciplined for her actions, which the City Hall administration has deemed, quote, inappropriate. When asked why she put up the partition, the woman said, quote, working with him has been a recurring source of stress. I just couldn't take it anymore, and I put up the barrier without really being conscious of doing so. Exit out. Adding another complication to the situation is the fact that the man who transferred into the division in April of 2019 is physically handicapped. Though the woman denies that was a factor in putting up the barrier. I love how it's like, okay, so...
Well, you said no interjections. Is this the end of the article?
Okay, you're right. Let me get through the last paragraph here.
Objection will enter.
There has been no indication that either of the two coworkers was the other superior in the office hierarchy, and so the situation is unlikely to be handled as a case of outright power harassment. However, the City Hall is saying that if if and when the man is ready to return to work, they are considering reassigning one or both of them to another department so that they'll no longer have to work in such close proximity. All right, so I like that. Anytime something happens, they're like, it's because I'm black, isn't it? Or like, it's because I'm handicapped.
It was obviously a hate crime for one count of butthurt.
Yeah. You're being charged with butthurt in the 4th degree.
Depends who you talk to. That might have different meanings.
Yeah. So one of the things about it, though, that I find have you seen the Key and Peele skit? I think Random 11 said to me one time where I'll be honest, I don't know which one is Key and which one is Peele. Where one of them is a very flamboyant gay guy, and he's like being just absolutely obnoxious, like listening to like really bad like techno music. There's just a bass line with sex noises, and he's like, he's like, oh, I'm sorry, does my gay music make you uncomfortable? Anyway, the skit just goes on and on with him talking about like his boyfriend's penis being like a baby arm holding an apple and stuff, and then he makes the guy extremely uncomfortable, and he's constantly saying, "Oh, is it you can't handle a gay man, right?" And then the other guy's boyfriend shows up, and they kiss and go to lunch, and then the one who's left says, "Oh, like I'm not oppressed, I'm just an asshole," or whatever. That's what I think of. That's what I think of whenever somebody says, it's because I'm handicapped, isn't it? Or whatever.
I mean, don't take me wrong. If that's your first response, and that usually means you're hung up on it.
Yeah, I think Blair White put it very well when she was talking about the trans community, of which she is part of, and said someday fellow trans people are going to realize people don't oppose them because they're trans. It's because they're unlikable cunts or whatever she said.
Anyway,
moving on. All right.
I love how no one touched
the end of the payphone. Japanese government considering getting rid of phone boxes. I'm just going to read some data here that I thought was interesting. Right here. Currently, payphones are considered a universal service in Japan, a term meaning something that is easily available at an affordable price for all citizens. According to current regulations, city areas are required to have a public payphone installed every 500 square meters, with non-city areas every kilometer. There are presently 110,000 payphones dotted about Japan, with an extra 40,000 payphones installed by companies, although according to statistics over the past 20 years, their usage has dropped to just 2% of what it used to be. There you go. Also, when you see it, you're like, oh, that's that one from Ava. Yep, that's what it was.
And they take all movie rights, game rights, toy rights, and shoe line products. Continue.
There you go. Sentai massage therapist arrested after groping customers' breasts. A Chinese employee at a Sentai massage therapy building, quote, manipulative bodywork therapy based on Japanese and Chinese traditions. I guess that's what Sentai is. Or maybe that's the name of the therapy building. Manipulative bodywork therapy. Has been arrested after he implemented breast groping into the procedure, a rather obvious attempt to take advantage of a female customer. Police revealed that the Chinese individual was an employee at the Kenko Kiko Seitai Institute located at Tokyo's Machida City, and there he grabbed the breast of a female customer who was in her 20s and performed other obscene acts. The suspect worked part-time at the Seitai clinic on the weekends and mostly worked for a software company during the week. The employee tried to pass his crime off as part of the procedure, explaining that he was going to perform a lymphatic draining as he eventually groped her breast. Denying the charges against him, the man asserted that he only touched the woman's collarbone and did not grab her chest. Well, I will say this. If you don't know what a lymphatic massage is, Google that shit. Because it's the greatest thing in the world. You'll never have a stuffed up nose ever again. But also, it's an interesting concept. Like, how do you prove that the guy groped you?
Okay.
Because if you look at the title, clearly his name, he is the rapist.
The rapist, yeah. Massage
okay. What I can't understand are two things. Two things here. One, you're dumb enough to go into a place of business, have some stranger put their hands all over your body. Not a licensed medical professional, just somebody at a random ass shop. Like, okay, I want a massage. I'm gonna get naked in front of this person and have them rub me.
Well, you don't know that she was naked, but you know.
Okay.
Likely.
Fair enough. That's a fair point. I do not have that, but it's a lot of times people do strip down for these massages.
Yeah. For a time, yeah, sure.
Okay.
I didn't when I got one like years ago.
Well, you were underage, I assume.
Oh. What is it a requirement after you're like of age that you have to?
Well, I think it's like no, young man, please leave your pants on.
This is not what I got the PhD for.
The way I reacted there was almost like, oh, so that's why they took it off.
Oh, that's why they didn't molest me.
How does it make you feel? Do you feel left out, or do you feel like you lucked out?
Show us on the doll. They didn't touch you.
No, the second thing I can't understand. Okay, if you're having someone rub you, okay,
at least tip them.
How the hell? Okay, they literally threw this in there. They made it look like groping her boobs was the big issue, but they said in other sexual acts, correct?
Yeah. So
what I can't understand is that, okay, one, if he touched her inappropriately, why didn't she go on and say something? Like immediately.
I meant to follow up on that, but the article is
in Moonspeak.
Gone.
And second to that last part, of the two parts, the second part has two parts. Second, why the fuck did she stay there for the rest of it? End of statement.
Yeah, she should have just said, "Oh, 1 sec, I got this business call I have to make," and then just get out there.
Well, I'm sorry, I want to refund you piece of shit.
Let's play devil's advocate for a second, which is a very weird. It's a very weird statement to make, considering that I'm making the victim the devil in this situation the way you painted it. But it's very possible that the very last thing he did was run his hands down the collarbone straight onto the nips, and then okay, your massage is done, you know. And so it's not like this happened right at the beginning, and then she didn't leave throughout the rest of the massage.
No, he specifically at the end of the massage flicks them, and it's like, okay, there we go.
Hey, look,
I don't know why he flicked them.
It didn't seem sexual until he started massaging the nipples.
I love how it is completely left out right now, whether or not she was wearing a towel or some form of robe, because they're usually undressed, but then there's a towel placed on them for the massage. Like,
well, we have half the story. We don't have the whole like
for this guy.
You know, like they said, it could have been at the end of that.
Again, a lymphatic massage for anyone who doesn't.
Lymph nodes.
A lymphatic massage is done like this, right? It's on your
choking,
like sort of the, what do you call these? The glands.
Your lymph nodes.
And yes, down to your collarbone, right? And I am telling you, if you've never done it or you've never had done to you, it's fucking magical, especially when your nose is all stuffed up. Because what happens is, all of a sudden, literally, it's like the floodgates open, it just drains out and you can breathe. It's amazing. But the point is that it happens around here, right? So the actual, you know, obviously she's laying on her back and they're doing the massage, and then I'm assuming it could be, you know, moved around from there. And like I said, it's in the collarbone. So he's probably like inching down, lymphatic, right? Just like chanting at her while getting closer and
now
closer
I'm
to
in
the
your
prize.
crotch.
We got a new viewer from Twitch.
Oh, hey, Chris.
Whoa.
35678, great name, says, hi, hello there. I invite you to join. We're doing fantastic. A little tired. I'm on my 8th caffeine receptacle. Or
I'm on my
receptacle.
second gallon of water.
All right, let's. Do we have anything else to say about this? Because we've got a policeman suspended for squirting female bystanders with bodily fluids. I can't wait to hear you try to make this woman the perpetrator.
That was a
here.
wonderful image there, Senkaku.
Real quick, are we streaming to the hub?
No, you're not.
No, we're not.
That's truly a shame.
It is a shame, isn't it? Especially with this podcast titled
Semen Slayer.
Semen Slayer.
Dude, I bet you this. Dude, all you need to do is have someone pull this from YouTube. You can do it yourself. And
upload it. We can't upload it.
Just upload it to Pornhub. I'll go over there.
We can't upload it all because of because they banned all non-verified.
Oh, we have to get verified.
Yeah, so we created an OCA podcast account, and we're waiting for them to set up a verification system so that we can get verified somehow. And
is
then
their
verification
system send a?
I just want to be able to start the
verification
podcast
system
saying,
send a
"Welcome
dick
back to
pic?"
the Open Just Anime Podcast, the only podcast banned on Pornhub." That's all I want. All right, I just want them to ban us quickly so that we can say that as our claim to fame. Anyway, so
I am.
Chris says that they're going to have 24.
You have never had.
I'm assuming they mean 24 inches of snow.
Yeah.
In New York. Okay, I read that as I was like, oh dear, gonna have 24 inches in my. There's also.
I just realized now that we're on Twitch, we can't say the words. Don't say the words to guess.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that. See, I was gonna bring that up if we did get on Pornhub. That you guys cannot share that stream, like the link to it, even though the content isn't pornographic. I think posting the link to a porn site will be in violation of YouTube's terms of service, and your account might get banned for posting it in the stream. Just so everybody's clear, you don't want to do that when that does become a thing, which I'm hoping is soon.
And just to be double clear
for the laws, right?
And just to be double clear, Old Man only listed 3 shows, and it took up like a paragraph. That should be a sign of the names of shows.
Yeah, suppose a kid from Star Town moved to whatever.
Even Mushoku Tensei, the subtitle, jobless reincarnate. Like, oh my god, just say Mushoku Tensei. Great.
Okay. All right, let's
Do you love your mom and her 2-hit multi-target attacks?
Oh my god. A perverted police officer has been suspended following his grotesque spree of splashing female bystanders with his bodily fluids, an act he decided to imitate after initially watching videos of it.
Were they fresh?
Kanagawa police learned that the 27-year-old officer committed this unsanitary crime between February and October of last year, where he splashed his bodily fluids of unknown origin on women, their clothing, and their bags across 5 different incidents.
How do they know it's his bodily fluids if they don't know the origin?
Well, you'll find out.
I hope so this time.
Between February and October of last year, so a good 9 months, 8 months.
8 months, literally.
So anyway, he was splashed on their clothing and everything and bags across 5 different incidents at East Japan Railway Company's Yokohama, Kawasaki, and Oimachi stations. The officer resigned from his job. The exact
guy who was spitting on lollies.
Yeah, probably same guy. The officer resigned from his job the exact day he was suspended, admitted to his wrongdoings, and said he, quote, wanted to see the surprised look on the faces of the women. After watching an obscene video, I became interested in what I could do. In total, I did it about 30 times. Arrested over one of his ejaculatory incidents back in October, where he sprayed a woman and her bag with his fluids on an escalator, police learned the deranged man stored his fluids in a container meant for moisturizing cream. They also analyzed the DNA of the fluid and linked him to other incidents. So there you go.
Where he was the father.
A statement from the Kanagawa police. Quote, we would like to express our deepest apologies to the victims and other citizens of the prefecture. We will endeavor to tighten discipline for staff such that another incident does not take place.
Okay. Okay. All I have to say, I will. You know what? Listen. AC, you posted a challenge, and I will try to respond in kind quickly.
Oh,
you said, how can I turn this around?
Okay, yes. Tell me how the women are the perpetrators.
Well, my previous one wasn't turning the perpetrator. I was giving a possible, but this I will see what I can do. Let's see. Well, you got to understand. First of all, he wanted to understand how coming up to people with a motherfucking bottle of moisturizer was not going to set off red flags, because that right there is the creepiest thing someone can possibly do. Don't take me wrong, but even though in this coronavirus situation, someone walks up to me with a fucking bottle of moisturizer, it's like, would you like some? I'm gonna go the other goddamn
Yeah, so
way.
it seems like what he probably did is
he was trying to check morals, and then when
know
they got
how
too
he
close,
got it
he
in
went
there.
and gave them a little bit of a sperm count. 1 pump, 2, and then they just took this all the wrong way. And see,
Well,
it took
wouldn't
them
it be
8
like
months
one of
before they
the
actually
things with the
cared.
cap
So you
on
know
it?
what? They almost had a baby. So maybe Putnam's onto something where he was the father, because it did take a goddamn long time. At this point, it's a preemie.
Oh yeah,
it stayed in the womb longer than I did.
God. Are you saying he sprayed them? They're like, oh, it's just moisturizer, and they might as well use it.
I think that was his goal. I think that's why he put it in the receptacle.
There you go. There you go.
So that he could go over and he would like fake sneeze and like just squeeze it real tight and squirt it all over people.
But no, then the woman would like, I don't know, like I don't know, put their hand down their pants or something, and be like, oh, it's real itchy today, and then get pregnant. Oh no!
Dear God.
They swallow it and it just works through them.
I'm so glad that I didn't share a separate article. I don't even want to share the title of.
You're just gonna ban me one day, and I'm gonna be so happy.
No, I'm not gonna ban you. I just you're making me think of an article I'm choosing not to share because it was horrifying about a woman killing.
And
her
he's
own
just
baby.
wondering.
Anyway,
what?
I'm gonna just. A woman bought a refrigerator to preserve her dead mother's corpse for a decade. Let's talk about something lighter here.
Is that as bad as the dude cut his father up?
See,
stored him in the motherfucking attic?
It is, because at least that guy. I would say it's
murder her mother.
No. Well, see, the thing is that she's had the mother for 10 years in a fridge and didn't try to even do anything to get rid of it.
So it's like putting someone in an urn. It's almost as creepy as walking into someone's house. Like, oh yeah, by the way, this is Charles.
Here, let me read the article here. So Tokyo police have apprehended a 48-year-old woman upon learning the desperate criminal kept the corpse of her mother for 10 entire years, even resorting to purchasing a refrigerator to stow her away like some packaged food product. Police say the sickening woman attempted to conceal the death of her mother and that she abandoned a corpse. The emotionless suspect explained she tried to keep the body a secret because she wanted to continue living in her current abode, with the occupancy being written in her mother's name. The decade-old corpse was happened upon by a member of the cleaning crew after they looked inside the refrigerator, and they immediately called the authorities. The cleaning crew stumbled upon the fetid corpse when the heartless criminal was not home at the time. The suspect was handed an eviction notice back on Wednesday after she stopped forking out cash to pay her rent about a year ago. Wow. Police located the woman at a Chiba City hotel on Friday, and there, the 48-year-old disclosed she found her mother dead in the apartment about a decade ago, and that she bought the refrigerator to hide the body. So there you go. She bought the freaking fridge just to hide the body, but didn't, in those 10 years, think maybe I should cut off a little piece and once a week toss it to the birds or something, right?
Well,
maybe instead of buying a refrigerator, get an industrial grade food processor.
Oh god! I mean, yeah, but the thing is, if she just didn't get a fridge, she could have lasted rent for like half a year more, maybe.
Well, I assume what's happened is that the year of not paying rent was coronavirus induced. I'm not sure. But I just imagine you're in a Japanese apartment and you get that ultra food processor recent time where you just the neighbors all like, "What the hell are you doing?"
It's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised nobody in the 10 years. It was 10 years, right? It was a decade.
Yeah, I think
how come her mother's friends never noticed anything.
No
Like you
family.
don't pick up on
She
that,
must have
like-
been a hikikomori.
Neat.
Right. That's what like you have to assume. It's like they were just like non.
Turns out her
like-
mom, the police
mom-
were
her
tipped
mom
off
was-
when her WoW guild was wondering where she was. All right, continuing here.
I knew she was that
All right.
final.
I've been
online
saving
fan.
the best for last, so let's just go ham.
But before you hit that, can I say something real quick? I
Go
don't
for
want to. I got to give a shout out real quick to my landlord. While you were reading that entire thing about that woman and her mom putting her in the fridge, my landlord got a new speaker system and he is rocking out in there right now. And like 1 in the morning, do another one, bites the dust, and the whole house was fucking bumping. Just thinking, I was like, this can't be better.
I'm just glad that that your mic's not picking it up and we're not getting banned off Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Periscope right now.
All at once.
Oh,
Male
God,
teacher-
that is bad.
Male teacher trespasses into women's bath wearing wig, women's clothing.
So
Did he
this
ju-
is
did they just
basically
assume
live
his
action
gender?
prison school.
Yeah, the prison school. Oh God! A male teacher desperate to witness all the nude women present at a bathing facility tried putting on a guise consisting of a wig, makeup, and women's clothing, failing horribly as he was arrested for his perverse deed.
I
The
like to
36-year-old
imagine he had massive chest hair still on or whatever.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you've ever met an Asian person.
But those women, they have a lot of chest hair.
No, the men don't have chest hair.
Oh.
So I love this. So it's a teacher, right? A 36-year-old male teacher from Hiroshima, of course. From
I don't
Hiroshima,
think he's from
Kenmitsu,
there.
Fuchuhigashi High School, trespassed into the women's bath at a bathing facility located in Hiroshima's Fukuyama City whilst wearing a disguise. Though his plot was promptly foiled after a female customer suspicious of him reported the matter to an employee. I think we lost somebody off the stream just now.
I heard
Oh, it was Reese.
Oh, God.
At least he can put himself
the
back
MILF
in.
power was too strong. That MILF picture was just like his shoulder brain couldn't handle it.
Yeah, by the way, when we do get okay. Admittedly, I don't know how all this works. But when we do get the stream on Pornhub, we have to decide what categories we go into. So we're thinking Shota, full package Fuda.
Well,
give us your maybe not in the chat here, maybe on Discord. Give us your suggestions because I don't want us to get. I don't want you to have anything happen to the
in his chat.
We have to include all the stuff we put
don't
in.
Forget,
in our.
Don't forget,
visual
AC. I would like to point something out. Your commenters have a lot of power over you because YouTube's algorithm sucks. Remember that. Even I'm careful about what I say. It's a lot of times crazy, but I word myself.
You know, I'll be real with you. Like, I kind of don't care about the podcast not growing astronomically based on YouTube trying to throttle us over stuff like that. Because I think the podcast is significantly more fun, and it has like this.
No, I'm talking about it just getting deleted out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, true. I don't think that YouTube can do that though. I
I
don't think that
I joined your stream as it's happening to someone else.
They can only do that if we're leafy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, let me continue.
Go for it. Sorry. I'm not good.
It's all right. Apparently, the teacher's getup was not very convincing, as the employee hastily subdued the pervert, with the criminal then admitting to entering into the women's bath and subsequently apologizing. Similarly,
Oh my God. Go ahead. I'll
similarly, the Hiroshima Prefectural Board of Education apologized profusely over the matter. Good.
Okay, what I was just going to say was Japan is literally the most sexual-free country on the planet, and this motherfucker is so stupid that he had to go into a fucking women's bath. Why not just go to a fucking co-ed bath, you piece of shit?
That's true. Because they're all old ladies, like every
Oh, there you go.
The thing is, I'm like, I'm not even going to get into Japan's sexual culture. Everyone knows about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't understand. I understand, like, depravity.
That's a good segue to our next topic.
But it's just, it makes me scratch my head that people are this dumb. What the hell is this?
Two men together or two separate incidents?
Is this a callback to my 50 Shades of Grey joke earlier?
2 men charged for having sex at a public bathhouse in Tokyo. Manager has had enough of people using the Sento for casual hookups. In Japan, public bathhouses known as Sento are used by people of all ages, from very young children, accompanied by a parent, to the elderly. While some people simply like the ease and convenience of using a public bathhouse, which can save on water bills and cleaning at home, others like to visit the Sento for the purported health benefits of their waters, which are sometimes sourced from natural hot springs, while others have no choice but to use the local bathhouse, given that some apartments in Japan don't come with baths or showers. Really? Damn.
Yeah, that's actually a thing. I've seen like I saw years ago like walkthroughs of apartments, and they're tiny.
I mean, it saves on your water bill, I guess.
That explains why in the live-action Girl Who Leapt Through Time movie, that guy was like washing himself in the kitchen sink or whatever. So they often include an indoor and outdoor bathing area too. For a second, I thought this was that. Adult, like where they do all the porn shoots for a second, but clearly it's not.
They probably have done one here in this video, wherever this picture was taken.
Damn it! Here I am not getting the thing before it gets taken down once again.
What is that? The live footage, the security cam?
Well, I want the news report at least. Damn it.
Video
Every time a video goes viral in Japan, they private it. I don't know what it is. Anyway, all right. So
I have belched on this stream. Truly, the greatest crime.
Then there are others. Okay, so hold on. They go because they don't have showers in some apartments. Then there are others who appear to confuse the bathhouse as a place for sexual activity, which is not its intended purpose. That's what you think. That's what's been happening at one particular Sento in Tokyo's Shibuya ward, where 2 men were caught engaging in sexual acts last November. The 2 men, both in their 30s, were subsequently charged with public obscenity and admitted to the charges, saying they were aware that they would be causing trouble for the establishment due to signage on the premises, but they, quote, succumbed to... What does the signage on the premises say?
No
buttocks.
No.
So anyway, but they succumbed to the temptation. The men say they had no previous acquaintance with each other and met at the public bath on the day of the incident. The sexual activity was said to have taken course over about 20 minutes in the open-air bathing area, while the door to the area was unlocked and about 15 guests were using the inside bath. Well, damn. The manager says he has reported around...
Did they like the live-action movie?
No, but seriously, there's like that stereotype about the bathhouse being a gay hookup in America. Like the gay bathhouse is like the place where only the gays go because of what goes on there. Well, apparently it's true. So the manager says he has reported around 40 such incidents of sexual activity between gay customers on the premises to police in the last 4 to 5 years. I love it. It's like we were talking about before with the handicap thing. It's like when they get talked to, it's because I'm gay, isn't it? No, it was because you were banging a man
in the ass.
So
here's
the thing: is this same thing happening between the women? Because they're gay too. They're gay women.
Well, it's kind of harder for them to rail each other in the ass.
I mean, they could be fucking scissoring. You don't know.
It says here that he's reported around 40 such incidents of sexual activity between gay customers on the premises to police in the last 4 to 5 years. It doesn't say gay male customers, so who knows?
Well,
he also says the establishment has been a public bathhouse for the past 70 years and expressed his disappointment that the Sento has now become labeled through the internet as a place for gay people to meet up for casual hookups, even though sexual activity is prohibited by the management. Sex at the Sento. Why don't they just leave someone like?
Okay. Here's a fix. Here's a fix for all this. Since apparently they need to watch these people take a bath. Why don't they just?
Dude, all they gotta do is put a glory hole in the bathroom. That's how most places fix this problem.
So what's the point of segregating the genders if they're gonna bang anyway? You know?
Yeah, that's another thing. That's something I can't understand. I'm like, since at this point we have straight, gay, and everything.
Oh God!
What I can't understand. What I can't understand is I'm like, what do I do now? Like, I just go into a bathroom to use a fucking urinal. The guy beside me is like, nice. I'm like, what?
Okay. So remember how we were discussing how when you're told not to do things on the internet, that's exactly what the internet's going to do, or how when PETA tells me to be nice to animals, I just want to run them
kill
over
them
with my car or whatever.
I just want to go to KFC.
Damn it.
Sex at the center has become such a problem that the manager has posted a sign on the wall that reads,
"Sex in the big bathhouse.
LGBT customers without morals or standards are not permitted."
Uh-huh.
So I guess like the straight customers don't need the morals or standards. The manager went on to defend the signage, saying he doesn't believe all members of the LGBT community would take part in such activities, but the sign was put up to help prevent incidents from occurring, so that all customers would be able to bathe peacefully at the facility. The sign, however, goes into quite a bit of detail, saying, quote, Shibuya Ward has enacted its ordinance on same-sex partnerships, but at this establishment, LGBT customers without morals or standards are not permitted. A list of prohibited behaviors follows, covering such things as inviting acts, intense looks, following around, making out, and touching.
Intense looks?
Like,
what if
it's
you're
just
just
if
good
you base
looking
it off
and
of
you're
yaoi
got
manga,
intense
like you
looks?
can't be throwing each other like these doomy looks, doomy eyes from Lion King or some shit.
What if a dude all of a sudden gets us to show your eyes and he's
so
like,
let's say it does not list. So it does not list butt sex. So that's okay.
Yeah, if you just happen to sit down. Oh, I didn't see you there.
I didn't see his dick. It just popped in there on its own.
Or jerking off in front of each other.
Look, man, in this public bath, I have experienced Nirvana.
Touching could refer to yourself.
Okay.
So people online had mixed reactions, saying things such as, quote, the sign shouldn't be addressed to gay people. They should be banning all public sexual acts without any mention of sexual preferences.
Yeah, but the problem is the straight guys without morals and stuff can't enact on that because they're stuck with a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, they're being discriminated against. Should they get to go to the women's bath?
I love this one.
The sign will work for them.
Don't gay people who have sex at public baths realize they're giving their community a bad name? That's what makes it a turn on, guys. I used to have to patrol the bathing areas when I worked at a center, and whenever I found gay men having sex, I'd tell them to go to a love hotel. This person says, I'm gay, but I've quit going to public baths for sex. It's just not the place for it.
Oh, God.
So you did at one point? Good job, Joe Mouse.
Was that?
So you did go there at one point doing exactly what...
It's like, whoa, that's even too gay for me, guy. It's inconsiderate.
I wants to go get in fucking water that's been from some guy.
Oh, seriously. Like
and people have been in there like, okay, I know you're supposed to rinse off, but you're just sitting there and like you're just washing the freaking like that crust that's on your butt, you know, after about 2-3 days. You know, like that's all in the water, and they change this like
so
once every now and then.
I can say with full certainty
I feel like
if the OCA podcast ever goes to Japan, just for shits and gigs, like if we ever go there and like do like a just like vlogs and whatnot, I will be taking public baths off of the itinerary. Although, God, obviously, there's no way to get a camera in there unless we had our own private one, sort of thing.
I guess,
but it would be the funniest Logan Paul level exposure to go into a public bath holding a camera and walk right into two guys around each other.
Oh, fuck. fuck no. Oh.
So
Guys, you literally walk in, turn around, and walk back out.
Walk in and start singing something by Mariah Carey.
That's Shimaz. I'm get out of here. All right, so it's it's inconsiderate to others who use the baths for bathing. There's plenty of other places where you can cruise for sex. No matter what your sexual orientation, and no matter how many dark corners a sento may have, a Japanese public bathhouse is not the place for casual sex. And as sento managers in Japan struggle to find ways to deal with the problem effectively and sensitively, they do well to talk with more people from the LGBTQI plus community. That's an I, right? Yeah, that's got to be an I. Like this gay bar mama, in order to tackle the issue together and stop it from occurring. Well then, since you're inviting me to find out about yeah, I don't even care.
So I take it that all the LGBTQ people without morals are just like protesting I should be able to rail my boyfriend wherever I want.
No, I downloaded the Key and Peele skit. I can't believe I didn't upload that clip for the podcast. I'm just an asshole. All right, we got two more here. Japanese subway ad about depressed teens should probably be in a different place.
The Suicide Forest?
Yeah. So basically,
hanging news for suicide.
I'm gonna power through this one quick. Let me just let the images load.
Speed run.
Cram School's message would be ordinary. God damn it! You guys have to throw two B's in that sentence right there. Cram School's message would ordinarily be inspiring, but takes on an inadvertently dark, potentially dangerous atmosphere. The Daigaku part of Nagoya Daigaku Station's name means university, and both Nagoya University and Nanzan universities have campuses within walking distance. In addition to the school's current students, the subway station is also used by high schoolers hoping to attend the institutions and coming to take entrance exams or tour the campus. So it's no surprise that a lot of the ads found inside the station are of an educational nature. For example, here's one from Cram School chain Kawaii. It's not Kawaii. It's Kawaii Juku. So just God damn it. So the Japanese word for cute is kawaii. There's an extra kawaii. I at the end of it. Yeah, it's anyway. That says, quote, "We're here to help you become a Nagoya U student." Because of how difficult entrance exams are, preparing for them is a long process, with many students attending cram school lessons throughout their final year of high school. Cram schools ideally want to not only fill their students' heads with knowledge, but also keep their spirits and energy levels up, as demonstrated by another Kawaii Juku poster that reads, quote, "Take a look around the testing room. In spring, when the school year starts, you'll have lots of friends." All right. These could have easily just been a shitty Facebook post that didn't get any likes, but instead you put them up for everyone to see.
Yep.
Even the most optimistic teens, though, will eventually experience some measure of self-doubt. And midwinter, in the final days before students take their entrance exams, is the most stressful of all. Cram school chain Yoyogi Seminar wanted to display empathy with an ad that shows it knows this is a tough time for many of its students, while also reminding them of the importance of perseverance. And to be fair, the words it chose in and of themselves are encouraging and inspiring. Here's what they said, quote, "When you think I can't go on, if you take just one step forward, that's where your goal is." Nice, right? Acknowledges that studying is hard, but also holds out the promise of hope that all that hard work might be about to pay off. When things start to feel overwhelming, sometimes it helps to just concentrate on the next baby step. Unfortunately, that sentiment got kind of lost because of where in the station the ad was placed, on a platform pillar right next to the train tracks, as shown in this tweet from Japanese Twitter user Sugumi Nun. Okay. Yeah, so basically one step forward is where your goal is.
Oh, God.
With jumping in front of a train being one of the more common ethos of suicide in Japan, and educational pressure a common contributor to teen depression, suggesting that the end of stress and other negative feelings might be just a step away takes on a darker meaning if step is interpreted literally in this location. And other Twitter users were quick to agree with the tweet that this isn't the right place for the ad, saying, quote, "I just can't imagine what they were thinking putting that poster up there. The phrasing is eloquent, but this isn't the place for it. They really should think carefully about where they put this, and it looks like they just slapped it up there without giving it much thought."
I thought you were going to say, and looks like their latest victim just arrived.
Oh boy, I was looking for a place to Minecraft myself. In your Yogi Seminar's defense, the ad doesn't look to be specifically tailored to this particular station, and odds are the same design is also used in other locations where it couldn't be construed as anything other than a kind-hearted message about not giving up. And thankfully, it at least appears that the poster is oriented such that if you're standing in front of it and reading its encouragement to take a step forward, you'd actually be moving towards the center of the platform and away from the tracks. In any case, it's obvious that neither Yoyogi Seminar or Nagoya Daigaku Station wants depressed teens to kill themselves. I mean, you don't know that. And it's a near certainty that no one involved with the poster design or placement realized its potentially unfortunate implications at the time it went up. But since hindsight is 2020, in order to help people remember that they have things to look forward to in the future, even if they don't yet know what those things are going to be, it'd probably be okay. Anyway, yeah, there you go. That's it. Moving on to
so
the last.
Suicide's running train on their population?
Yes.
It's the Mugen Train.
Yeah.
Also, can anyone read the text on my new profile picture? Or is that?
I just pulled a bunch of hair out. That was sucked.
You okay over there, AC?
No.
Did I do it to you, man? Am I causing illusion?
No, I did one of the. Hold on. God damn it! Scroll down. Okay, here we go. Sorry, this video is not available in your country. Okay.
Yep.
It's not available.
I just wondered.
I did one of these. I went like this right as you started asking that, and then I tried to go like this, and my hands didn't quite get emptied before they ripped a bunch of hair. Or not really, but felt like you know how it goes. All right, so we almost covered this last podcast. I'm gonna go ahead and skip it for now. Maybe cover it next podcast, just because Dan is hanging on all this time.
Until you're on Pornhub, and then you'll cover it.
There we go. Let's talk about.
Semen
You're
Slayer.
gonna edge this article to the very end.
Yes.
Also,
Let's talk about Demon Slayer. Dan, do you want to go first since you're still here, my friend?
I've watched Demon Slayer. Go ahead, Dan.
I like it. Yeah.
Dan liked it.
Yeah, but is it the greatest anime of all time, hands
No.
down?
No.
I like the fight. The fight was really good, but that's when people started talking about it in the first place. Like the fight's really good, but it's not like top tier.
But that doesn't mean it's automatically the best anime of all time because it has a fancy looking fight scene.
In Shonen particularly, there'll be an event, and then people will start talking about the Shonen question. Naruto,
Okay.
it was Gaara versus Rock Lee. That's when people started talking about Naruto. In fucking Bleach, it was like
It was
Ichigo
Ichigo.
versus
For me, it was
Kapachi.
Ichigo versus not Kapachi.
You know, like people
Nice.
talk about these
Right.
fights, and they're really good, but it's just like that doesn't make the show like this amazing supernatural experience that you need to stop what you're doing and put everything down
I mean,
and
for
watch.
me, Bleach was what the hell kind of books are you reading? But well, that's not this show.
I'll put it the way that I put it to my friend. I said, yes,
To his friend, over here.
episode 19 looked fancy and pretty, but it was the equivalent of what is it? Gohan being put in in grave danger, and Goku's like, no, and goes Super Saiyan. just really prettily animated. It's the same substance as that.
I wouldn't even say that. I would say that okay. So look, it was cool. It was cool when the fire technique was revealed, but goddamn, the bullshit like, oh, I'm about to die. Let's have a quick flashback to something we've never shown before about my dad having his own breathing technique that I'm going to magically have remembered right at this moment. Yeah, so I wasn't on board with that. I felt like
I wasn't on board with what is it? Oh, my spider strings aren't at their maximum power, you fool. It's like, what? And
I remember when I saw that, all I could say was Lord Freeze.
So I've got a couple things here.
Nezuko
power. Here to
share. Oh, suddenly.
No.
Yeah, I thought about that the whole time they were talking about breathing being so important. I'm like, Hamon?
Yeah. Dad, why is my sister named Rose? Because your mother loves roses. Thanks, Dad. No problem, Kimetsu no Yaiba, episode 19.
What?
And then my favorite, Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba should really just be called That Time Michael Jackson Got Reincarnated as a Demon.
Yeah.
I saw that one already.
I'm thinking that must have been an homage or something, because that looked just like him.
Yeah. Reese, you have an overlay in here. Have you used it yet?
No, I have not. You can just show it.
Discussion?
I was talking to Dan when you were gone. Just throw it on it. Just talking
What
about
is this picture behind you?
I'm totally missing whatever's going on here.
It's the meme. It's the meme from the Spider-Man movies. Everywhere I go, I see him. It's Iron Man painting, or whatever on the wall.
Oh god!
Oh.
I gotta say,
after that episode, I was like, "That's the greatest thing I've ever seen."
So my favorite, I was gonna say my actual favorite part of that episode was when they went after her and they go to slash her head and she shrinks into an even younger form.
Yeah,
and starts to run
that
away
was
like a baby. Oh god, that was so good.
The thing is that I started watching this not too long after we had the Attack on Titan discussion, and you guys were like, you'd have a better experience with it if you watched it, all in one sitting. So I did my damnedest and I marathoned this show.
I'm sorry.
I watched every bit of it, like pretty much within a few days.
Yeah.
And the thing is that for me, is that I felt like I was eating like vanilla cake, just a vanilla cake mix with no icing. It was damn good. It was filling, but for the love of God, there was not much else there.
Yeah, no, I very much agree. Dan and I were talking about how the last 3 episodes are literally padding it out before the movie arc started.
Yeah.
Like the last 3 episodes straight is like, wow, this could have been 1.5,
Yeah. I did like how the last episode though set up the movie.
Them getting on the train?
Yeah, them getting on the train, and then it's showing the other Hashira on the train, and then the demon kind of like above the train.
I'll say this: it's interesting time to be alive that anime movies are now canon. Like, when did that happen?
Yeah, for sure.
When Battle of the Gods became a movie, I guess.
Battle of the Gods isn't canon, though. Battle of the Gods is a movie.
Battle
of Gods is a movie-fied version of the canon arc.
Because all canon.
Yes,
everything.
So the movie version and the TV show version are both simultaneously canon. Exactly. Where Bulma has a birthday both at Capsule Corp headquarters and on a fucking boat.
Multiverse theory, Brad. Do you not understand what the fuck Dragon Ball's all about?
So,
Battle of Gods came before the series, though.
It did.
It did.
But, yes.
But back onto
Random Lone says, I like the show. One of the very few that I've been able to like the 3D CG anime style. Only ever noticed an issue in shots where they were small or far in the background. Yeah. So the 3D in the show is noticeable, but he's right.
I think for the characters, it's noticeable.
Yeah, but
there's no substance to the show.
Well,
the show is a very pretty piece of art, and That's it.
Well,
I mean,
I'll say this.
Yeah, the story was very basic, and there were parts of it that were like insulting.
Yeah, bland as shit, and like they're over explaining everything to the audience.
Oh, what? You know what? You mean that thing that I was complaining about last
the thing
week?
you were complaining about. But the thing is that, like, I really, to put things in perspective, and look, this show does not deserve this, given how much is out source material wise, and the fact that they've ended it at volume 23 or whatever, right? But the thing about this, well, then again, they've also got like the light novels and stuff. But the thing about it is that when I the thing about it is that Hunter x Hunter opening arc sucks. It's not good, right? Neither is the Raditz shit in Dragon Ball Z. Now, granted, if you're coming into that right after finishing off Dragon Ball, that's at least gonna hook you, and give you something because you're getting all this backstory that's like, what? Goku's an alien? What? But just standalone, it's not good. It's literally the worst part of that show. And I mean, I think Yu Yu Hakusho has a pretty strong opening.
However,
Kenshin's opening is way overshadowed by its later stuff.
The problem is right now
is badass from beginning to end because at least its story and narrative drives from the very very start of the show to the end.
The problem is Demon Slayer doesn't have 100+ episodes yet.
Right. So I'm giving the benefit of the doubt for the manga story or whatever to get somewhere because look, the story, like everybody has made this point. It's weak. The story is bland and weak, but I don't think it's weaker. It's as weak. I don't think it's weaker than Hunter x Hunter's opening.
But the thing I can't speak to Hunter x Hunter. I haven't never seen that, but like some of the like conflicts in this move in Demon Slayer were just like really, not only were it dumb, but it like contradicted itself. Like I was telling Reese, that whole thing where they were going after Nezuko and her brother, because they're like, oh, he's a demon slayer working with a demon, like that's wrong. And it's like, wait a minute. Your organization literally works with the demon doctor and her demon assistant.
Do they?
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember if they were.
Yeah, they said say hi to the demon doctor lady.
Yeah. Well,
they said, hey, say hi to her for me or whatever. Give her my regards.
Okay, then.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think she wasn't like part of the Demon Slayer core, but she worked with them, and she was. Like I said, like she wasn't. I got the feeling she wasn't gonna like reveal herself. Her hand kind of got forced, but she was very open about like, oh yeah, I know your boss, and we're working together to bring down this other guy, and it's like your organization. So it made that whole like,
dude,
that doesn't make any sense.
Well, let's be fair here. As we said, you and me when we talked about this yesterday or whatever. We were talking about the fact that it felt like the last couple episodes were padding, right? So that they could flesh out to episode 26 and then have the new arc set up for the Mugen Train movie.
But I mean, like,
I'm wondering if that plot is even in the manga because it is extremely dumb. It's a quick way to get them to to all the Hashira and all that. It's a very quick way to get them there.
Apparently, the fight scene was anime original, says my friend. That's all I know that is anime original.
We talking about episode 19?
Yeah, apparently the I don't know if it's just they extended the fight with all that stuff. Ufotable flexing, as he put it. But I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I just feel like this show...
From some of the research I read, like some of the spider demons, like their background was anime original. Like,
all the spiders,
that was so horrible. I could have done without all that backstory. Oh my god!
Exactly. Remember how I messaged you guys? I'm like, dude, why did they keep giving us the backstory after they were already dead? It's like I just want to move on.
Yeah. So I previously
they're all tragic villains. I
Last
guess.
Yeah,
podcast,
but they should have like built them up ahead of time or
Well,
something.
yeah, no,
and made us
I
care.
agree. It's dumb. That's what I'm
last
saying. Like
podcast.
the
Go ahead.
the plot to this show was like when you look past the fancy visuals and you start actually thinking about it, like this show is just dumb.
That's what I
Yeah.
was saying this
Yeah,
whole
I
time.
100% agree
This
with Ryan.
whole
Or
time.
Dan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
sorry
in
about
agreement on this, I think. So
It's fun.
As much
Like
shit as
I
I've
enjoy it
given-
for what it is, but it's very
It's fun.
bland.
As
Yeah,
much
so-
shit as I've given Attack on Titan, at least the very beginning of that, it hooked me. But this show,
dude,
I
that
found
whole
myself
show
hanging.
hooks me.
I
Great
felt-
music, great struggle, and great characters. Anyway, last
It's a
podcast
struggle for me to watch. No.
Yeah.
Last podcast I mentioned
feel like I
that
get
this
whiplash from
show.
watching that show. After
Last
rewatching
podcast I
it.
mentioned that Demon Slayer has a bland story. Characters aren't as standout as other shows like My Hero Academia or Attack on Titan, but the character design is outstanding for every character.
They're outstanding because they have a checkerboard pattern for their clothing.
Well, I'm reiterating what I said last podcast. The character design was outstanding, and the animation was top notch. But having seen the rest of it, a lot of really shittily designed characters. Most specifically, the fucking the underwater demon, like that. Like. About like that was dumb, like not very well created. Then the drum demons, like the drum aspect was an interesting idea, but the demon looked like shit. The spider demon family had an interesting design.
They looked neat, but the problem is they were unsubstantial as characters, so it's like okay.
I want to make the point I was trying to make earlier. This show is a walking, talking buzzword. It's like at the very beginning you get a quote unquote tragedy, then you get Emoto bullshit. Then you get this so-called arc of him trying to get better, and then you get these half-assed attempts at making some sort of drama, and then finally you get this apex and climax to where it's racism, and then all of a sudden we get a train. This is a literal set of buzzwords.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now.
Okay. Random 11 says they remade the movie in the show to make it canon. Right. Battle of the Gods is not canon. Battle of Gods arc in the show is canon, referring to Dragon Ball Super.
I heavily have to disagree due to a
Attack on Titan's later seasons use of CG is gross and completely pulled me out. Yes. I would say that the only part that I would say pulls me out is the Colossal Titan, but yeah, it very much pulls you out.
So was it just quickly regarding CG? I think other shows like typically the ones by JC staff, I think have noticeably good use of their CG, like in Index and all that stuff. Like those garbage droids and stuff, Lance.
Yeah.
Yeah, like all their CG like blends in pretty nicely. I don't know. It's just making it quick.
Index and the Rogan series, and anytime they do it in there, it seems to work pretty well. But the thing is, I feel like CG is a cop out. We don't need to actually have artists and people like have full on talent now. We can just create some.
It's
model.
mainly an efficiency thing.
Yeah,
it really is an efficiency thing, but
the
it's
use of
it's
CG
dumbing down the art
to make the utilization of the actual like hand drawn artwork. It's so that they can effectively redistribute that more efficiently to places that need it.
I think that it has
I don't know about
better uses for
it's
things that are unimportant, like say, for example, that garbage frickin' droid thing. Like, yeah, go ahead. And for like procedural, like, oh, there's a flood of bats coming towards us, go for it. But if it's like Berserk, where it's like the mainstay, you're like, uh-oh.
Berserk has its own problems. That's a completely different can of worms. But the thing about the CG in Demon Slayer is that, for example, the part with the drums, they really did a freaking amazing job with the background rotation as it started to get more and more hectic. But what was amazing about it was that they were hand drawing
the 2D around it.
Tanjiro around it. And it was breathtaking to watch whoever was in charge of that have to constantly rotate the character, because there's something that happens when you're keyframing a character where when you go pose to pose, like it's more or less easy until you all of a sudden have that character doing a weird position, like a flip or something. And then it just gets to be this huge ass headache. And the reason why is because for the most part, you're faking perspective all the time when you draw, right? And then all of a sudden you have to exist in an established faked perspective in a completely different angle. And it's extremely hard to make that transition and make it work well. And it's kind of like, I don't know if I can explain it in terms that aren't specifically like related to work that I do, but basically it's easy to take a hand from this position to this position than to take it from this position to like all the way fucking back here doing something, you know what I mean? Like, because you're kind of you're basically taking the same drawing and just moving it a little bit versus creating a new drawing. And what's difficult is when it's not from here to here in one frame, but it's like every individual frame in the motion of the constant, very complex entire body movement translation.
You have to draw each and every adjustment of the body, the face, the room.
Yeah, and that was the thing that really impressed me, is because Tanjiro's not just rotating like the camera around him is moving. He is constantly changing where his center of gravity is. The camera angle is changing like crazy, but at the same time, it's not just like, okay, so like, for example, it's not like taking the camera and drawing it moving up so that you're redrawing the character's head from different angles. It's the character is also moving while the camera's moving, and he's off balance because of what's going on. And it was just a real treat to watch them work all that out. And
I think I enjoyed that animation more than the episode 19 thing. More honestly,
yeah, I think that episode 19 was a emotional.
Everyone was just all, Kawaii Desu's sister feels. He's
so
all,
that was
my
20.
sister.
The little sister thing was in episode 20.
No, episode 19, he was like, no, Nezuko, don't hurt her.
The little sister being chased. Oh, I thought you were talking about like the little...
He's talking about her being his little sister.
Because of the feels of, oh no, his sister's in trouble.
I thought you were talking about little Nezuko running around.
Yeah. No.
Look, it wasn't the greatest execution of a shonen thing, but it was good enough that I can understand people liking it.
Hold on.
But it gives me... Good.
You remember episode 20, how it immediately cucks that beautifully animated scene because it's like, oh, I'm still alive, and then Johnny Young Bosch.
My own head. Yeah, and then Johnny Young Bosch shows up.
Yeah, Johnny Young Bosch just comes in there and does a regular slash, and I'm like, honestly, I way preferred that really neat, just casual slash to the over the top. Oh, my sister.
I'm gonna sum up my favorite.
Random 11 is attacking your ideas about JC. It says JC staff did One Punch Man season 2 right, and it was terrible CG. So shots fired.
Yeah.
I find selections of theirs typically
between seasons I've ever seen. Let me introduce you to a show called Seven Heavenly Virtues.
Let me introduce you to a show called Prison School. That was JC stuff.
What about the Seven Heavenly Virtues?
Oh yeah, because it switches to the other. It switches to Studio Dean. It has all those animation issues.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Seven Deadly Sins.
Is it not? Isn't the second? Isn't that season?
No,
called
it's
Seven
the seven.
Like
the seven
season.
mortal
Heavenly
sins,
Virtues
if
isn't
I'm right,
etchy.
is the
Seven
spin-off.
mortal sins.
Seven Heavenly Virtues and Seven Deadly Sins are completely different series.
Are they really? Okay.
Yes.
Then I'm talking about Seven Deadly Sins. Forgive me for
completely different.
I haven't watched it. Anyway.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for correcting me.
I have a couple. I have 2 points I'd like to make. Oh, go ahead.
What was that?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, Seven Heavenly Virtues is the sequel to the Seven Mortal Sins. The
Mortal
ecchi.
Sins.
from what I understood, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So we're talking about two completely different series. I meant Seven.
Yeah,
Deadly
sorry.
Sins.
You were talking about like the
Yeah.
transition from season 2, I believe, to season 3 of Seven Deadly Sins. No,
Yes. I thought that I haven't watched Seven Deadly Sins, but I thought that Seven Heavenly Virtues was the sequel season because obviously
That's a
That's a big
hell of a
jump.
change.
Holy crap, man! That took a spin I wasn't ready for.
Studio Dean wishes that was the case.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing about Demon Slayer to me, my favorite two parts of this show, from beginning to end, are I cannot remember his name, but boy who when he like goes blanks out, all of a sudden
I was going to talk about that. Zenitsu.
Zenitsu?
Yeah.
Yeah, his
when
Deus Ex Machina I don't like. And apparently I've been told that keeps going to the end of the series.
I was actually
I
like,
didn't want that, but all right. But I thought that was funny as hell. I love the crap out of that. And then my favorite 100% part of this show is the fucking character and the voice of Johnny Young Bosch in this. Not Johnny Young, not Johnny Young Bosch. I'm sorry. Hold on. Back up this train. Bryce Papenbrook. Because I've given Bryce Papenbrook as Inosuke. I've given Bryce Papenbrook so many shit over the years because I do not like. It's not that I don't like his voice acting. I don't like it. I can't think of a single character off the top of my head that he's done that I've liked the character. It's not his fault.
I
he does a damn good job.
I have exclusively one character that I think he does a beautiful job, and that's Blood Lad.
Oh no, I'm not saying he doesn't do a good job as him. He does a good job as Kira.
No, I'm saying he doesn't do a good job as anyone.
All
right.
So, but when
since we're on
Except
this
for Blood.
topic, real quick, I'll just say two things. Number one, I'm not a big fan of Zenitsu.
Yeah.
I thought that his Deus Ex Machina thing was annoying and kind of dumb. I thought that his patronizing women thing wasn't, or not his patronizing women thing. His like marry me shit in his introduction was really forced. I did think it was funny that they at least used him for the training thing at the last like 3 episodes. I thought that was a good use of his character finally. But I didn't, and I also thought it was funny that his arms and legs got real short because he was turning into a spider. But I didn't feel like the character was that interesting. I did like Inosuke, but I don't think I wish we never saw his actual face. I didn't think that joke was, I don't think there's any mileage to that joke.
I was not.
He looks like a Rumiko Takahashi design character.
I will say this: not on board with Bryce Papenbrook voicing him because I can't not hear Aaron at all.
Yeah.
Like,
okay,
my God, that was so distracting. And I haven't watched Blood Lad, but I think that I love him as Aaron. I love how angry that voice is, which should have worked with Inosuke. It should have worked.
In the Japanese, he has an extremely gravelly voice. Extremely gravelly voice.
If I had watched Demon Slayer before Attack on Titan, I probably would have been all over his voice.
Counterpoint. This is inherent to Bryce Papenbrook as a whole, not necessarily Inosuke, but it was pretty prominent in Inosuke. It feels like after he yells to like a certain decibel range, his voice like chokes up. He's like, and it's like, it sounds really bad.
I disagree. My favorite
it sounds like
thing
he's
about him
pretending to be angry so hard.
I know he is pulling off the best comedic Christian Bale voice in the world. I love it in Attack on Titan when he just like yells out like die. You know, it's like he's so fucking angry that it gets me. It makes me giggle, and I almost wish he was Goblin Slayer.
I honestly feel like you're laughing at his voice because it sounds so stupid as Aaron. I don't know what it is, but Aaron Yeager, that character is so stupid. I'm like, I feel like of all the stupid things and stuff that I could make fun of from Attack on Titan, and I will. Don't take me wrong. I feel like Eren Yeager is one of the things that just ruins that show for me. It's like
really because
he is.
Mikasa ruins it for me.
Sprinkles on top
all of the characters were in it for me. To reel it back real quick, so Zenitsu, I thought he was like a bastion of change. So I welcomed like this over the top whatever scaredy cat character. So the second half, he was out of commission for like most of it. Yes. So I was like, oh well, that's dumb. I do agree. The training arc, number 2, was probably the best use of his character, but he was kind of a letdown for having any characterization.
So,
and
real quick, going back to the Bryce Papenbrook thing, Reese, remember when we were talking about how you wanted to have
Killua voicing?
Yeah, voicing what's his name? Ray from Promised Neverland. I kind of was constantly thinking of Armin as Zenitsu while I was watching Demon Slayer because of Bryce Papenbrook.
Josh Grayling,
Yeah. So anyway, just throwing that out there.
Dude, I want Josh Greeley to voice every character ever
Josh
in
Greeley's
everything.
A damn good VA. the thing about it for me is that I disagree with.
Take it easy, old man.
Later, old man. With the okay, you said a few things I disagree. Let me gather my thoughts for a hot second. Well,
I disagree with you, Brad, as a whole.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing. Don't put words in my mouth. The thing is, there's already too many there. The thing is, when it comes to Zenitsu and Zenosuke, and I've done forgotten their names just about.
Zenitsu, Inosuke, Tanjiro, Nezuko, Giyu, Tomioka.
Yeah, Zenitsu and Zenosuke, the blonde-haired boy with the sleeper strike.
Okay, just call him Boar and Blondie.
Boar and Blondie.
We got it. Anyway, what's your point?
The thing about it is that I honestly thought that Boar was the best character in the series, and Blondie was the most creative thing they did because the entire show is almost like they let's take every trope we can that will fit into this bucket and sift through these little holes, and let's.
He was the most abnormal of the archetypes, I guess you could say.
He is literally the most creative thing there, and it's still nothing new. And
exactly, that's what I'm saying.
I understand that people are like, "Oh man, that is such a stupid skill." I thought it was stupid. Shut up, phone. The thing about it is, though, the thing about it is that I look at every aspect of a show. The voice acting in the show was I want to say mediocre at best because even the best VAing can't save this. The voice actors who worked on these roles, I was listening, I was like, damn, they're doing good jobs. I never really enjoy a role Bryce Papenbrook has done, yet I hung on every word. And then you've got all of this just hanging over. It's like I put in the chat. I don't know if you even looked at it. It's like painting a turd gold. That's what they did with this. It's the same shit we've had before that just painted over, and I'll digress at that point. I haven't had the bed just a little bit.
So after you digress, I'm going to briefly make a mild point about what is it? The rotating rooms thing. I don't think it was the rotation that was like the impressive part. I feel like you could just point A to point B, rotate type deal, then render. But yes, it was like the 2D working around it so well.
Yeah. Well, okay. So again, it was that. I think that choosing to do okay.
I love
that.
It
was the 2D around
reviewing the show. All you can ever focus on is the art because that's all there is there.
Well, yeah,
take that away and the show has.
I think that yes, but in a lot of cases, there are a ton of shows that there is one thing that it excels at extremely well, and that's obviously the thing you're going to focus on because it's the thing that stands out compared to other shows, right? So in this show, look, I think that the characters. So before I forget, I want to address one thing. When we covered the, I don't even know if we covered this or if I just read it and skipped on it about the Japanese kids characters that we did cover this because we had all the pictures, right? We had the meme. We had this meme. We had this meme right here.
I just realized I think my current name breaks TOS on Twitch, so let's not bring that up.
Okay, let's not talk about it. Anyway, so I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, so about how there was the thing where they were saying that mom, teacher, dad, that they all lost to Demon Slayer characters. Well, I guess not all of them did. Mom was second place, but people that you respect most or whatever. And then the top one was Tanjiro, and I thought Tanjiro was a pretty weak fucking character, right? Now I can see people digging on Nezuko because she's fucking adorable.
But she's got even less character than him.
Yeah, but
all she has is that she can shrink and get bigger.
But that's all she needs. The moe aspect of it was,
and that's what I was telling.
Perfectly executed.
You, Brad. It was like she's like the literal face of the show, and she probably has the least screen time of all the main characters by far.
Yeah. The thing is, the show also tries to shove her down your throat. They don't allow you to just absorb naturally that, oh, look how cute she is. They have to verbalize, look how cute she is.
I will 100% give this show that. There were a couple of scenes to where I was watching, I was like, okay, that's precious. Like when she's fucking crawling in the basket. Also,
therefore,
totally
101
separate point. Keep your thought process. Is Green Lion muted?
Yes.
I haven't heard him a single time.
He is muted.
Okay, I'll shut up.
But therefore, greatest anime of all time because they did pull off a couple shots. That's what it feels like this whole show is, that people give it credit for a couple things that they got right, and it's like, okay, best show. Yep, they got it.
Let me just articulate this once and for all. The show is overhyped. We've acknowledged that. Can we talk about the show without having to complain about what everybody else thinks of it?
We can now after last week's whole rant.
I will back off for a minute because I just want to ask AC. Leave the art alone for a second, and could you, since you seem to like it a lot, hit me with something other than the art that about the show is good? Because
I'm not here to defend the show. I'm
not saying you are. I'm just focusing on the art constantly is first of all boring as shit because that's constantly the art in this.
So I'll give you this. I'll give you this though. I think that a couple of the characters have some beats that I really enjoyed. Nezuko for the moe aspect. Inosuke, probably my favorite part in my last couple episodes watched. Was when he took the swords that they painstakingly made for him and started hitting it with a rock to chip him.
Started beating the fuck out of his finger.
Yeah, immediately
I like the way they go through the flesh.
He was really precise at beating those holes out.
There's a good comment here from Random 11. You guys are gay. Focusing on Nezuko is gay. Focus on cool sword battles, man. All right, thank you. I think that's it.
I think he outed all 6 of us. Random 11.
Random 11, I don't know why you just didn't join the stream and own us from the beginning.
OCA podcast confirmed gay.
Yeah.
No wonder we started streaming on Twitch.
The whole time.
No wonder we started streaming on Twitch.
Look. AC is the only one of us who's not in a public bath right now.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly why we're all hiding behind our pictures.
That's why this content is not available in your country.
That's why Greenland 743 is muted.
That's why we haven't started our Pornhub stream yet. So let's get this mildly clearer. Oh my, he was put on the hot seat.
That's all.
Yeah, I was going to the bathroom. Excuse me.
Oh,
in many ways. See, I called it.
Oh,
but
he was going to the bathroom house.
I guess golden shower is a tag we can use for the.
Oh God!
There you go.
See,
I was talking to Reese about this. We've already gained at least 2 viewers through Twitch, right?
You have.
I think I scared one of them away, but Pen and Paper Podcast is cool. But we've already gained 2 viewers from Twitch. So I was warning him. that we have to be careful what tags we use when we start streaming to Pornhub, because that's going to determine the quality of viewer that we gain from there.
Right.
Right. So. Yeah, so I don't need the scat fans joining the podcast.
No, please.
Because our track record of viewers becoming hosts, as we have seen here, is quite astronomical.
I'm terrified.
God, you're
I'm
right.
honestly terrified of Reese's naming scheme because I'm not going to say it, but because I want y'all to. I'm not going to say it, not because I'm afraid to say it. I'm not going to say it because I want y'all to remember what it is. But go back to when the Girls' Last Tour, what the name of that was. Put that on Pornhub.
Lovely Armageddon. I wasn't even in that podcast. I remember
Are
that
you
one.
suggesting that people get the wrong idea about Reese when we go live on the hub?
Yeah.
I have to say a disclaimer. All participants in this video are 18
or older.
Yeah.
But
I just want to get banned. Or see, that'll be the thing that gets us banned off of Pornhub, is they just think Reese is below 18.
Look.
Well, actually,
that dream to come through almost instantly. Let me do it. Let me just set up the account. Let me log in and begin to fill out all the paperwork, and we'll immediately get banned, just like I did off eBay.
Yeah, I'm just realizing. Well, I guess since we've been doing the podcast at night, it's not such a big deal.
Add Twitch to our ban list.
I was realizing that if I'm streaming to Pornhub at any moment, one of my kids could come in here, and the idea of them being on Pornhub is probably not something
that is the worst idea possible.
Yeah.
So maybe we should.
Probably the best for not on Pornhub.
Maybe you should lock that door or something and mute.
That door has no lock. Trust me,
Like
it has been locked
go to
this
the
whole
hardware
time.
store and buy a new door handle.
Or door stop,
Oh God.
Or maybe just never mind. I won't say that.
Right,
okay, so to reel us back,
to Demon Slayer.
I'm just gonna real quick say that. So regarding the second half as a whole, I thought it was actually a much stronger half than the first one because it actually kept my attention. And the first
fucking training. 2
the first
years
third,
of training, and Nezuko's been asleep this whole time because it's convenient. Jesus Christ.
The first third of this whole show was uninteresting to me and at times boring, like the training episode. But the second half, we had all the characters. Well, we had a lot more characters, and we even had this new council of allies that had different faces to get to know and different.
The Hashira.
Yeah.
I'll be real. I'm not sure that Mugen Train is gonna be good.
I thought the fire guy, the firebender, was supposed to be the Mugen Train, the bad guy. So then when I saw him in the Hashira, I'm like, he's the traitor.
So
I'll say this. Movie poster. I know this movie already.
Exactly.
I'll say this. When I originally stated that the animation was outstanding and stuff, I was basing that largely off of the trailer I saw for Mugen Train. And when I saw the water effects in the show that were CG, not impressed. They look way better in the trailer.
There's
for the movie.
literal officially licensed wastebasket for Demon Slayer.
Really?
I am honestly tempted to buy it just to review it.
I want to get it. Use it as a trash basket.
It is beautiful. But
if you want to put your garbage in here,
have you guys ever gone to a con and seen the guy? People go around, they dress up as a trash can with a name tag that says "Hello, I am your waifu" or whatever.
Oh God!
I have not seen that.
I have not seen that, but I've only been to one convention.
And if anyone watching this does that,
all 6 of us should go to a con together dressed as such.
Which con? What's the adult?
Dragon Con. Or MikuCon.
We'll go to a porn convention. Why are none of our fans from our podcast here?
Oh, no.
Well, I don't want to meet any of our fans that we got. Oh, that's the scat guy.
not just the fans, but your fellow hosts.
Oh God, dude!
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You think Pornhub's bad? You can see the people who are on those Twitch streams. Not to mention the TikTok watchers. Oh God.
Just make sure you don't say the banned words for Twitch, like my name.
Thought Slayer?
I said don't say words like that. We are now banned on Twitch.
I spent
and
extra
Pornhub.
money so that we could stream to more places and Reese got us banned on
I am going to
Twitch.
take the place of Reese's attorney for 30 seconds. He said Thought Slayer, as in THOUGHT Slayer.
Ah, yes.
Just like
we
I
were
did
talking
earlier.
about slaying such ideas.
We were talking about
the Demon Slayer.
Yes,
Peak
that's what it
intellectual
is.
You
conversation.
have to kill your thoughts to enjoy it. Okay. Look, the show itself is kind of like cotton candy. It's not really
Good
like
for
a
you?
filling. It's not really a filling, like super enjoyable. It's not like eating something extremely rich.
that time I
But
got reincarnated
it's-
as slime
it's-
is so much better.
What's that?
But
And that time I got reincarnated as slime is so
Oh,
much
okay.
better.
Well,
I love that show.
I thought you were
love
labeling
that.
some type of carnival candy or something. Anyway, yeah. So it's not that filling and it's not really that good. But when it's like a one in Rome kind
It
of
looks
thing.
great on a
You know what I
plate.
mean? Like, yeah. at least it's fun to watch
It's like
it get
toy
made.
food.
You know, yeah. Like you get to watch it get made, and they like do. Sometimes they're like real fancy with it. And
They make it just like
they
they do
water
the
bend
McDonald's
their
chicken nuggets.
candy out and give it to you on a
Pour the
big.
plastic in the mold.
So
a
yeah,
cotton
it's-
candy dildo?
Yes, it's not that filling, but at least when you,
I would imagine it's not.
I
It's
But
not
at
that
least
filling,
sweet.
one cent.
but
The
at
cotton
least
candy
it's
double
something
is
you
not
don't get
filling.
that often. You know, like cotton candy is not usually something you get every day, kind of thing. So it's not like the greatest candy in the world, but it's one of those things where it's okay every once in a while, and it's kind of like special because you don't get it that often. Regarding like the, I would say that the sum is not greater than it's not. What do you call it? The whole is not greater than the sum of its parts. I think that there are aspects of it that are fantastic, and I'm hoping that they're handled even better in the movie. And Dan, you were talking about the idea that there might not be a second season simply because they might continue to just tell the rest of the story through movies. You know?
Yeah, I
I don't think
Yeah,
that you can do that. The
that was
arcs
just
are too
something-
long to cover.
That was a
no,
game theory.
that was just something that I saw a YouTube video. They were talking about it, and it was just speculation on behalf of the person. I don't
I
think
need to take a leak like you wouldn't believe all of a sudden.
It has been
It's hitting me.
incredibly fun.
It's hitting me. The amount of energy drink I dumped into this.
I had every intention of hitting the bed earlier, but then
So much for that.
circumstances wound me up during this.
Well, perhaps we
And
should
then
just
I
end
had
the
a great
podcast then. Or should we wait another 4 minutes and 5 seconds to get to
So
five
what are we
hours?
doing next?
Says it work.
And
Random 11,
podcast
since you're still here, tell us what we should watch after that because you've got 20 votes. Anyway. You are weak. Okay, you're right. I'm weak. I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back.
Now-
Randall
now,
Leonard says, "Peter Cup, come back here."
Oh god.
I honestly thought he was gonna like say it's gonna take 4 minutes 57 seconds for me to piss, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yep, that's quite the piss. So Demon Slayer, even if it ends up having 100 episodes, I'm gonna just dread those first 8 or so episodes. You know, if I ever decide to rewatch it, that's the thing. Even if it becomes great later on, I'll just be like, oh, but God, that intro is so AIDS. The thing is, people talk about what is it, Steins Gate, as in, oh, the first 9 episodes are so slow. It's like, oh, miles better than this. I enjoyed it from the start.
I didn't.
Well,
have a
yeah,
good time
I'll
with it at
admit,
all.
yeah, they were slow, but it was all part of the build-up, and there was a huge payoff for it.
Yeah.
I
And I
think
love
the payoff
this
in Steins
eccentric
Gate was
character.
way better than the payoff so far for Demon Slayer.
Well, so far you haven't really been paid. You just kind of been kicked in the balls a couple times and just got up and
It's just
get kicked in the
yeah,
balls
that's-
more.
We've got a
That's
couple
not pretty
items.
good. I'll go through that again.
I guess I'll say another thing in the show, I guess you could say, was right near the end when Michael Jackson was dressed up as a lady and they were in the upside down gravity world. When it was the same trope that a lot of villains have this tendency where they
look like a woman.
where they just they're so maniacal that they'll kill even their own comrades or
Oh,
whatever.
don't get me started on that.
Yeah,
That's
Okay,
so
I
dumb.
want to. There's so
Stupid.
many comments I got to address real quick. First of all, what you're saying is Tuturu is better than grunting with a bamboo muzzle. Okay, that's
Why
fine.
is she still fucking gagged? Continue. Don't
Oh,
fix that.
because it's adorable.
It's-
Don't tell me
all right, so-
that hearing. I don't even know who the voice actress is, but fuck, if you can make that so adorable, it's like amazing. But okay, so
She did a
look,
good job.
the beginning to this show, I totally fucking agree. There are so few shows that I don't think I could name a single one of them off the top of my head. Maybe Steins Gate, if we're going to even consider that, which I don't think should be thrown into this category. But there's almost no show where I feel like the build-up to the character being more fleshed out makes them be more fleshed out worth it. You like for instance, I think this show would have been way better, way fucking better, if the show starts, Tanjiro's already a demon slayer, and they tell you about his family and shit through a flashback, or like it starts with him already a demon slayer, and then Giyu Tomioka or whatever his name is catches up to him, and they have an actual battle, not like him getting fucking owned, and he has to explain why Nezuko is with him, right, or something like that. That would have been a way better way to get into this without 8 episodes of useless bullshit, right? And I'm telling you, every show like that, I cringe sitting through, especially all these long form shows like I talked about before. Hunter x Hunter is a chore to get into, and then it gets good, right? Same thing with pretty much every other shonen. It's like the first couple arcs suck ass. Like,
it's ironic because Naruto's like the opposite. It's like the first arcs are like the glory days, and then it gets into AIDSville.
I still don't think that. Well, okay, yeah, I would. You're right. Depending on which portions of it you consider the first arcs, because I think that the part where like Naruto like falls over and accidentally kisses Sasuke in those first couple episodes, it's like these are shit episodes. But like the training with the bells, that's some good stuff. It gets way better as soon as Zabuza shows up, and then it just continues to grow. Then the other characters get fleshed out, like Shikamaru and Rock Lee and all them. So I don't know if I would agree. I mean, I haven't gotten far enough in Shippuden to determine whether or not that's just constantly going downhill, as it feels like from what I've seen.
Shippuden was ass. Good luck.
Yeah, well, you know. But anyway, yeah, so I agree with that point. And then you guys said something else that I was going to get to that I've forgotten.
Steins Gate?
Well, yeah, just Steins Gate. Like, look, I think that the good night, man.
I'm not pressuring you into commenting.
I think that the build up with Steins Gate. I think that what Steins Gate does right off the bat is the character dynamic is interesting, right? I don't have a hard time rewatching the first couple episodes of Steins Gate before things start to go off the rails. I don't have any problem with it at all because I like the characters that we're with. You know what I mean? And I think that is a big aspect of
any show,
the success of any show. And I feel like Demon Slayer almost has it under control with Nezuko and Tanjiro. And then occasionally another character is interesting, but they're just like they haven't quite
established things.
They haven't established their ability to exercise that muscle at will. Like it's happening accidentally with this show. And so and again, this kind of goes back to what Reese was talking about that one time about how I expanded on the idea that sometimes it's fun to just hear the characters talking and interacting, and you kind of long for hearing that once the show ends. And you, like we talked about with Promised Neverland, with wanting to have Christina V voice Rey, right? Is that like there's something to that character interaction that just it almost has an ASMR quality to it, and I think that this show, as you guys stated, doesn't quite feel like it knows where it's going. And I've been amazed constantly at how underwhelmed I am by by where it goes compared to the hype. And that's weird to me because there are other shows, like for instance Naruto, that has a huge ass following and is praised as the greatest anime ever by some people. And I think that kind of, people look at it like that's the mainstream shit. I don't even waste my time with Naruto. But when you sit down and watch it, the world building in Naruto is fucking amazing. And it just keeps getting better for long stretches of the show. Even the filler, I didn't have trouble getting through with Naruto.
Oh, yeah.
And I watched Naruto from beginning to end, the first series, in Japanese, right? I didn't even dub watch it, and I watched it all on DVD released by Viz, and I went through the whole thing and I committed to it subtitled, and I didn't have trouble getting through it. But I don't think I could do that with a lot of other shows, including Hunter x Hunter. And I haven't even started One Piece because that seems like a not fun task.
Yeah.
I'll say this though, Toriko, I think only has 3 episodes that feel like a chore to get through before it starts to pick up. So I don't know. Maybe some places are just better at this. They've mastered the get in quick and get you to like the characters. I guess I don't know. Anyway, do you guys have anything else you want to? So we don't keep circling back to the same point. Is there anything else we want to say about Demon Slayer?
I mean,
I think like in 3 to 4 years, nobody's going to be talking about it except it's hardcore fans that are going to buy
it'll
the.
be interesting. I feel it's going to. Here's my prediction. I think that the creator of Demon Slayer, who is, just to be abundantly clear, it's over, right? Volume 23 was the final volume, not just like the final one that's come out so far.
Mm-hmm.
It is the story is supposed to be completed.
Yeah, the story is over. Okay,
so my prediction is that whatever the fuck that guy's name is, I always read it in my head and never out loud, so I haven't established a memory of what it is. Some weird Goge, Kotoge, something or other. But his next manga, his next series, he's going to start something new, and it's either going to be a huge success because he figured out what worked and what didn't,
or it'll be a huge success because he made Demon Slayer.
Well, it's
failed spectacularly.
It's going to be M. Night Shyamalan levels of disappointment, like I'm expecting the thing from the Death Note creator to be. So that's what my thoughts are. I don't think there's going to be an in between. I don't think it's going to be the same level as Demon Slayer. I think it's either going to be arguably better, like just objectively, wow, they've really handled this in a much more mature fashion than they handled Demon Slayer, or it's just going to be a joke and it's going to be like, really, like, was this ghost written? Kind of like, or whatever. Anyway, but yeah, that's all I got to say about it. Cells at Work, next podcast. What day is that going to be? I guess like the
8th.
The 8th, I think. Right. That's what we're aiming for.
That'd be the Monday.
Yeah. Which.
Oh, I guess we are. Happy February, guys.
Happy February, everyone.
Happy Black History Month, everyone.
Yeah. You guys notice YouTube's all over that? BHM.
Yeah, I had to really make a show for it so that YouTube gives us our allotted watch time this month.
I'll have you know, I am 1% black exactly.
Wow.
That's
nice. Tell me about your family's slaves.
Well, oh god. Well, I'm not sure how big the slave trade was in Canada at the time, but I'll tell you. No. Apparently, my dad was like 2% black, so by math, I'm 1% black.
Well, we'll
part
get
of
the
you?
black out of you eventually.
So it's great that everyone's able to, pay respect to the history of my culture.
Yeah. Thank you for sliding me that N-word pass.
Hey, I can give you 1% of an N-word pass.
1% N-word
You
fest.
can't even complete the word.
Can't even complete the first syllable of the first letter.
No, this 1% is in the middle of the I.
It's the dot at the top of a lowercase I.
Oh, God.
Okay. All right, guys.
So we're doing cells at work. What are we doing after cells at work?
Oh yeah.
Random
Well, yeah.
told us Flint the Time Detective.
So Random is Flint the Time Detective. That's 4 DVDs that were released over here, but it's significantly longer than that, right?
It's like 39 episodes.
Yeah, we can't do that. Oh, Danny says bow.
Isn't that like a VHS only thing so far over here?
There's a DVD now. It's kind of rare, and there's a lot of bootlegs around it. But
how long is it?
It's a movie.
yeah.
It's from creator of Hirohiko Araki. Bow is basically a stand.
I feel like last I checked that was hard to obtain? Question mark.
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Well, since we got. All right, I got it. We're gonna do Juden Chan. We're using this as your recommendation. We're doing.
Oh
Juden
my
Chan.
God.
It's perfect for the. Well, it's actually perfect for the next half of February.
Well,
but
I've
we'll do
needed
Juden
an
Chan.
excuse to watch the dub, so cool.
Juden Chan Recharge. We cool with that, everyone?
Yeah, I am cool.
It's from Media Blasters. People call it P Fetish the anime. So that's what we're going to do.
And advice, get the Blu-ray because apparently there's issues with the DVD playback.
Oh, is there? There's also a dub on the Blu-ray. I think there was
Well,
a DVD
no.
recharge
No,
too,
there's the recharged DVD.
The recharged?
The recharged DVD has the dub on it, but it's like broken playback. I mean, if you get the sub DVD, I think it should play, but subbed, you know.
I'm gonna
it's not
check
Blu-ray.
The Twitch channel to see if we've gained any followers tonight.
I've never heard of this shit. Juden Chan?
Juden Chan.
Charger Girl,
Charger Girl Juden Chan.
It also
she has like a power plug or something.
Yes.
We are still live over here. God damn it.
Okay.
I think it's on Crunchyroll.
Yeah, it's under Charger Girl on Crunchyroll, Juden Chan. Because
4
that's
followers. We did gain 2.
Damn, son.
Go us.
Woohoo.
Because I think I remember the one time I tried to search just Juden-chan and nothing came up. But if you do Charger Girl, it comes up and it might have 2
You have to be logged in too.
Really? Because it's 18 plus.
Yeah.
It doesn't even display it.
We cool.
I can't. It's never showing
Alex
Charger.
says, rest in peace, my voice. Hey man, you can just utilize them another time. We just have to have something ahead of time to let people know, like 2 weeks in advance for the watch clubs, because they need to know what they're going to be doing.
So is this the podcast? Is this the podcast that you will be gone for?
Fuck. I really want to watch Juden Chan. Yeah. So the issue here.
We can postpone the watch club segment after that.
Yeah, we could do that. That way, we basically just do the Juden. Okay, so here's what's going on, guys.
So before you speak, we'll replace that watch time with game night.
Well, no, that's not what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to say that. So the next podcast after the Cells at Work one is looking to be on the 15th, which is the day after Valentine's Day. So that already makes this complicated because obviously how am I going to compile articles when I have husband duty? I'm like trying to come up with a way to not make this weird.
When your husband's waiting for you.
When I have a bathhouse to get to. So anyway, so that's going to be difficult.
Run the podcast.
Well, that's going to be difficult in and of itself, right? But then there's also the issue of taxes. I have a tax appointment on the 16th, so I'm going to have to spend the days that I have off that weekend compiling the rest of my taxes, making sure that everything is all T's T's crossed, I's dotted, all that stuff. So anyway, that's going to mean that I'm probably going to have a hard time joining, if at all, for that podcast. So, yeah, probably that's going to be a free for all with all you mofos. And then we will do the actual watch club following podcast, where that actually kind of works out, because then we have the lewd anime for the one after Valentine's Day, and then we also have Shimonetta after that. Shimonetta, how long is that?
It's like 12 or 13 episodes.
Yeah, so it's not bad. Okay. All right, so that's the current plan. I will definitely try to eCatcher says, wait, isn't Juden-chan the other series by the Kiss Exis author? I don't know.
Checking right now.
But we will definitely watch Kiss Exis.
That would be interesting.
Discotheque gets the rest of it, which would be fun. All right. Anyway, that's it for now.
You'll have to come after Oreimo season 2.
Oreimo? Yeah. Well, we'll try to get that in there in November. And then so
Incest
I'm thinking,
is what I'm saying.
I don't know when we're gonna do it, but we got to get the new JoJo in, Golden Wind, right?
Oh,
Golden Shower.
I'm not saying anything in particular, but with the 15th, this could be good. So 15th is the off week. The 22nd would be Juden-chan. March 1st would be Shimonetta. My birthday's on March 7th, so we could do March 8th and have that be starting JoJo Part 5.
That sounds perfect. Let's aim for that. All right, there you guys go.
And then that would be March 1st, 8th, or it'd be 8th, 15th, and then 22nd, because it'd be 3 podcasts, because there's 39 episodes.
Everybody cool with that?
Gentlemen,
Yes?
I'm cool with that, but real quick, there's confirmation that Jun-chan indeed is Kiss Exis author.
Oh.
And apparently he did the art for the Mahoromatic manga. Just the art. And I just realized he has a whole section called hentai on his discography, if you will. So that's a thing.
So this is going to be a great intro to our full-on porn interspecies reviewer podcast. That'll probably be the first one we get on Pornhub.
Let's hope we can get that by the end of the year.
So, all right, you guys. Dan, I'm surprised you're still here. Much love.
You're still here
on this exhaustion. Also, if you are one of the 4 viewers still watching, make sure you hit that like button. And if you aren't subscribed, I don't know why you're still watching if you haven't subscribed.
Right? Yeah.
Clearly, you love us.
Turn it on. Or just
clearly, you love our circular logic and constantly revisiting the same topics.
Circular jerkular?
Yeah.
I like how Nezuko is just like sticking out from underneath you. That's like
I think I don't know what I'm gonna do for the thumbnail, but it's gonna need to involve that in some way. I don't know if you guys saw the
Semen.
last podcast thumbnail that I finally got.
Well, you got that one picture of Ron Toye the 4th or whatever with Tupac.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out how I'm gonna get Tupac in there, and the dog taking a dump. All right, well, we'll figure it out another time because I'm not gonna touch this for a while, and I gotta get up early tomorrow and go to the Apple Store. So wish me luck, and
Good luck.
Yeah, I don't know.
Good luck.
Oh, Random Levin is subbed in Patreon. Yeah, you guys could Patreon too if you want. Eat it. I will.
Eat it.
Patreon exclusive Pornhub streams.
Ooh.
Yep.
Hey, don't make promises you can't keep.
That's at the $100. That is at the $100 patron tier.
666 is still waiting on a nipple reveal from you.
Oh no.
He's just gonna
I'm
change your avatar to just a nipple. There. All right. Good night, everybody.
I can't change that. I don't have superpowers.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.